probably. Just put it on every single one. It's not intended to be private. Oh, yeah. Fucking disgusting. It doesn't matter how many Facebook pages this thing tries to destroy. I think the whole planet already got it at the first couple of videos. Even that didn't get them to stop what they're doing. So if they had families, I'm sure their families are fucking horrified. So it's a rarity that I set it to made for kids, because clearly that's another trick where whatever they make up is inappropriate for children and then they ban you. Even in the thing where they've already blocked everyone from seeing you because it's a derangement of the mind, obviously. So. January 6, 2021. I kind of doubt it in terms of overthinking that they did it to try to cover up to people what they did. Your opportunity to do that went away on January 6, 2021. That's why those folks did it. Because you were already doing it this bad since it wasn't even a year yet. Because I was out in Quincy in 2020 and I put something on my Facebook that I'm pretty sure Michael Florian saw. Okay. So it was after that trip out there that it got this bad. It was like a definite sort of belief that they were going on a lockdown, as you call it, because it's part of dementia. It has to do with that species. She says that stuff too. Because you put a buzzword out there and then it makes sense to a primate's psyche. Okay, so like I said, in December of 2019, my friend Mary, that I call Other Mary, at the shelter gave me an Assurance Wireless phone that was registered under her because they refused to give me one in the shelter with a valid Massachusetts photo ID with that address. I'm in a homeless shelter with no income and I can't get a governmental phone. That insane. Okay, so whatever, I don't know what was going on there, other than clearly holding me a hostage. That is like profound insanity. I'm sure that goes well beyond treason at that point. Okay, so anyways, she gave me a phone in December of 2019, right before they put me in that room. So I'm pretty sure I gave that woman Taylor the phone number, but I don't know if the house manager knew I actually had a phone, because she was told when I viewed the room I didn't have a phone because at that time I didn't have one. Okay, so she puts me in a room that has internet going to it, but she doesn't give me the code to access it. So as far as she knew, I was in a house with no internet and no phone. Okay, so anyways, that's how I had a phone from December till around November of 2020. Because I remember Karen Corbett sent me a text, said Happy Thanksgiving. I texted her back and asked her if she needed anything, if she was still in Quincy. And she goes, yeah, I'm still in Quincy. No, I'm all set. And then right after that, they shut the cell service off to that cell phone. Because I had Instagram. I was taking photographs and posting them to Instagram. That's when I got approved to be on Aaron Carter's Instagram. Okay, so that's when this thing calling itself Joe Smith deleted me out of it. There's no way that Aaron Carter person did it. Deleted me out of it, got rid of the Aaron Carter certified account, made up a fake Aaron Carter account, and then put his face there in an account. Then started going into mine and commenting to everybody that was following me like a demented animal. Okay, so at first I was like, I didn't know if this was like a regular person or something, and you feel kind of bad for the person, but oh yeah, just That's like wicked territorial. So, anyways, at that time I had Tumblr, YouTube, a Facebook account. Um, I still did. I still have Twitter. I don't think I had Twitter anymore. 2020, when they started this Black Lives Matter insanity, a lot of people got thrown off Twitter when they were doing the face masks and trying to kill people. They shut us off at Twitter. That's when people went to Tumblr, like in a lot. And I apparently that's when they made up TikTok and Rumble. I probably had a TikTok account at the time too. So this thing is systematically shut me off of everything. And this, I don't even believe it's done it under any type of legal manner, is what I'm telling you. It goes in and alters the actual platform. It's going into laptops I have and altering what's going on in there. It's a ferocious insanity. It's most definitely a ferocious insanity. So it did something to disable Instagram. And I remember briefly that I was going back and forth going, should I talk to you over here? Because it was obvious it's an entity that's doing that. And it's on every social media platform doing it to me. Yeah. So it set up something where I can't even get Tumblr on this thing. I can't get TikTok on this thing. I can't have an Instagram account. As soon as I got a phone, I tried to go back to Instagram. It's blocking me from doing that. It's blocking me from having a TikTok account. Ferocious insanity. Whatever. I don't even. It shouldn't make any sense, but that it's hiding from itself. The whole planet knows what you've done. You outlawed Florida alimony on June 30th after 2 photographs of me and another man were posted to his Facebook page, not my internet prison, his Facebook page. Anyways, the whole planet knows what you've done. It's just day to day to day to day to day, waiting for God to deal with you in your delusion. So, you do it to one person, then clearly it's problematic that you've done it to a whole bunch of people. So, in terms of, I mean, I'm sure you probably, the word damnation doesn't register in your brain matter, I'm sure. This came up in the walk. If you have people that have a specialized binder and they're wicked grandiose, just it wouldn't matter what Almighty God testifies to them about me. They will just go, oh, wow, look at what this is. This is, oh, isn't this fascinating? And what is she doing with this and stuff? Like I'm a mastermind of trickery. Like I'm doing a voodoo witchery trick on them. And not that's God going, this is the Virgin Mother. I know, and then that has no meaning to them. That has no meaning to them whatsoever. They just, no person matters. It's part of grandiosity. You just go, that is what grandiosity is. Actually, in a nutshell, no person matters. Because if you don't think the Virgin Mother matters and you do whatever the fuck you want, what would you call grandiose? Like for real, there. I hate to break it to you, okay, but from my point of view, there is no quote unquote Jesus Christ. That doesn't exist. Okay, but if there was a Jesus Christ, if Jesus Christ came right down to this earth, you would go, oh boy, wow, look at what he's doing with this, and that still wouldn't matter. You could have, say, God created a being that was just God's precious only son, okay? You would still believe that God doesn't give a fuck how you're treating that being because you're so important, God isn't going to fucking kill you for doing this. That's grandiose. Not God making the entire planet go, Mar-a-Lago. I didn't make an Emmanuel Macron. I didn't make a Mar-a-Lago. I didn't make a King Solomon. I didn't make a Euromaidan uh, revolution. I didn't put a 2 5 star on my fucking finger. Almighty God did that. I was the person who said one card, every person the same amount. That's called equality, not grandiose. Okay? When you in your head go, fucking cares, 2 5 star Virgin Mother. Obviously, we're all just gonna cycle. That's called grandiose. At what point in time does Almighty God go, I have to kill you because you won't stop hurting that woman? At what point in time does God do that? At any point in time does he do that in your world? So anyway, just a refresher in terms of facts. People have only been on this land piece for in a country for about 350 years, plus or minus. So never before in history has there been nowhere for me to escape to be able to raise children. Thus, for the end of your species. It's been a very short amount of time that anybody that was actually, quote unquote, taught by me, which means they're basically taught by God. Anybody that was one of my students that I birthed, it's been a short time that they've had to be have a mixed brain with an animal. Not I perpetually do that. Just a little bit of an FYI. So before you things came over here, there was a period of time where that wasn't going on. So those people are pretty much pre-made. They're pre-cooked in the oven babies. And then they've unfortunately got to be scattered around in a mimicry rebirthed by animals and then have all this false teaching that they've got to overcome and have a little bit of a mixed brain. So there's only so long that anyone can withstand that. Okay, so it's sort of symbolic. Not none of that matters. I know you just go. It's difficult for the other species to even comprehend actual love and caring. Right? They'll never be able to comprehend the amount of suffering they've caused me, and clearly God is not going to allow that to continue on. It's far too much suffering. All those times when people wondered about why God allows suffering around the planet with the wars and this and that and things going on, little did you know that the other species doesn't actually suffer. They like it. But clearly, my species does suffer, and Almighty God is not allowing it to go on. So, just a little bit of a some people got confused. It doesn't mean they're the worst of all other species, but they got confused because they didn't contemplate that people have not been on North America that long. Right. So, in terms of everything restarts and all this stuff. It's just I was just thinking about stuff. I was like, what else did I think about on the walk? Just people barnstorming into ancient artifacts and like, yeah, like clearly either people left there or they were murdered, which means they left and were rebirthed somewhere else. And then a bunch of animals in the same type of rage wrath that you're seeing going on now, like literally anything that I've created in terms of art anything that I've typed and stuff, they're trying to like eliminate me off of planet Earth again. They always do. It's not them. It's a different group of them, but they always do the same shit. Just any amount of knowledge, they're gonna alter and change and make up, and then a bunch of animals pretend they're a pharaoh, and then there's like stuff left of that, and you're just like, what is this? There's another kingdom after this? I don't think there's another kingdom after this. Yeah. There's another kingdom after talking human that just happens to look like a Neanderthal and not a human. Okay. Just like the monarchs. It's not monarch butterflies. It's not a teaching about mimicry. It's people, they were monarchs. That's what I'm talking about, altering history. A lot of this stuff they're calling Buddhism gets really way out there, and you just go, it becomes very difficult to pretend to be me or any other prophet, right? It becomes difficult because the stuff is all chopped up, and you just go, that doesn't even make any sense. It has to be revealed. Each time he'll come and explain more. It's built upon knowledge, so it would be nice if we could get back to that. Like I said, moving markers around, all of that. You just go, you moved markers around? Just trying to get a beer. Anyways, I was saying this on the walk too. Like, you can't, right now, it's impossible for you to pretend to be my species, right? Because you've altered everything to, but I can't even be my species. I can't do my behaviorisms. So yeah, like the whole thing about if all of this material kills like 8.5 billion people, and then you have all these people of my species being reborn in a safe zone, right? Eventually you're going to be surrounded by my species and not the other way around. So I guess it probably does you well to wrap it up and get on out of here. Because as you know, I'm sure they don't want to, but as you know, that can't be answered at this time, but he doesn't think you're people. So before you're surrounded by actual men of my species, and then you don't have a troop of uh, neutered males in Diawachas to somehow defend you. So that's like a natural thing, but when you're not overpowered by a population, right? It's just right. I'm sure that there's many of your species that are definitely ready to do something else. They just know that. A lot of the people that went topsy turvy and took over power and control and got all kinds of money and stuff, I think that they realize that's not really what was making them unhappy. Right. I would say that per the Almighty, you were probably supposed to do that. Right. It's part of a primate behaviorism. And then you probably do the same thing where you take over, like not not Neanderthals, but primates, where they take over. And maybe actually throughout history, sometimes your species has done this, but from what I can tell, it's actually a primate behaviorism too, where they the dominant just sort of pretends to let you be in charge, and then you go, yeah, I don't want to be in charge. It's too scary. Yeah, and then you're out in the thing, and doing those weird noises and stuff, and then here comes the dominant to push you back down off the hill or something, probably. I wouldn't say it means you have to do that. No, I'm not sure that's evolution, but yeah, I'm not saying I would. If you're scared, going, oh my god. First of all, you wouldn't know it in your brain, but it does sound scary. It sounds very unloving and kind. just when they're getting in the fights like that and tearing each other apart and stuff. Well, we don't know, but I mean, if you say you weren't in a nature reserve, if half of your babies died when they were born, why would you ever need to have a war? Right? Because you go, how else could he control the population? Yeah, and it seems like a lot of you guys real that doesn't really bother you. Like it feels like a stoic emotion and stuff. So who knows? Unless it was going to be something like that. If you thought that other than warring and tearing each other apart, that you want to be a primate, like a straight out ape or something, then you probably have to be prepared to lose a lot of offspring because you don't have doctors and hospitals. So, and like your females probably dying trying to give birth and stuff. And then realizing that all of you don't get to do birthing, right? So clearly, the person that's in charge, it's called neutered for a reason. You don't get to be doing that. I'm sure they have all kinds of vasectomies in the natural world, the natural ecosystem. I'm sure the dominant does vasectomies on a regular basis. I mean, that's the truth of the matter. I'm sure uh, that they do that. There could be females that do it to other females' children when they're born. If you want offspring, yeah. So nature can be any animal like that that has any type of hand grips and stuff is a little bit scary. They're definitely not going to learn the violin out there. So they're doing something with those grippy hands. They don't have nail clippers either. So, things like dolphins and sharks and stuff, they could be down there just constantly thinking. Yeah, like when I was sitting in the library just at the window, and like when you're in like a completely sort of like relaxed Zen state, you'd be surprised. You could just be like, with it with the right brain. Yeah, like say you ever got like mesmerized by watching like the ocean, or remember like pole position. If you say if you're like constantly like you just that's all you want to do is like be on pole position. If you're in an ocean and you're constantly swimming, sharks have to constantly swim. You don't know that, pretty sure, because the water goes through. Is that what whales do too? It goes through the gills, so they can. That's their breathing. So they're probably constantly. If you like to drive in the snow a lot, they have exciting moments too when they have to go seal hunting, and who knows what if they do a big dive and they go. Who knows what they do? Those are like the exciting times. Like they went. Oh, now I'm gonna go water skiing, or I'm gonna take a cruise, or it's all like I think a lot of the quote unquote Buddhism. It's like they would not hear what the prophet was telling them. They would not hear it. Like it was even recorded wrong. They just will not hear it. That is does you can't change your reality. It's like a teaching about transitioning to something else. Right. That's in my opinion, that's what it means. Any type of Eastern philosophy where they're talking about being in a dream, that's them trying to explain it to you. Their thoughts about what they thought maybe God could be suggesting about how this would work, about all that stuff about making reality with your thoughts, and your reality is basically your view on life and stuff like that. Some of it is um, people that are depressed, right, and about getting out of situations that make you depressed, right? Like there's a reason why people change a career. They break up with people. They move to another area. They start a fitness thing, right? Because that is true. That your whole view on, like, your optimism on life can change if you're in a bad situation for yourself. Hence, again, damnation not allowing people to do that. They're on a complete lockdown where they're sort of like picking and choosing who people can associate with. And it's like gruesome. And a lot of it just has to do with their psychopathy, right? It's just a lot of it has to do with psychopathy and being mean and cruel and sick and trying to figure out any way that you can harm people. But, anyways, in terms of depression and stuff, that part is true. That's like, therapy basically. But the deep, deep, deep stuff about you can change your reality with your, like, in your entire life view is done. That's probably about transitioning into something else that has a different type of brain. I mean, I would think frogs don't have the same type of brain I have, because after a while you get freaked out just sitting in the water like that. Like, this was a good bath, but I mean, I'm staying in a bathtub forever now, and it's just constant popcorn. What else can you eat with your tongue like that but popcorn? Just chew, chew. I'm kind of tired of popcorn, though. I'm starting to get a little bit wigged out. It's been, I don't know, 6 months in the tub, just going for popcorn. My God, talk about a walkabout, like flashes at the airport. Maybe if I go over here. Okay. Oh, wait, what's that over there? Yeah, maybe there's land over there. And it's just like a lily pad. Whoop. Oh yeah, that video that they were feeding the frogs and the toads. That was so fun. They actually literally trained toads to wait their turn. Yeah, that was interesting. Like, they had a whole setup of, they literally went, it's their turn for the bug. Oh yeah, what was it? And then I know then there was some other funny thing that I thought of. I can't remember it now, but that was funny. Just, oh, the hedgehogs. That's what it was. The baby hedgehogs. Watch out for the toad. There it comes. Someone has something of baby hedgehogs. They look like they're about this big, and they put them on their back so their legs are like this because they're hedgehogs, right? So it looked like the bug. That's what it was. Watch out for the frogs. That's my type of humor. I gotta wash up and change my clothes. So now it's 3:21. Yeah, I think I'll probably put that thing down and like force feed myself some almonds, but figure out what I'm gonna wear first. So I did all my stuff. I got 2 liters of water, and then tomorrow is um, I have jog walks on my schedule, but then I figured I'd probably take a walk like today, and then Saturday I got to do what I did today, except I don't have to take a walk, but I got to go to the food pantry. But so I'll do it after the food pantry. The chances that I go for a walk after that are pretty slim, because I'll come back from the food pantry, probably feel like talking, and then do um, my weights that I'm doing. I don't have those handheld weights anymore. And it's probably about that time where I would definitely be wanting to use them. So I'm a little bit, I don't know. They honestly, they were Jared's anyway, but I don't know if somehow he ended up with them or they went in a trash barrel. It's kind of shameful. They were 8-pound weights. I had 2 of them. That was like plenty. Yeah, because I could put them together in the bag and then I could use them to do it. I increased it to that from the water bottles. Right. And for triceps, it's better like that. It's easier to hold. Obviously, it's easier to hold a weight than a water bottle to do triceps, but it's not impossible. You just go. Remember when they said they took those gyms out of the prisons? Yeah, you just go, oh my God, they took the gyms out of the prisons. Yeah, they're getting sicker and sicker and sicker. Just, it's very, very sad for the species, I gotta say. It's definitely very sad. But it it's like this. For my species, it was better because the constant competition and constant dominance, uh, God had to basically make the entire species like neutered males because that's all they're gonna do. They're totally gonna act like weird chars, and they have like cars, and I don't want to say the cops now, but they have cars and firearms and stuff, and so they just round up people and put them in a prison, and that's dominating males that are physically superior to them, and not they're actually like even on foot. They're not like having actual physical, not even like in sports or Olympics, not even fighting each other because they're not really supposed to be fighting each other anyway. But you see how that's not even natural? It's not like they're just living peacefully, right? Putting a whole bunch of males on drugs, injecting their heads with mercury. I mean, that's not really physical prowess. That is, it's very, very sad. It's like, but I mean, how would you ever have a war anyways? I don't want to have a war, but how would you even have a war anyways? You have some of your species that are like the elitists and they want to be physically fit, so they're wicked competitive. But you go, as a general rule, though, is it really more just population? Because I looked up your statistics. Almighty God had me look up your statistics. It was like 70% of your population is overweight. And then there was another percentage that's obese. You're not physically superior when you're overweight and obese. Yeah, like I think there began to be a confusion. Some people actually don't even mind it if you've noticed. And you just look at these folks like it is that. I guess I didn't get it before, but they definitely, it's a reduced brain. Yeah, like I don't know what their standardized tests show because most people don't like being overweight. It's just they don't understand the dieting and they're depressed and everybody rides a car and stuff. Not they like being overweight, but there are actually people that like it. And you just go, whoa, you're really getting de-evolved. That's de-evolved for your species. And some of them just like females that want to be massive. That's that, I mean, that is what she said to me. And you see them all over the videos and the things they're doing to their bodies. Um, yeah, like she literally was saying that. She was mad at her mother because her mother wanted her to take walks because she has sky high cholesterol level. Right. And it's just, she likes being huge. And then you meet some of these people at that hotel and you go, no, obviously not all people that come from Haiti are like that, but apparently some of the folks that are Haitian, yeah, it's just that I don't know what that is, but a reduced brain, and it's almost I don't know if a female primate's big. Isn't the male big? See how I told you that I theorize that it's not that they're all female. I theorize they're all female, but there is some genetics in it. But the way that the genetics worked is it kills any offspring that seem to have that genetics. It only keeps the little tiny ones. It doesn't let any, it will kill it. Right. And that's how it's keeping it being the biggest one. It will kill any of the ones that are not big like that. I mean, that are big like that. It kills all the ones that are not big like that so that it is the biggest one. Some of it's that, and then it doesn't allow the other members to go up the hill and stuff. And then clearly, if you started getting too big, it would starve you. All the behaviors that they do, I believe that's what they're doing in a natural thing that's not a nature preserve. You could have one every meal born. It just goes rip. There's only one meal that's producing offspring. Because if they don't have those pots, it probably prevents them from getting big too. Just right off of it. And it's only having females that it produces offspring with, and it picks and chooses which one is alive. And they're not allowed to go up the thing. And I believe they're all basically female. It's just through their behaviors, there's a difference in body size. And over time, doing what I just said. There's probably a lot of females that die from trying to give birth because of it, because it only wants members that are small. So it's going to be producing what's all these small animals, and it's big. So it could, yeah. But if some of it is due to lack of food and exercise, so some of the stuff they're doing, you just go, this is brutally, like, you're insane and psychopathic, but the brain can only, right, the psychopathy in the brain matter can only concoct primate behaviors. That's what my thinking is, my theory about a lot of these behaviors. It to me, and watching some of the stuff about primates and reading some of it, it makes sense to me that that's where that's coming from. It's an embarrassing condition, in my opinion. It's weird when they're not sort of like, oh, they don't have to feel bad about themselves as long as they're not affecting other people's lives like that. I mean, this is insane what's going on here. Just constantly being reinforced by other psychopaths. I think that was that person again. It's probably going to be high school students. I know, you just go, whoops. If I saw the person up close, I wouldn't do that. Yeah. It's not even about that. No, like, I'm not like that anyway. You don't go, ooh, like I wasn't like that about Brian. Right. Say that I was like, who is this person? Like it, like that. You know how dudes? I think you probably understand it, or if you know a dude, right? Just like when Kristen Stewart was falling down in Twilight. Remember that? Did you ever see like the director's cut? I think that dudes think she's cute because she's bumbly, like clumsy and stuff, right? So at first it's sort of like it could actually just be a kid. You're not like sexually attracted to the person. It's just, what is this? But then, oh, okay, you're an adult man too. All right. It's probably a similar type of thing. Like a dude is probably like, okay, how old are you? Oh, okay. And they're probably like, all right, so you're 25. All right. So no, I don't find that's never happened to me with yeah, because when I was younger, I liked older men. I usually like dudes around like 30, 35. Patrick at the time when I first met him was like 37. Yeah. When I was, remember Indiana Jones? Yeah, he was like in his 30s then, right? And then George Clooney, ER, he was in his 30s. Like that's like the age I like. Dudes that are like 35. I had a discussion about this with one of James's ex-girlfriends, and she thought George Clooney was old. And she was in college. I don't know. I guess maybe I was like, I think it was right when I was getting pregnant. I was in college too. So I was about her age probably at the time when I asked her that. Yeah, I think I was about like when did it was a movie first and then it became a series. And I think I was about 22. Yeah, and he was like in his late 30s, right? Yeah, that's I like dudes in their 30s. So Indiana Jones, I was like in high school, but I mean junior high school. That wasn't kind of yeah. Maybe it was the same type of thing. Like I don't know if it was really sexual, but I don't think I can be like that unless I actually meet the person. I don't think I can be sexually attracted to a person I haven't met in real life. Yeah, but you can like think someone's cute because they have to be like in real life talking to you and pheromones and all that. I don't think you can just get that from photos and videos. Not me. So you can sort of develop crushes on people sometimes for different reasons that are not sexual. But no, I don't think that's ever happened to me that I have to think about it, where I was like, except for Neat. Yeah, I don't think he's a teenager though. I figured he was probably like 20 or 22 or something like that. I figured he was probably about 20. And and having like big hair and a beard and yeah, right off the bat a male could start growing facial hair in like junior high school if he's a certain and he's has that what do you call that? I don't think is it called ethnicity. Dudes that have brunette hair, they get beards before other people do. They're not blondes and redheads. So I warned the parents about it, yeah, to make sure they're shaving all the time and their hair is cut. Because people don't know it at first when they meet someone, but by the time you're 50, yeah, you see Nate in a shelter and you just go, don't even say hi to him, Mary. So that's why I never talked to him. I told Diane about it. She thought I was talking about someone else who I was not, because that dude actually looked way younger. And he was black, and he's like one of those black guys that's like looks like a child. He looks like a baby. Some people like that. Like the real short with the cornrows and no facial hair and like slight build. And he's like because his mother's white. So he's like light skinned. He looks like a child. Like Barack Obama. Yeah. They're not Akon. Yeah. So, anyways, they're not Akon. They don't have like that cool like Puerto Rican dudes do and stuff. They don't have any of that going on. So, anyways, um, yeah, that's why I told the parents if you know that you're a brunette Karen or your husband was, that needs to have a haircut and yeah, that's why I asked him how old he was. I knew he was young, and then 24. Yeah. So unless you want him being constantly hit on, because a lot it depends on what he wants. If he wants to go out with someone and who he wants to go out with, because some women, he said 20. What did he? 20's too young. You're 24 now. 20's too young. What did he say? 20, 23 or something like that. Remember when he yelled it at me? Okay, you're 24 back then. 20 is too young. You're gonna get in trouble. Yeah, that's you're gonna get in trouble. No, because what will happen is when you're 28, you'll still be saying 20, and then yeah, 22. Okay, that's still wicked young. It's only a 2 year age difference. So a lot of those women, like if that's younger than you, they don't like all that. That's why an old woman is going drool, and then another like gross old woman goes drool and puts her hand on your leg. That's why. That's way too much James Brolin Amityville at 24. So if you like, if you exactly, if you were trying to go out with someone who's 20, which you shouldn't be, you got to shave and cut the hair. That's You're like he's like an old Italian man looking in a mirror like, "Yeah." But the thing is that the females, they don't think like that. No, like James's ex-girlfriend. She was in college, so she was your age. She was a little bit younger than you, and she thinks George Clooney, ER, is old. So turn on George Clooney when in the ER days and go, he doesn't even have facial hair, right? And she thinks that's gross and old. So, anyways, don't confuse me right now. I forgot about that one. Boat to shovel it. That's I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if a 22-year-old's gonna like that or not. Yeah, that's too much heartthrob right there. That's definitely maybe women in their 30s, maybe. Yeah, women in their 30s. But if you like a 20-year-old, which means you've got to ask them how old they are, because they got to be 22. You got to stop doing that stuff. So I think it's the opposite. Yeah, I think it's the opposite for women. I got to say, I think it's the opposite for women. Just when I was in my 30s, man, my late 30s, I might have been doing it in my 40s, but I stopped doing that. I stopped going out like that, but just everywhere, dudes, and they were all young. They were all like 20 something. They like women in their 30s, apparently. Yeah, they like models. They like women that are sort of, have the je ne sais quoi. They like all that. This is what they like. A lot of the dudes in the 20s when I was in my 30s. Yeah, so just as an FYI, it doesn't mean all dudes, but a lot of them. The really hot ones. No, there's a lot of hot guys that like other types of women. I'm just being a jerk, but um, I know. Don't even just anybody that sort of has like my type of look or genetics is something you go, oh my god, like you did the same thing I did. What the hell was I thinking? Because your family probably. If you didn't have good female friends, yeah, like if I had stayed in Massachusetts, people would have gone. I think it's really time for a divorce. Probably after the second child, they would probably be like, "You got to get rid of this guy." The hell, you need a mirror, and you need to get rid of this guy. This is terrible. Because once I was forming friendships in my 30s, that's what everybody was saying. Because you can just tell probably when you meet a woman like that, especially like I said, if you meet someone on a cruise and you watch her morph and relax over the course of 12 days, eventually you go, you've got to get a divorce. Because that's what the guy said. He's like, why do you look hotter every time I see you? Because I was probably happy and relaxed. You're not allowed to do that when you're married to a person like that. They become abusive. Yeah, it's like envy your children, envy you because they're not happy people. Right. They don't have a good physique. They're not happy. It's almost like they're afraid you're getting a little bit too yourself. Yeah. You're getting a little bit too yourself. They don't like all that. Just as certain, they don't marry a Jew. Yeah, absolutely don't marry a Jew because we grow up too. Don't meet a Jew in college, right? That comes from dysfunction. That they probably can't tell that you've been repressed and abused. Because why are you even in a college? How are you an RA in a college? Just the whole thing. How are you in a fraternity? Like just even your academics alone. How did you even get there after all these hurdles that you had to jump through? So we do grow up, especially when we get away from the first domestic. Once a woman goes into her 30s and she's not busy pushing out children and breastfeeding, she wants to do other things. That's why when you met the person, she was working 2 works, going to college full time, and had her own car and had to cart your ass around, cleaning your apartment, caring for your 2 cats, getting a 4.0. Eventually, we want to be doing something when children are in school and stuff. Hello, yeah. Don't marry a Jew if you're gonna be like that. Anyways, if you are a Jew, then really make sure that you get rid of your dysfunction before you start courting. Always know this too, regardless of what these insane animals are trying to tell you, you can actually get away from the person. You can actually get away from the person. I don't know if you're going to end up in a shelter or whatnot. You're not me. They may not do that to you. Okay. I'm under Exodus 2010 because it's past Exodus 2010. It wasn't Exodus 2010 when I was working 2 works and going to college full time. Get it? I don't work. It's right in the book, Exodus 2010, and that's what you were told at Social Security, whether you like it or not. Okay? I also think the whole planet now understands, even though they don't want to hear it, they'll shove pencils in their ears, understandably, what not cooperating with suck your itty means. I think they know that after having to endure this business about suck a dick for 10 years previous. I think we all get what that means. So you things seem to have a hatred for your own penis. I don't think that's something that men go around saying. Okay, because it's bizarre. Like you might as well run around going, you didn't cooperate with licking ice cream. You didn't cooperate with sip hot cocoa on a cold winter's day. You didn't cooperate with cuddling and eating popcorn watching Netflix. You didn't cooperate with sunbathing and listening to ocean sounds. Okay? You clearly hate your own penises, not my fault. Different species, it's like it's difficult for your females to have to endure that business. And if you are females, you're even more disgusting. You can't think of anything more insulting and gross but your own penis. I mean, really. Get it? Neutered males? That's why they talk like that. That is not a normal phrasing. That's why I go, I'd never let you anywhere near my penis. Yuck. Definitely not men, not my species at all. That's why I said that before, man. I'd be one. I don't think I talk like that because all of it is vulgar, right? But it's just I I'm probably even worse as a man. Just really, because there's obviously going to be more of that. Um, no, no, I have one of those. No, thank you. You're not worth it. You got to be up to par. I mean, you can't know it. You have a better chance when I have a vagina because I don't have one of those. So that's when I'm really looking for one, and in its absence, not when I have one. You got to be a little bit nicer. Yeah. Okay, Brian Buchanan, like all y'all, just that's poor showing, even when I don't have one. Yeah. Truly, and that's all that's offered. Could you imagine? I have one of those. No, no, we have to be married. I have one of those. I can just go home and just jinga jinga jingy right on myself. What? That is the only way someone that vile got me to even go out with him. I know you go, you prostitute to males, they're clearly not gay. anyone, any gay dude, you go, we can see that you're cute, okay? Like Charles Manson, head shave, but no, no, Mary already told us that you're a jerk. You're heartless. Yeah. I know, just you're clearly not gay. He knows that anyway, but you are prostituting to neutered males that want to dominate you because they're gross. That's all they're doing is trying to dominate you, not they're trying to have sex with you. Most definitely. I mean, the couple of dudes that he presented to me, ew. Poor Jeremy. That's how messed up everything is. That's the funniest thing I heard myself say in a long time. What was that, yesterday? That's the funniest thing I've heard myself say in a long time. Just and then poor Jeremy, everyone probably thinks he's weird. There I am in shorts and flip flops and my hair. I've done my hair like a different color, and I'm in like a bra with boobs and an umbrella. Oh, like on 30% alcohol. Why would that make him seem weird? That's how messed up people are. Have you ever seen? I don't know anything about tents and tops. Yeah, I no, I don't. I'm not saying anything about that. But have you ever seen females around Quincy? Okay, maybe if you're sort of like if you was like an actual gay man and you're watching the stuff and you just go, I don't understand that. Yeah, are you like? And then people started telling people that I was gay, so they probably got even more confused. I'm not gay. No. Anyways, these are not typical females. I mean, I don't, even throughout my life, I don't remember meeting females like that. They are so rough and tumble. But I will say this in some people's defense, it's a protective measure and it's part of being like flipped out because you're forced to be like that when you're thrown into an environment like that. That's part of the atrocity because they're doing that crap to me too. I mean, before I came up here, I mean, seriously, I'm on cruises. I'm wearing 4-inch heels. I had Jen Aniston here for like 10 years. Oh yeah. Just I'm allergic to nail polish, so the most you're gonna get is a French manicure. But I had toenails done. I got the stuff that changes color in the sand. I'm in a bikini. I'm in one of those jelly bikinis, and I had a better waist because my medical condition wasn't as such. And just believe me, that's they make you have to be like that. Females themselves will attack you in the shelter if you don't seem like that. Oh yeah. It's like the whole environment forces that. So maybe it's almost like being a gay man in a place like that. Like what yeah, just even that when Sean showed up, when I put the boots on, got the haircut and the cigar and stuff, all of it, like the piping pants. And Jerry's like, what's going on with your boobs and stuff? I'm not gay. This is a shelter for male sex offenders. Whoa, okay. But that's what they have to tell themselves, like for my protection, because they probably would have burnt my hair. I'm not kidding you. Some of these females are rough. Yeah. So, anyways, women dress way down in shelters and they have to become sort of wicked feminine or they're going to be attacked. It's probably very similar to being a certain type of gay man, anyways. They're just going to be, they will either be raping you because they're male sex offenders that are creepy, or they're going to be forcing you to have to, you'd be like that stiff, weird, closeted gay when you're not even like that. Yeah. So Nope. But people are so messed up. You could have someone doing that. My hand to God, someone could say that to that Brian guy because they're wacko. Yeah, like, are you sure you're not gay? I mean, she's sort of mannish, isn't she? What the fuck are you on? That's mannish. That's what I'm talking about. Like, some of these people think a literal feminine woman is mannish. Oh yeah, just people are so messed up. And dudes that are not like whatever, I don't know what that is. They must be gay too. They were doing that to Sean. They were probably doing it to that Brian guy too. It's just like, you people are really messed up. So everybody is supposed to be a brute. Yeah, I think they do think that. Have you seen how their females act? Okay. And then some of their males, yeah, I mean, they're getting more aggressive too. So I think they think it's a hatred of human beings, but they're getting so de-evolved. They hate their own species too if they don't seem like them because they're so brain reduced. That's what I would say is going on. And apparently there was never any type of assessments done and truth being told to them because and now there's so many of them and they fly into these rages. Like when they tried to explain to them about daycare making their children more aggressive and they flipped out. They literally forced people to come out and say that wasn't true. And I'm watching this stuff going, what the fuck is going on? This is probably like 25 years ago now. Um, did I have children yet? It may have even been longer than that, but at least 25 years ago, right about that time. And I'm going, what the fuck's going on? So that's all it is. Just you tell people the truth and they flip out in an aggressive fury and then you lie. Oh, yeah. I probably did have children because I used to get that parents magazine and I remember reading it going, people are completely fucked. Probably. There's probably, who would appreciate me is those wicked Christians, as you call them, families where the wife doesn't work and they're wicked. People think they're weird. And uh, I don't know. Sometimes they have a lot of kids, though. They have even more than me and they homeschool and stuff. They would appreciate me because much of what they're saying is true. Right. It's just all those people that believe in an attack on America, an attack on God, an attack on Christmas. That is true because they're de-evolving. That's why they're doing it. It's like scary, isn't it? Well, obviously, God told you folks what to do. The ones that are not sinister about it, right? I can see almost to a degree you being pissed off at the other fraction of your species, but the way that you're treating me is completely unacceptable. Right, just this business and the comments and the repeated destitution for no reason, that is not helpful to your other members because clearly it's making me meaner, and I don't know if that's what it is. You're envious of them or something. I learn a lot by being observing other people where they can get like that. They will literally start attacking you because they're trying to fixate on me like I'm the mommy. And if I say anything positive about you, they get pissed. Yeah, just know that. And apparently, probably as their dementia gets worse, that will probably get worse. I mean, you got to think about beings that isolated me to this degree and won't let people talk to me at all on a phone or the internet. Okay, so anything that seems positive. Like, just like I said, the second I wasn't complaining about this Nikki Haley person, they made her quit. Yeah, like, I know you just go, what is this? All I can do is explain it to everyone to the best of my ability. Um, it's sort of like when I say something, when I'm talking about someone positively to him, he immediately says something negative about them. And she used to do that too, right? It's like like automatic negativity. But you know what? I bet you it's mostly coming from Tom Kent. I kind of misspoke about it's coming from her. I'm not sure that that in itself is really coming from her. I don't recall her doing that when I was young. Like, she's clearly abusive, but I don't recall her actually getting like saying negative stuff about all of my friends and stuff, but it's possible she did. I bet you that's coming from Tom Kent. Um, so it's part of it's like an envy that's unreasonable. Like a parent is jealous of that. I mean, it makes sense it was her. So maybe I just forgot or something, but um, it makes sense that it's someone who has major clinical depression, right? And it's like they're envious of their children's happiness. They're envious that the children can make friends. And it becomes sort of like, um, it makes sense him doing it with her because he's so attached to his parents. It's like a constant competition. He's actually filled with rage if the mother pays attention to another one of their children. You just go, I'm not your mother. So, yeah. But it seems like automatic. Like, I don't know if he even knows what he's doing because he never went to counseling or anything. So, but I don't want to keep talking about him specifically. It's just I only bring it up because I would say that you could have neutered males doing that, and that explains some of the behavior, right? Because you go, I don't think my children have that type of technology, and they don't have any reason to be doing that. But it's like people that would envy my own children. They'd murder my own 6 children and then do this. I don't think they're stuck in a previous. I think they may have made up previous for themselves that isn't even true. Based on this business, I went over that for years and years, and I still don't think that they get it. Like, I'm not an English royal. You're not like reconstituting the Tudor family, not with me being involved in it. And then it's debatable if that's actually historically correct. Gods began talking about that a couple of years ago, or it's left as a DSM. And it's like a DSM for a person. And God will bring that up because it explains psychology. So it sort of makes sense that a family could become ill and mentally retarded if the matriarch or the patriarch was sick and believed in incest, like to keep the genetic pool pure, like a ape, right? They may try to introduce people that they thought had superior genetics. They could actually kidnap a person and then try to not really incorporate that person in the family, but just have them produce offspring that become part of their family. People could become that sick. Some of the behaviors that she was doing, it was almost like she thought I was a servant that was being stored upstairs in her house. Like, her dementia was already that bad. Her and Candy. Like, I get stored in a room. I come down, I cook, I do things for her. This whole business about who's in charge and all of that. I'm not a primate. I'm not your servant. He doesn't really do that. I gotta say, he definitely has primate behaviors, and he seems like he's definitely got major clinical depression and displays a lot of the bad stuff that Tom Kent and her did. But I don't think he really tries to make me a slave. He has the issue with the territory where he seems to become anxious if I'm not just in this room like this. He definitely has that. He seems to have a little bit of mocking behaviors and a little bit of blocking. But he has yet to attack me for eating or just outright blocking. But yeah, like the quick stuff about he did it with Tom at the food pantry when I was talking about the people in the tents. That's probably Tom Kent doing that because it's right out of his mouth as soon as, yeah, like it's an instant negativity, I mean, clearly he's got major clinical depression. He spent an inordinate amount of time around his parents, whereas I was not doing that. They were fixated on them, especially the father. It's interesting because and it probably has something to do with the father being in competition with her and him still being pissed about a divorce, because the two children that basically look like her, in for some reason they were the most sort of like, I guess, clinging on to him, whereas James and I were pretty much ostracized. But I know that his wife liked us. His wife basically wanted to step parent James and I, and he was only 4 and I was only like 8 or 9. We could have used a stepmother, to be honest with you. She was buying us Christmas gifts, taking us places. Uh, I don't know if James even remembers that, but I don't remember bad things about her. But I didn't like Tom Kent, and I don't think he liked me. He probably didn't like me or James, but he liked them too. And so it didn't work out very well because I don't think Lorraine liked them. And at least Cindy couldn't stand Lorraine because it would make sense she liked me because I'm cute. I'm a wicked, optimistic, cute person, especially as a child. And I remember Tom Kent going, "You were always such a happy child," when I went in the hospital for the eating disorders, because I am a happy person. That's why I suffered so much abuse because of the people around me. I am a very happy person. So the I lost track of what I was just saying. I look like him. I'm definitely his daughter, where the rest of his children don't. And she was a brunette too, and she only had one child. She had a son. She didn't ever have a daughter. So people decided to mess that up for her. She was going to have a stepdaughter that looked like her and looked like her husband. I don't know. We were doing. She would put me in her wigs and stuff and take Polaroid pictures, and we made a whole story. Yeah, it's like she worked for Polaroid her whole life. She got brain cancer, I think, from working at a Polaroid factory. So, anyways, I never had a problem with her, but it obviously began to cause a problem. And when I'm only that age and I'm constantly being bombarded with abuse because I don't hate the person and she doesn't hate me. So I would assume the same thing happened with James. Right. So she probably played a role in that. She probably didn't like it. So, anyways, Michael, Nate, the rest of you, it doesn't matter if we're all going to die. Eventually, we're going to rebirth. Gives me something to talk about. I know I haven't even gotten dressed yet. It worked out yesterday, so I'm not going to stress about it. Yeah, please, enough with the Chaz. They're probably going to believe us. We don't want to be with the Chaz. Okay? We're tired of being fed drugs and alcohol down our throats, and probably dodging the Chaz away from other females. That's typically what happens. It just becomes wicked disgusting. Like literally, they've got to be like you would think a woman would be, where they're captured by one of these things or a group of them. Or they won't stop attacking other females. Because they'll literally kill me to keep me away from a male they're trying to get to. They're deranged animals. They don't care if the dude doesn't want to be with them. Haven't you seen the videos? They don't care if the dude doesn't want to be with them. If anything, the more abusive and disgusted he is, they probably enjoy it more. They're like de-evolving into disgusting animals, just like the videos where they are in a rape tunnel and they won't stop trying to indicate with this friggin' animal until he screws them, just to get them the F away from him. It wouldn't matter how you talk to them, hitting them, they like it. Yeah, it's gross, I'm sure. Ugh. I honestly, most neutered males are more interested in raping other males because it's a dominance. Right. I usually don't have that much of a problem with neutered males unless a cha is influenced them to attack me. That's when there's a problem. Dude on the corner. That's why I said that. I know exactly where that comes from. All due respect, I know exactly where that comes from. And I'm sure you're enraged in it half the time too, because you know it. You know that someone's completely screwed up your brain and now you can't even socialize with people. Like, I'm pretty familiar with male sex offenders. Okay? Your word said it all. That's why I have to talk to you like that. God knows. God knows why. I have to talk to you like that. That's why you revealed it by the words that you said back to me. Just like the guy in Washington Street. Yeah, if you were ever wondering, it's if other females, because God is, it's a protective thing. Because unfortunately, whatever the distortion is, even hello means let's do it. Right? You had them at hello, every single person. Right. Like it doesn't mean you can never go out with someone, but you're going to meet them in a different way. He probably doesn't even like those super friendly females. That's the problem. Because if his mother's like that, right, it's a weird sort of contradiction. Anybody that's been through recovery knows. They haven't completely separated from her, even though she's gross. So they don't, yeah, actually want to be with a female like her. They can recognize it. Some of them maybe dabble in that in the beginning and they realize this is why I'm so abusive and this is why I'm so disgusting because this person is just like this woman, right? But from what I can tell, they can't separate. Some of them cannot separate from their mother ever. Yeah, it's just the nature. The ones that are primates, the ones that are the other species, it becomes a living hell. The mother has to literally die. And then they'd have to be in therapy where they're not equating their thoughts and behaviors to their own mother. And then maybe, just maybe, they can reject that stuff. Otherwise, you ever hear some of them talking about, you're never going to insult my mother, and it doesn't matter how disgusting the mother is, that's why you can't get well. It's not about insulting your mother, it's about learning to recognize her input and rejecting it. Psychotherapy can be difficult for other species. It's important to recognize that it's another species because even the therapy has to be different. They can't get any type of. I don't do psychotherapy. I can do it's. I don't call it a diagnosis. They present, and then you. There's only so many equations that lead to that. But clearly, without spending time around a person, you don't know the actual specifics. But even just that, there's only so many things that cause that. And because it's presenting, they actually say a lot, even in that brief amount of time. So that's all I do. Yeah, I don't do weekly counseling. Like it's called a referral, right? So if it's a other species, a lot of times, like I just said, it's got to be done in a different way. Like it's so difficult, and they usually end up just medicated to control their behavior. I've heard him say stuff like, I'm not going to have my childhood destroyed. That's the person, even though he never went into psychotherapy, forget it. That's just, what was it? Medicate, placate, medicate. Exactly. Just placate, medicate. Some of them encourage stay home, stay safe. Just medicate and placate. As soon as they say words like that, uh, it's not even about that, but some people nowadays, it's like we looked at your other family members' Facebook page. Okay. Placate and medicate. You don't make any sense, by the way. Right. Like it's part of depersonalization. But You can't be flipped out and bringing all these dudes in the house verbiage if you don't have a bad childhood. I mean, come on. Okay, so you grew up in a household where repeatedly your mother brought like swaths of sex offenders into a household. Okay. And you're not going to have your childhood ruined? Okay. Just leave it alone. That's how God Almighty's dealing with it. If you create a whole nother thing for yourself, it's part of narcissism too. So it is what it is. Placate and medicate. And don't bother what God's doing with them. Right, because they're clearly not seeking out psychotherapy anyways. Yeah, if you're not committing crimes and you're not seeking out psychotherapy, then that's how it goes. Oh man, my arm's gonna be sore tomorrow. Whoa. It's been a long time since I was doing water bottles. I don't know, man. I knew that my arms were not what they used to be, but whoa. That'll probably never happen again. It's usually like the first time I do something in a wicked long time. Well, it's good. That means I got a good workout. That is what that means. It means it was effective. Maybe I'll wear some warm socks. Right now I feel cold, which is a good sign. Maybe I'll put one of these on. I got one of these. All right. I know. Don't even get me going. And this is the other thing too, is I would assume, because now there's no donations ever, that they told people that we all got incomes and phones and then shut off everyone's incomes, right? Okay, and started blocking everybody on the internet again, so we don't even have a way to tell these people that we're destitute again. Fantastic. Did they tell everyone we got housing and incomes? Are we happy and well somewhere? Fucking insane. And then this is what I said. This is why I don't like it. This is why I don't like it. Don't get mad and upset with me, but the thing about the shelters, clearly this is people going like they're gonna kill someone 45, because that's the finger, in case you didn't know that. And Trump and nuclear weapons, right? Okay. And I don't know what 9 months means. Like they're gonna happy birthday you. They will literally do it. That's the problem. Just like you saw at Dedham District Court. They will literally do it. They will start kicking people out of shelters every 9 months, like it's an arena. Right, because you go, I don't know, maybe they're making fun of them and then they're going to talk to them. Okay. Because, yeah, after about 8 months, it's going to be about 8 months. Is that what they're saying? Yeah, it's going to be about 8 months because you just started this in February. Maybe that's what they're talking about. Like, they won't let us talk to you, Mary, but we can see that you can still occasionally see our news broadcasts. Okay. Clearly, we understand exactly what's been going on, and they block everybody, not just you. Obviously. I mean, that much time saying a phone number, that's scary. Nope, there's no text. Nope. Spooky, scary. Some of it I explained, like it's got something to do with shutting me off when you're already blocking anybody from seeing me or talking to me. How am I offending anybody but you? I know. I mentioned it before, and I kind of was going with that. How are they seeing her? It's a prophet. It's God doing it. They don't have to be able to see me. And you're not supposed to then make it worse, like you're testing everyone. Oh my God, let's see if they can all think a thought together. No, let's not do that. That's called a fucking concentration camp. Okay? Been there, done that, apparently. Okay? I seem to be real familiar with it because it was probably going on before Germany. Right? It's like a progression of a disease in a species. After a while, you become really good at recognizing it and you go, oh, Jesus, God, no, not the face masks. Not the lottery, is that what they call it? Yeah, just, oh my God, not the face mask. Oh, 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 oh. Not to be confused with, oh, I think it was more like, oh yeah, she's really good at it, man. The second she came out, I am not kidding you. And then she did it for a good year whenever she would cry. Every time she'd do a cry, like a baby cries, not ooh, like a baby crying. That's all you call it, but I don't know if it's exactly crying. Yeah, I think they think they're talking or singing or yelling. I don't think that's like crying is when you cry tears, right? That's she did it every time. She came out doing it. That's it. I'm gonna kill everyone. Clearly, there was a time period between Jessica Savage drowned in a car to 1995. Wait, did I mess up when she was born? Yeah. Yeah, I did. I got pregnant with her in 1995, right? Oh my God, my brain's going. 1996. She had to be born in 1996. Yeah. It sounds like she's much closer in age to the third one because of the dates, but she's actually closer in age because the first one was in December. So she couldn't have been born in 1995, Mary. 1996. Yeah. 1994, December. So by June, she can't be born in March of 1995. Whoa. So there's a time period between whenever Jessica Savage drowned in a car to 1996, not 1995. So yeah, I had one because we were talking about this at the food pantry. I had one in December, and then the next June. No, the next July because it was 4th of July, right? The next July, I found out I was pregnant again, and then she was born in March. Yeah, so they're 14 months apart. But it seems like if you don't think about it and you look at the dates real quick, it seems like they're closer together when they're not, but they're only 18 months apart. The next I had 14 months apart and then 18 months apart. And then there was a lull. There was like a break and it was like 22 months. Or 20 months or something like that. There was like a longer period of time because it went from 1997 to 1999. Yeah, so it's probably like 20 months. And then it went from 1999 to 2002. I had 6 and 7 years. The oldest was 7 when I had the last two. So, no, I think that's the way to do it for sure. Definitely. I mean, clearly, I think your body, if you're like me and you have a long torso and you're active and stuff, then that's the way to do it. And you breastfeed. I talked to a doctor about it when I was getting pregnant with my third because it was planned, and about having them that close together. And he goes, no, as long as you're not anemic, the only thing you worry about is your iron stores. So the first 3 I had in 33 months. I had 3 under 3. Yeah. So some people do that. Some people have them like back to back, like they're 10 months apart. So So what happens is it gets harder to get pregnant because when you're breastfeeding, it gets harder to get pregnant that close together. So, anyways, 10 years of diapers. Yeah. 10 years of diapers. I think we had a diaper party, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we had a diaper party after the last two were potty trained. No, I didn't miss the diapers. Like when you have them all close together like that, yeah. It probably wouldn't even be that weird about menopause. Not that it's super weird, honestly, but it probably wouldn't even be that weird about menopause if I was still with around my children. But in terms of like stuff like that, like menopause and aging, I would have never known that I was like this when I was younger. Yeah. You don't, I guess when you're younger, you don't know what you're going to be like. I never thought about it. I never thought about it. Like, I never thought about being older and aging and what yeah, it was not in my mind. So I guess it doesn't really bother me. I'm not I wouldn't even say I'm handling it well. I don't really have an emotional reaction to menopause. You know who it seemed to really bother was Rebecca Donahue. She, for some reason, and she still had her children in her life, but yeah, it seemed to like it probably has something to do with so much of her esteem is associated with attracting males, where I don't have that. Yeah, it seems like it really bothered. She kept talking about it. Yeah. I don't really like to talk about female things. I mentioned that before. I find it kind of gross. All of it, like pooping, menstruation, in terms, especially like it's not just ladies. Men shouldn't really talk about poops and stuff. I think it's kind of yeah, in terms of like a seeming a certain way, like it's not good for a female to point out per se that she has a uterus. That can be a hindrance in life. Some groups of people, if you point it out, like once males begin to see you as an equal, and then you say something about having a uterus, it seems to cause an issue. Um, it's better they sort of picture that you have a penis so that they'll just keep you on an equal level. But I would hope to God that human men are not like that. But I guess not in that respect. I meant in general, but I think human men, because I know I'm like this, if I'm not interested in going out with you, I really don't think about men and women like that. So I don't know if that's a difference in the species. It seems to me it is, but you'd have to ask them. Yeah, just it seems like every person they meet, they're aware, like they make a mental note of it that you have whatever part you have. Yeah, I don't do that. I really don't. It's almost like men and women are kind of the same unless they do something weird to particularly point out to me which sex they are. Yeah, I don't really think I treat males and women, I mean, men and women differently either. Um, I will say that. Things about myself that I've noticed. Uh, I don't know if sometimes I think God points it out. Because when you're a certain way, I guess you don't. If it's something that bothers you about yourself or that's a topic for you, you might notice it. I think He points out things to me, and I go, "Oh, okay, is that a thing that people do or something?" It's obviously sometimes it's insulting to women. Uh, Everything in life right now is about two different species, so you have to kind of differentiate. I don't think human women ever are having some sort of an issue with other women, right? The other species, it's obviously sometimes easier in life to deal with males. Uh, I think females interpret it in the wrong way. Even the other species. I don't think every male of the other species is like, ooh, boobs and pretty face and stuff. I really don't. You have some of them that are like that, but they're not all like that. It's just they're more chill than females, and typically females of the other species don't like to hear that. But maybe some of them are aware of it and they joke about it. Yeah, like it's just um sometimes it's a kind of reflection about themselves. Yeah, just if males have a female in their life that they like and respect, it doesn't mean that they want to have sex with them. Okay, it's just that can be difficult for some females to accept, right? It's just you have to trust a dude. I mean, good luck trusting dudes, right? You have to trust a dude when he goes, it's really nothing like that. Yeah, it's really nothing like that. And maybe the woman would know it, especially if she was so different than the other woman. You go, yeah, I guess I can see that because that is nothing like me. Yeah, that's nothing like me. So I can see that that's not a person that you would. Uh, that seems actually easier for my species women. Yeah, because some of these dudes of the other species, it really seems like they lie and they just don't care. It's like basically a hole. Yeah, it just seems like that. They go with the easiest thing, and well, it depends. If it's someone who's like can get a trophy, depends on his personality. He wants a trophy. She has her own money. She works. Um, she doesn't demand this and that. I mean, she doesn't want to have talk. She lets me control the remote control. Um, she has the hottest body and stuff. I don't know. They really don't seem to bond to your personality. I gotta say, I just don't see it with males of the other species. And well, I haven't had conversations with a man that's my species, but like knowingly. If I did, I don't think I have to. It's just the nature of my species, right? I don't think I have to have conversations with them. Um, yeah, like their thoughts and ideas about men and women would be similar to mine. It's a whole different species. Just the whole thing I explained to you about the hermaphrodites and bloop 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 and evolving into sometimes you're a male and sometimes you're a female. Sometimes you're a man and sometimes you're a woman. I like to say that. Sometimes you're a man and sometimes you're a woman, but the whole species is male, as opposed to the other species is all females. That's kind of how I view it. That's the easiest way to put it. It's not that there's no men and women, right? It's just I think that my species is all males. Like we're just all very chill and stuff. And that all that other business where women are something and you got to smack them around and stuff is the other species, right? If there ever was any of that in terms of hormones and a protective mechanism for your children and keeping meals away from you and stuff, it how would human men be doing that though? How would human men be doing that to a human woman? That lacks sense. And it's been around so long, we've cycled so many times in both sexes that you're in control of your hormones. It's not all these excuses where you have a vagina and so and you're crazy, or you have a penis and so you're in charge and you got to act a certain way and stuff like that's crazy. Yeah, like can you see how they seem all females? Yeah, I mean, come on, Karen. You're trying to do that now and you're a female. You're a woman. You're trying to do that now and you're a woman. Come on now. We don't want to know. That's kind of scary as a man. Yeah, that's scary as a male. That's already that sort of bossy and you're in charge and like that many chicks in the bed with you. So that sounds like scary as a male. Yeah. I'm not his girlfriend, but it sounds funny. You're intimidating, like you can beat up your son's girlfriend and stuff. Like that's your daughter and I'm a dude. Eventually I'll get up and get dressed, yeah. That hasn't changed. My viewpoint on that hasn't changed in terms of the other species really seems like they're all females. And then my species, I hope to God, is all males. It's the all male review. I don't know, but I can make up that this discussion happened before. And then people go, oh my God, she's still saying the same thing. She's still saying it, even though now she has a uterus. Oh boy, maybe that is what it is. It's raining men. Is that what Warren said too? Because if you have anything documented from before, and now Warren's saying that now, boy, are you in trouble. Anything about it's raining men or men should be in charge or something? Anything about a woman should never have to be forced to take on this level of responsibility or something? That would be funny as hell. No woman should pick her own husband or something. I don't know. I guess it's already 4:30, even though I said I was gonna have almonds. I know I since I'm doing the arm stuff, I should get some sunflower seeds at the very least and put if I'm gonna keep doing this business with the salads and put sunflower seeds. But I've been putting oh shoot. I might still have time. It's 4:30, but that would push back dinner. I'm gonna have to go without beans tonight. I guess I could just do almonds and raisins and then fruit later, and then um, do a salad tomorrow. But I'm thinking if there was anything in danger of going bad. I finished up the tray other than the peppers. I don't think I can eat enough almonds, so it's not like the peanuts. I can't eat a pound of almonds. No, I can't eat a pound of almonds. No, so I don't think that's gonna work. That's I'd still be hungry. 4:30, 9, maybe if I did it like right now, and then I might be able to eat again at like 9, unless I go sleepy and fall asleep at like 8 o'clock at night. I think I'm better off doing a. I don't have that much. I don't have a huge amount of chicken either. I think I'll keep that up here and I'll do the salad first. Yeah, that's how you do it because then I don't have to prepare anything. And I'm probably likely to eat more food. Yeah. I guess I'll have to make myself do it by like, I don't know, 5 or 6. That's what I did last night too. Um, Let me pick up. I got that stuff picked out. What else am I going to put on? God, my shoulders. I was like sweating in my sleep last night. Well, I mentioned the even though I didn't want to about hormones, so it's probably that. But I know it's like, wow, I really revved up my metabolism. Um, you know what? He warned me too because I went to bed with this robe on, and I shouldn't have. I should have taken the robe off. I don't usually sleep in the robe. No, I usually take the robe off when I'm under the covers and stuff. So I made the mistake of taking the robe off, keeping the robe on, and then I woke up in like I don't know the mid. I'll call it the middle of the night. I don't know what time it was, and the robe was literally wet. I was sweating so much. That hasn't happened in a while. It's got to be hormones. Yeah. Considering other things, it's definitely going to be hormones. So I remember other people that I talked to, it seems to be something that your body does, but I didn't have like an actual cycle. I didn't have an actual like menstrual cycle. Yeah, it's just spotting. But I've heard people where they said they went like a whole almost a year without one, and then they had one that was wicked heavy, and then they never got it again. I think it's been like 3 different people that told me that. So that must be a weird thing that your body does. It does makes like one last ditch effort to stay working. I'm not doing that. No, I know everything seems to be like less whatever with me, so that's good. Good for my species to hear if they were in some sort of bad genetics. Some people have all sorts of problems with their ovaries and stuff, and they have wicked bad menstrual cycles. I've never had that. Never had heavy periods or anything. I've also heard from some women that had tubal ligations that had problems and had to have a hysterectomy. I don't have any of that. It's been 22 years now. 22 years now. Yeah, I don't have any issues with that either. So, well, it could just be their bodies, or it wasn't because of that, but they equated it to that. It's been a couple of women told me that they had tubal ligations and then they just had nothing but problems and ended up having to have a hysterectomy. So, long torso. And if you know you don't have a long torso, don't marry a super huge dude. Clearly in life, right? It just depends on the person, but clearly in life, if you want to get married, uh, I don't know how important having children is to you, but you need to know that when you're courting. So you might just be mixed up about who you want to court, or you're mixed up about whether you want children or not. Right? If you're someone who thought you always wanted to have children, and you think you like tall dudes or like huge tall dudes or like those lumberjack people or like a basketball player, something is off, in my opinion. Something's off, right? Because why would God do that to you? So that's a good way to not get in a marriage that's not going to work out. In particular, after you birth a kid or two and your body's destroyed from it. So before you actually get married, you need to figure out why that's going on. You might not actually want children, but you think you do. Like Jordan Woods is a big person, and you wouldn't know that until you looked up her statistics. So yeah, I mean, she wants to marry another big, huge person. I mean, maybe she could birth one of his children. I mean, it's refreshing that he didn't try to marry some teeny tiny woman. That's crazy. If yeah, say that you're like a teeny tiny female, right? And you think you might want to have like a family or something. Uh, Someone like that Brian Buchanan person, you could probably court and marry, right? Yeah, obviously it's not a drug addict, but he's like 5'10", and which is not short, but he's not a huge person. He probably wouldn't produce a huge baby. Yeah, just genetically. The two of you probably wouldn't produce a baby. But if you knew who his parents were, that's helpful too. Right. So chances are he doesn't have his parents aren't big people. So that's don't do it to a little tiny female. Dudes, don't do it. Yeah, that is you've got to get a vasectomy. Yeah, like the two of you need to really come to terms with what you actually want in life because it's weird. Like a healthy of mind person, in my opinion, like my species, when you're 22 or something, 23, you don't want children. Like that's not in your head, right? Like you're just like, hey, who's this? Like you want to be married. So if you just consist, but it's something to consider when you're courting. So if things aren't matching up, accept it for what it is. And then if you go out with another person that's either tiny or tall, depending on which sex you are, and the same thing happens, maybe right, that's what it is you think you like a certain thing and you don't. And when you start courting, there's nothing there. And that's why. So maybe you do actually want children. But if you started courting someone that's like huge like that, and you're tiny, or you're huge like that, and she's tiny, and then like you're getting more and more and more attracted, maybe you don't want children, and just get a vasectomy. Yeah, because I don't want to get into the graphic nature of it, but nothing's going to be the same in a teeny tiny woman like that if she has children with a guy that big. Yeah, that nothing's going to be the same. So you may want to consider that before you ruin your honey. So I don't know if people discuss that typically, like your parents. I hope when you're an adult and you're right, you'd have to be at least 22 to be courting. So hopefully you have an adult or they have a rabbi, right? So or a nun. Nuns aren't priests. I'm not sure priests do that. A priest would go, "Oh God, we don't," because priests are males, so it's like an uncomfortable sort of thing, right? Maybe they do, I don't know, but nuns are not priests. Okay, so uh, obviously, if they're Jewish, then their parents would be having those conversations. And just be prepared for that if you're courting someone who's Jewish, that their parents would be like, okay, so are you planning on having children? Okay. Uh, I don't know. Maybe there's some sort of a book or something. Right. I don't know. You don't want to. Some of it is like it depends on how graphic people are, if they're disgusting. But maybe there's like a website that you found. Okay, well, these are websites from women that are 4'11". Okay, and they married someone that's 6'5". Okay, so if you two, this is your homework. If you two would read some of this, here's the website, and then we'll talk about that at the next dinner or something. Because that's not going to work out right there. I know. Could you imagine? It's like, I don't want to. No, it's not about that. I'm not. That's why you go, okay, well, that's just something to think about because, especially if it's your daughter, right? You're like, in unspoken words, I really prefer you don't destroy my daughter and then you have to get a divorce. Okay, because in sickness and in health, that's right. Especially if you caused that. So, well, sometimes people are like, I don't care. I, I love her so much and I would never do that and I'm going to be committed, but then your relationship will be destroyed by it. Yeah, it's not something you plan to do. You got to, that's why it's good to be an adult before you're courting and honest. Is there some reason why you're not courting Susie Swayway right now? Okay, that's why. Because you wanted it, you wanted something else, right? That's why you're not courting. I don't know, some of these females out there that already have three in the can, right? That's why you're not doing that. You don't want to have a discussion with them about it. It's just I'm just because I'm someone's mother and I'm old, right? It's just, but I'm not having a discussion with you about it. But just know I know. Okay, so Oh, yeah, no, I have that already. We can get Megan Fox to do it. We'll do Megan Fox. What was that? We'll get Megan Fox Prime for puberty, and then we can do Vivian Lee goes all out Jew, and has like poolside meet the parents recording. Like Demi Moore, she could have been doing it if she didn't do all that stuff to her face, if that was actually her. I was wondering if they had a female impersonator. I don't know, unless she was having a problem before, and that's not typically what she looks like. And then she started eating food again. Could be that. Well, you definitely don't want to make someone feel bad that was having body dysmorphia and then started eating again and then started accusing her of looking bad. It wasn't really about that. It was more about looking altered. Not like surgically altered, not she was mentally altered, but she could have been doing that. She has a bunch of daughters. Well, it's not like you wouldn't be like that with sons, but I mean, I don't know what you're displaying to a future daughter-in-law, but you're insane if you were doing poolside parental meetings with females. Like Cheryl Teague's daughters, and then people go, aren't you a little bit like, what is your mother doing? She's helping me court hotter dudes. Because she's like old and she looks like that, but she's old. So get it? I'm her daughter. So dudes are supposed to go, oh, all right, I see. And then other females, they meet their mother and go, whoa. Yeah, no thanks. Sometimes the aging process is not what you think it's going to be. You can get some of that by looking up celebrities. Well, you have a little bit of that with Ava Gardner, but I gotta say, she's so beautiful in youth that a dude probably isn't going to care. You fall in love with someone and then you go. She looked a little bit weird in that one video. By then, the dude's old too. So, but yeah. I don't really mean those types of women. I think you see it a lot in fair complexion of females. It's just something I've noticed. You see it a lot in women that are blonde. Probably more so that than redheads even. Some of them just, you look at their parents, and then if it's just being overweight, then clearly don't blame that on who you're courting. That's how you find out through how they are. Not they have an eating disorder and they're paranoid about being fat. It's just whatever their lifestyle is. Yeah, there's a difference in that too, because eventually you've got to let them be able to heal, and then part of their healing maybe they're going to be a lot bigger than when you met them. So it's really better to court people that are already emotionally well. Just like you take a person to a detox, right? And then you expect some communication at some point. Anyways, yeah, I mean, honestly, if he had stayed in a program and then contacted me, obviously, if he was at a hospital when I got there and he was in the hospital still, even if he was on the bench of the hospital and broke up with me, I don't even know if I would have interpreted everything the way I did. But I mean, clearly, you just go, whoa, that is like a heartless person. Some people can shock you, the persona and the acting they do, but I've been through it before. He was no Gross Jim Morrison. I mean, anybody that met that guy, I don't know. I may never meet somebody that ill again. That was like, whoa. Ever see those shows about the women that suffer the lovelorn con? It's like that. That's why there's so many females that don't like him. It's not Alex. It's not like you. Hell no. You're talking about a person that acts like he's never been so in love in his life. Just, I don't want to get into the details, but it's just the stuff that he does and says. And then you find out, you just go, oh my God, this dude is completely ill. So he doesn't mean any of it, or he means all of it with 3-4 people in 6 months' time. Get what I'm saying? He's just a loon. That came up on the walk about some of these people from the Dreamers. I don't know if they still think the same way they were thinking in 2009. They all thought he was disgusting. Yeah, they all thought he was disgusting. They didn't like him. They would just, obviously he was that dude's manager, so they had to talk to him. He talked to everybody. He was like a complete, like, charismatic smoozer. But they all thought he was sleazy and disgusting and like having, like, sexing everybody like a maniac or whatever. And I don't think they thought he was attractive at all. Yeah, like, I think they probably thought, like, whatever about me. Like, even Pam, she was mean about it. She probably didn't even know why she was being mean to me at the time. Was it still not envy or like that jealousy word, Pam? Okay. I think it probably was. Anyways. People change, right? But I mean, I'm sure it probably was. Not for any reason. No, not for any reason. Obviously, I didn't stay with him. Obviously, that was a bunch of crap. There was not a reason to be envious or jealous. Yeah. Um, like, even Katie and Pam, Janice Joplin, I don't know. Pam, I don't know. They're probably like, oh, all right, I guess why this would probably happen, but still not. I mean, obviously, you didn't know who he was either. No, right? But you just go. I'm sure some of them probably went, and we were all making fun of her for even going out with him. Okay, we were all like hanging around with some dude that used to live down the manor in Dedham, and like he's a superstar, and then we're making fun of her because she's, I guess, dating Jim Morrison. Anyways, I don't know, man. Some of them are probably like, huh? I don't know. None of them are really into the Doors, I don't think. But you realize that you could have actually met Jim Morrison, right? Some of them, I think, are still struggling with it. Like, they don't believe in reincarnation anymore and stuff. Okay, so it's like difficult. You realize you could have met Jim Morrison, right? Okay. Well, I'm not sure that you could have met Elvis Presley because I didn't take you to one of his shows. I took Judy Garland to an Elvis Presley show. I don't think he did a meet and greet. Yeah, but she really enjoyed that show. Yeah, but you realize no, I don't think you really probably could. I don't remember. He came to Boston once. Yep, and I traveled up here and I went there with Erin to the show. She liked it. We went there and we went to Mumford and Sons. So, um, but clearly, like, some of them were invited to be going to. Was it Club Pasm? And they wouldn't go. I know, you just go, okay. I mean, you went to Kid Rock, but I don't think any of them were really into the Doors, so maybe that's not that disappointing. But anyways, Yeah, we've had like 3 conversations. Not like in depth, no, but I've had like 3 conversations with Elvis Presley. One, the first I went to Nashville because of him. That's why I went there. It's just some weird, inexplicable thing. I wasn't going there trying to screw him. It was just some weird thing where I that was the reason I went there. I looked it up online because my daughter had told me about these Twilight books, and I read like the whole series in a weekend. And then I got they had the first movie was on DVD, and then I looked it up, and then I realized there was a whole fan club, and I listened to the song and stuff, and I'm like, all right, well, this is because it was all females in a club in a fan club. I'm like, this is a good way for me to make friends, and I travel all the time. Right. So I'm like, I've never been to Nashville. It really was like that. It's like, I've never been to Nashville, Tennessee. That sounds fun. Da da da. So yeah, that's what I did. That was like that whole outfit and hair and everything of Almost Famous when I went there. So I went there. I saw the thing. I went to the Country Music Hall of Fame. That was before I met up with them. I did that. I do stuff on my own, and the first night, the first night, he asked me for my information. Gross Jim Morrison, yeah. So, anyways, we went. James left early. James was there. He met me there because he was on leave, and I had already traveled to Colleen once, and it was hellish, and I wasn't going to do that again. I spent $1,000 to fly there, and spend whatever amount of time in Colleen, and I wasn't going to do that again. So I suggested if you wanted to go to Nashville, and then I took him to the thing, that bar. He was pissed. It was a bar full of females. Oh yeah, just and he left early because he had social anxiety or whatever he did. And so we all went to an after party afterwards. And then we went to another after party after that. But at the first after party, it was like it was at that piano bar, and then the place closed, and Elvis Presley was sitting down. I probably sat down in a chair, and I was like, I wanted to meet you. Like that's why I came here, and I think that's pretty much all I said. And then people came and said, "We're all going to come on, Mary. We're all going to the thing." And I was like, "Okay." So they had another after party at a hotel, and he was there. Gross Jim Morrison was there, and Mike Rigo from the Manor was there, and all these females. I would assume that I was like so drunk, but I would assume like Janis Joplin was there. Yeah, because that's where they were staying. There was like a main group of females that were running. Um, oh yeah, and Billie Holiday. They were running the fan club. Does it still seem weird that that couldn't happen? Okay, like Janis Joplin and Billie Holiday wouldn't meet Elvis Presley and Jim Morrison. To me, it seems like they would, especially Jim Morrison was wicked into blues and stuff. So, anyways, and probably Elvis Presley, but anyway, they went to their hotel room, and I was like laying on one of the beds, not naked or anything, and then he came in and said, "Hi, Mary," right to me, like he remembered my name and stuff. And we didn't really have a lot of conversations, no. And I remember I dropped my sunglasses or my coat or something, and I went like this to pick it up, and I just completely fell off the bed. It was actually kind of funny. That's me. Get it? It's like a bumbly person, and none of it is done on purpose. But it was funny. They're like, "Are you all right?" That's probably what models do. You have to ask them. I was like, it was 2009, so I was like 37. Yeah. I mean, think about it. 37, me with the heels and the leather coat and the bloop. That's cute. People like that. A drunken, friendly model. So, anyways, they dropped me back off at my hotel. Yeah, I didn't spend the night in anybody's room or anything. I went right back to my hotel, and I remember I got up the next day. I had burnt holes, not blisters, beyond blisters, holes in my feet That took it. I looked like I was going to have scars from that because they were like these awesome shoes that were like wooden and square. That's how I could stay on my feet. That's why Barbara Hutton, the time that I did fall, she couldn't believe it because I would be like so blotto in 4-inch heels and never falling. I could still walk in them. I know, just all these, it's been 13 years now flat footed because of these things. So it's just a little bit about me. Yeah, right. So, anyways, that was when I had my Hello Kitty shirt with the peace sign and the leather coat and the hair and the big long. I like to get these big long necklaces. Yeah, I think I had my boots, but I don't. Did I bring boots too? I used to like to wear boots, but that night I had jeans and the shoes and just like a regular shirt. That's how models dress, you know. I did wear skinny jeans, but not that night. I don't think I had skinny jeans on that night, but I did wear a lot of skinny jeans with heels too. So, anyways, I was like smaller then because I'm naturally thin, and my medical hadn't progressed. I had already had 6 children, yeah, but I was smaller, and but still, in shape. That was when um, who was it? I don't know. I wasn't. I was with other females. It wasn't Janis Joplin. We didn't really like become. We didn't like meet really and become that good of friends until after I wasn't with Gross Jim Morrison anymore. So anyway, we it was other people, uh, but I think it was the same visit. It was like a different night, and there was going to be some sort of a marathon or something. No, was that when I went with Betty? Anyway, it was the same time period. I was in Nashville, and there was some sort of a marathon, and some dude asked me if I was running in the marathon the next day. Yeah, and when I went there with James, that's when James goes, and I hadn't even started working out yet. It was after that trip in April that I started working out. He goes, I know this is I don't want to sound weird, but how do you look like that? Because I think he was having times in his life where he was having weight problems. And it's like, I'm a wicked active person. Yeah, I don't know. I just have a wicked metabolism because I used to eat huge bowls of pasta and everything. I wasn't bulimic or anorexic then. I'm just a thin person. So it was after that, and some of it was probably from drinking and like age, because I was like almost 40. I was like, and then I started working out. So between April and July, I started doing those jog sprint things, not jog walks, but like running sprints, I call it, because you're literally run and then you walk and then you run. It's not jogging. So I started doing that. I started taking just like, I don't know, an hour walk, an hour and a half walk. And I had a swimming pool and I started doing light weights, like those step ups and everything. So by the time July came, and it was like now it's summertime, and it was the same group of people, and we're like communicating with each other online and stuff after meeting each other in April. So yeah, I remember when I got there, my friend Betty goes, I just said to them, because they go, oh, there's Mary. And I go, that's not Mary. Because I had like shorts on and those wedge heels and stuff. And now it's like Florida. So by July, I have a tan and stuff. Yeah, it was pretty cool. And that's when uh, that Marcus Foster dude that used to be Charles, the King of France. I know it sounds, and then Elvis Presley was there. And he had on a blazer and like a certain haircut, and he had a gold chain on, and I was like, "What's with the?" I go, "You look like a total Guido." Don't do that. He's like a kid. It's nothing like I thought it would be. It's nothing like, yeah, the show with the leather jacket and stuff. No, I just remember that first night in Nashville when he was talking to that chick. She was like, he didn't marry anybody like this, but she was like blonde with like, it was like bleached out, almost like frosted, wicked straight blonde hair, and she had like on all this eye makeup, and it was starting to run down and stuff because he was drunk. And he's like, the way he was talking, I was just like, oh my god, really? He was like 22 years old, him and that Bobby guy. But they came from London. They were 22, but these are not like 22-year-olds that I was used to dealing with as a cougar, as you call it. These are like regular 22-year-olds. These are like children, 22-year-olds. Yeah. They don't even look like mature enough to go out with at all. And it was like a whole group of these Twilight women that are all like, hey, like they're all like pedophiles, but don't know it or something. It's like, are they hot? They're not hot. These are not, no, these are not cruise military dudes. Yeah, these dudes are not hot. These are like kids. Anyways, but the dreamer people, they're probably just like, oh, all right, well, I guess maybe we were a little bit too judgmental if the dude used to be Jim Morrison. Well, no, you probably should have been more judgmental. Judgmental, actually. I would have never gone out with that dude. Yeah. It was as bad as it was, but I never would have gone out with him if it was like nowadays and I could tell who people were, never in a day would I go out with him. Yeah. I don't find any of that hot. I watch the videos and I go, I guess I can see why people might have thought he was hot, but that is just not my thing. Yeah, just that is just not my thing. It's like worse than he actually was when I went out with him. Anyways, well, you can't really tell from the photographs of that Brian guy. You can't throw away an entire class of dudes based on him in terms of looks. I would say that he seems like his looks and stuff. It's like like almost like an Indian dude, like from India, but like a Jewish dude. That's what I would classify as him. He's like a Jewish man, but like a Middle Eastern Jewish man. Yeah, like people from India, maybe like uh I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Like people, what's it called, Myanmar and stuff like that. Like I don't know, maybe even Persian dudes, I don't know, but like yeah, I would say that he's sort of looks like that because it's hard to tell with the sunglasses and the beard and everything, and the pictures are kind of far away. Yeah, like he has a lot of features about him that seem uh, Middle Eastern. Like he has wicked long eyelashes and brown eyes, and yeah, he's an attractive dude. He could do different looks. Like that's one look with the hair and the beard. He could do just the hair without the beard. He could do the thing like Charles Manson did with the thing and the beard. Just because something didn't work out with the dude, you can't all of a sudden start acting like a hot dude is ugly. Yeah, I mean, I don't like his heart. I don't like his personality, his heart, but and then it's kind of like this because clearly I haven't seen him or talked to him since June 25th. I probably wouldn't even like him anymore. I just remember that. I don't think this would happen, but when I was going out with Gross Jim Morrison, I mentioned this story before too. Um, I don't know. I guess it. I never. It wasn't like I thought he was super super hot. He wasn't like that type of a dude. But obviously, it's Jim Morrison, so I'm subconsciously seeing something apparently that other people couldn't see, and it was his personality, and he was English, so he had an accent. And when you're just starting to step out because you've been married all that time, and a dude is that attentive and gives all kinds of compliments and stuff, and is like, and that's what I like. I like dudes that are sort of like not aggressive animals, but men should pursue women. And when you're a beautiful woman, you would expect that a dude would be complimentary and stuff. You can't make up things that aren't true. So you don't talk to women that you don't feel like that about. So I think that Brian dude is confused, right? Like he sees other dudes talking, and so that's why he even would go out with me. Not he was thinking that about me, right? Because when you like someone, that's how I was with him. Stuff that I still don't talk about with other people. I was constantly giving him compliments. That's what you do when you like someone, especially when you're attracted to someone. You're constantly fawning on them and making up excuses to touch them and compliment them. It wasn't normal the way that he was with me. I just don't. You know that you have to lose a dude, right? So if you're an older woman, don't get caught up in that. I don't think that should matter. Why is the person even with you? Duh. I think he can see that you're old. So, anyways, um, he was witty to have conversations with. We could have been friends had he not crossed the line. He just obviously didn't realize when you don't know someone, and I'm not of that mind thought where you just sleep around and you stay friends and stuff. I don't do that. I mean, clearly he meets a lot of females that do that. He told me more about his life as I was already involved with them, and it's like, this is gross. Like, so he may not have thought that he wasn't going to ever talk to me again after doing that. It's kind of his loss, honestly. But he could conversate. He read books, and he's obviously used to be Jim Morrison, so I'm sure he probably writes poetry and all of that. He plays the guitar, in case people didn't know that. He said he had a whole collection of guitars, but I don't know if that's part of his con job or not. I never saw guitars. Okay. He said he had a collection of guitars. So you have to be careful when you meet a man like that if he's lying. If you know that he doesn't really appear to have any money and he's talking like that, he probably doesn't have any money. So, but he definitely could conversate and stuff. So that's why I hung out with him. Right. Like I said, we had communication with each other before we met up again in July. Nothing happened between us in April. So, anyways, probably that's not what happened with that Brian guy. That's why before I went, well, I guess I'll try something different. I'll try someone who seems shy. That didn't work out either. That didn't work out either. 5:25. Let me put these socks on. I like to give my feet a little bit of time to air out before I put socks on. It's not warm enough yet to be at my house. I just would be barefoot. And then in the wintertime, I'd probably wear socks. I think I mentioned that. No one wears shoes in my house. I used to have workers come in and they'd get mad at me. You have to have those things they put on because they don't want to take their shoes off. I didn't know that part. I would have bought them. They make slips that go over their shoes because they just get mad. They don't want to take their shoes off because they're probably just like, I'm not going to walk around someone's house in socks. Maybe their feet smell. So, but yeah, well, this is an Asian household, dude. Okay, whatever. Just trample through my house when I myself don't wear shoes in here. Okay. Some people used to be amazed, like the first house when I was selling my first house. I was only there for a year and a half when we were selling it. But those carpets almost looked like they were white. And they're like, you have a bunch of children? Because they could tell from when they looked at the bedrooms. Yeah, I'm Jewish. Are you going to another bunch of people to trample through a house that I clearly don't wear shoes in? Okay, great. I'm sorry, I am a jerk. You think the thoughts at the time, but you don't talk them. Yeah, you don't. It after muzzles off, then you talk them. Yeah, after muzzles off. Yeah, because sometimes in life, folks, because I'm so meek and nice, it doesn't mean I'm a whipping boy and I'm dumb. Especially the homemaker. I know the pretty homemaker. She must be dumb, right? No, she's not. So I actually clean. That's why I had a bunch of children because I'm extremely clean. and productive. Yes. So I've only been in this house for a year and a half, and I have a carpet cleaner and a vacuum. So, oh, I see. It doesn't have, what was it? It didn't have a living room or something? Yeah. You're clearly not from the United States of America. Goodbye. That's your conversation with the Virgin Mother. Oh, yeah. You're clearly not from the United States of America if you start looking for houses in that price range, and they don't do that. That's a new thing. That's why this is Florida. This isn't Beverly Hills, right? Just a lot of people from India and stuff, you could tell. And you just go, obviously, you've got cash money and stuff, or whatever it is you're doing. Okay, well, I don't need your insults. Bye. Yeah, I mean, people in New England have a sitting room and a dining room and a living room. No, and an eat-in kitchen. How many children do you actually have? Zero. Why would you need all those rooms? Okay, bye. I know, but I'm not supposed to have the house I was in with 6 children. That's their thinking process. Yep. My neighbor, the second place, that was the first house. The second house, my neighbors across the street had the same model house, and they were from Canada. But really, you're from Canada? No, you're from India, and you went to Canada first. It's easier to get here or something. I think they had like 3 or 4 children. And my neighbor that was Italian, that was from, not from Cuba, but you would think she was. She was from Miami. They had 3 children, and they went over there and they thought they were weird because the whole house was white, and that they cleaned like their base. She's like, they're over there cleaning their baseboards. She goes, they wanted all the walls to be like what is it, oil base, so they can wash them and stuff. Yeah, I know. I should have thought about that. I have to go around painting my walls, and they don't even have children that are my age. But I like the flat paint, but yeah, you can't wash it. It washes right off the wall. If you try to wash it, you have to paint right over it. So that's another thing, right? When you go, oh, sometimes you don't think of something and you go, wow, I mean, did you just, like, you have kids in here? Yeah, you have to go around and paint because they touch the wall. They're children. Yeah. It's a lot of work, I guess. I really didn't think it to be that much work, but when you think that you're going to work 8, 12 hours a day, and then you're going to have a marriage, and you're going to go on weekend dates, and you're going to have dogs, and you're going to take vacations, and you're going to have a lawn, and you're going to have a swimming pool, you're insane, right? That's probably part of the reason. Oh, I'm too busy. I can't have a clean house. Then you probably shouldn't have had all those kids or a house. That's why God made condos and apartments. So when people decide that I don't deserve to have children or a house, uh, obviously I'm going to have commentary about your lives, for real, whether that sounds obnoxious or not. I know this is why I wasn't on welfare. I don't know what people make up in the brain matter. I didn't live on stocks and bonds. I was married to someone that worked 80 hours a week. Like, he isn't a Rockefeller. I didn't marry into the Woolworths family. So the treatment is just completely outrageous. We both went to college. So I clearly explained the whole thing. I could have been a nurse practitioner. I went back to school and got into another honor society. But, right, I was only 40. Okay, so clearly I have a brain. I could be working again. Right, so, but yet there's millionaires, billionaires, no one cares about that. Got ya. the business about the Section 8s. No one wages a war on that. They're going to wage a war on me. Yeah. So, anyways, clearly that's never going away. So, went over the thing about 7 times 70 about a million times. You didn't fix the issue. So, that doesn't apply either. You don't have to worry about that. Okay. For the love of God. Not what the book is talking about. Right. I would say that God is showing you again that you have an inability to change and you need to stop like worrying about it. The God sent delusion, how is that going to work if that's not actually in your belief system? I'm sure never in a day do you go, nice try. Yeah, no, that's not. Do you get what I'm saying? Because that's what a walkabout is. Okay. Also walking, but that's what a walkabout is. Nice try. I explained it to that Paul guy and that Brian Buchanan person. So it was probably more about I'm not going anywhere, which is what I said, like you're on my land. Fuck off of it. This is your chance to get away. I'm not going anywhere. Enjoy your delusion. Plus, like even my hair went like this because it was windy and my hair was down that day. Oh yeah, speaking of Gross Jim Morrison, that was weird. The whole shell business, and then I put it on the ground and stomped on it with my foot, and then the wind came and blew it away. See, Varsity. That's probably God humor right there. Intended for him, I'm sure, and his friends. Just what in the world? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he had words to say about it when the song was written, and he thought it was. He might have said a whole bunch of. I don't know. I don't know. I would assume it was nasty things. Yeah. See, I see it. Give up your vow. I don't think that dude really likes chaste women. Yeah, just. I know that Brian Buchanan person. That was like bizarro, man. Like yeah, like if he ever was a sex offender, he isn't a pedophile. I guess this came up on the thing. Yeah, it, but yeah, just there's something just all terrible in his head from his abuse, and you just go, that is constant flashbacks and triggers and stuff, and just you targeted me because I'm celibate, okay, and sober. Whoa. Is he one of those because I asked him out? Does he perceive himself that he's a little boy? Because Jen vacillated through that too. She started calling people pedophiles and stuff. So I didn't know if she saw some person that she thought was hot and it turned out to be a kid, or she was talking about herself. I couldn't figure it out. Like, you don't even look young. Just because you're short and cut your hair doesn't mean you look young. Right. And I know you just go, just tell them no, Jen. It doesn't mean they're a pedophile. Jesus God, yeah, she was almost 40 then. You just go, you're almost 40 and you look it. How are they pedophiles? I don't know if that Brian guy has that business too, because he started marketing himself like that to actual pedophiles. I'm not a pedophile. That's why I asked you how old you were. That's not a pedophile. Pedophile waits until we're in a thing. Sometimes they don't even ask, right? You go, you got a full beard on, and I asked you how old you were, and you said you were 35. So that's clearly not a pedophile. So hopefully that wasn't the brain thought at doing what you did. People can get confused. That's what happens. The brain is going. Brain is going. You're angry at other shit. You're transferring from somebody else onto me, like you're a mother. That's right. I said I was going to actually make the salad. I've got to do it now because it's already 5:30. And then if I want to, I'll have that stuff after. It goes by fast, I think, especially when I'm in a good mood. 2 times a day. Every morning when I put these things up, I go 2 times a day. Just like when I started complaining about plugging the phone in, the one that had the radio on it. 2 times a day. It just seems like it's because the days are going by so fast. I didn't cook the eggs long enough. I didn't take note of what time it was when I turned them on, and it must not have taken me that long to prepare the rest of the salad. So it's like kind of gross because it like soft-boiled eggs in a salad. It happens every once in a while. I try to avoid it. It's different than when you're putting them in that meal that I cook in the oven, because obviously it's like, ooh, soft-boiled eggs in a salad. Yeah, these are really not cooked a lot. The heck? Make note of the time. Ugh, gross. I mean, one of those days. Well, I knew this when I was doing it. Yeah, because I usually rinse them off to make sure all the shell is off of them. But because they're so, it was like starting to run in my hand, so I couldn't even do that. So, of course, the first one I eat is probably the one that had shells on it. Which makes it even more gross. If this was like a meal, which this doesn't happen when I'm cooking my meals, it would be good on one of those flats because they're wicked crunchy like a piece of toast, but not in a salad. Nope. All right, mix this stuff up. And the chicken was already cooked, so the chicken's not hot. It's not like cooked either with the chicken. Eat those eggs first before they cool off because it's going to be really gross. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between people that eat for fuel too and people that are like in love with food. Yeah, there's a difference. It's more upsetting for them, I'm sure. It's protein, so it's not that it's bad typically, but I don't want a soft boiled egg on salad. Yeah, it would be a mishap on my part. Just, I'm not even gonna bother asking because I don't think it has. Like, I don't want to overthink dementia. Like, why I can't tweet for 12 hours. I seriously doubt it's like I'm in a military operation. I used to wonder if that's what they were doing in the beginning years. Like, make us part of your community and then shut us off every time you do a military operation. I'm not sure how that's needed since I'm not in the military, but maybe it wasn't even that, even from the beginning. It was just people with dementia. Um, isn't there an ethics code in the military? Spread your legs and turn the camera on, Virgin Mother. Yeah, but is it shaved? That goes on in the military? Not in my military. Just because women don't fight in wars doesn't mean you talk to females like that. Yeah, that sounds like someone who needs to be in the priesthood or a monk. Someone needs to be smashed in the face a couple times. Oh, yeah, so I added another video in case anyone in the planet can see me. Not as a private video for perverts. To shame you. I'm sure there's a bunch of us. And I don't know how many of you folks, how long it took you to realize that we were doing it purposely. Some people probably did flash their hooch at you, and maybe you thought that was great at first, and then it started bothering you, right? Of course it did. Oh God, I'm gonna start going. Fuck, we're gonna have to kill these people because what if they ever tell anybody what's going on in here? Yeah, no shit. Anybody we can find, we would tell what's going on in here. Probably the whole Aaron Carter parade. Remember that when they showed those people stacked up, those dudes stacked up? What's going on in here? Why are you stacking up naked men in a pyramid? Because you thought no one could see you doing that? There we go again. Knocking shit over. When you can't get to a doorbell, that might be the new way to beckon someone downstairs. She's probably hungry. That woman from the dude doing the jog walks from the thing last night. I don't know. I'm never good at that age game. Maybe like 65. And you go, oh yeah, some of these females, you go, why does this 65-year-old woman have a better shape than you do? You better stop those jog walks. I ain't gonna be like that. I got a different metabolism. Don't even bother then. Just immediately break up with them. Yeah, I mean, you can't make a person want to be a certain way. That's abusive. Both men and women. Right, like people don't want you to be sick with it. Yeah, don't be sick with it. It's kind of funny that just, I'm gonna get a hot boyfriend, don't you? Some people, maybe whatever it takes, it's sort of like sobriety. As long as they get past that and they find out it's actually fun. I noticed there was another TikTok sensation. That's preferable. Like everybody should be able to be on social media. Don't you think? It's like this is effing crazy. Absolutely effing crazy. I wondered that too, but I think it's actually an excuse. Where these people actually thought after supposedly 2 warrants were issued that they could put me in a prison because nobody would. Get it? That's because I'm not a criminal. That's why Wolf Blitzer and that other dude, was it Benjamin Netanyahu, told you I'm a hostage, not a prisoner. Because I thought that too. Am I allowed to say that because I'm not saying people's names? I mean, obviously, I'm allowed to say people's names too. It's called free speech. Right. But anybody that thought, even at the thing where the woman got punched in the face. Like, it's such a psychiatric evaluation of a population. You go, you're seriously calling the police on her? I know the police were baffled too. You're seriously calling the police on her? Why is she even here? That was after Augustus C. Starr was posted to the World Wide Web. So it's like this. Anybody that keeps shutting that the fuck off is putting me in danger. Most people are not that fucked up. You go, what the fuck is that? Is that Photoshop? No, it's not. Okay? That speaks to the thing I've been talking about shutting me the fuck off. You just go, what the fuck are you doing? You can't possibly be trying to do anything positive by doing that. Yeah, that is just running away from fucking reality right there. For sure. But anyways, you go, how are you? That's your reaction to this? You're calling the fucking police? Oh, yeah, that's when you go, whoa, you people are fucking spooky insane. And I'm fucking surrounded by you things. It's particularly gross when things that are supposed to be females are doing that shit. It's particularly fucking gross and disgusting. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what they're like. And you just go, you are disgusting. And then what, are you going home and having sex with your husband after doing that? That is like, you things are so disgusting. All these like presentations and revelations about you are getting sicker and grosser. Hello, please, more nuclear material. Like, okay, so you're not actually ill-informed about this woman. What the fuck? It wouldn't even matter, honestly, about the 2 5-star. Just everything that's happened to me. You go, that's your reaction to all this? You're literally now purposely attacking her and you're trying to put her in jail? Is that a rape tunnel? That's what I wanted to know. Like, what the fuck does jail even mean? That was before they went out and started tasering young women. They started tasering them and saying that they're doing it and tackling them and shit to put a face mask on. That's not what you're doing. That's what God's allowing you to do so that people will start dropping radioactive material like fucking Toot Sweet. That's what you're doing. And then, because obviously the whole planet had to be put through it, because you would not come out of a fucking denial about what they were doing to me. So you just go, oh, is that abnormal? Okay. God is sparing you. He's containing them so they're not actually tackling females and raping them. And then it wouldn't matter how much you hit them with the fucking billy club, they won't stop doing it. Just like the videos. They'll go right up. You could have a mother with a 12-year-old, and a dude will come and try to have sex with her, right, with the mother right there, and won't listen to anything the mother's saying, just like the video of the monkeys in a jungle. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, without the nuclear material, these cops would have to go around shooting people literally dead all over the street. And if they didn't do that, then we'd have a problem with the cops. Right. If you ever got, I don't think God has that going on. If you ever got to a point where your literal police force with the firearms was partaking in that, people would then have to do something about it. Right. But I don't really believe that's going on. I don't see that going on. No. It could get a little bit. That's why I warned the police, just be careful when these people ask them to help them detox. Make sure that that's completely voluntary, because people could get a false perception and think now you're putting all the dudes in prison so that people can rape us. Right. So you definitely don't want to be doing anything fucked up like that. Right. Whatever you do as a cop, never try to chat up homeless chicks. You just absolutely don't do it. You got to try to go out with females in the general population. For your own safety. Because the perception of it is bad. People see you doing it, and homeless people all talk to each other. You could have a police officer that people think is semi-attractive talking to a female, and she's going into a shelter telling us that you keep hitting on her. Yeah, so you got to be careful. Right, because she could be a loon, and she's putting your safety in danger because some people might believe her what she's saying. Yeah, I would find it completely inappropriate if cops were trying to date homeless women. Yeah, it's just not good. Yeah, no one wants to appear to be like Paul with the hat and the cane, where you go, didn't you just arrest her boyfriend? Does she even know that? Did you mention that to her? Because that guy won't even admit he was ever talking to Brian. And I still think that's his phone number. Oh, yeah. It's not actually funny. The only thing that's funny about it is how stupid he is. But I mean, if I had confirmation, yeah, I'd have to get away from there because I'd have an assault and battery. Most definitely. Well, at the time when he kept putting his hand on my leg, if I knew that was him, I probably could have just said it's self-defense, dude. I mean, and then I have text messages. I got something to show you. Not I'm getting arrested for beating this fucking ass. Is that his phone number? That's why I'm beating his fucking ass. That's his phone number. He doesn't tell me that. Now he's putting his hand on my leg. I couldn't do it now because clearly I would just be going out there to beat his ass if I then found out it was his phone number. But anybody, if that was anybody that I came into any contact with, I gotta stay away from you fucking people. Couple it with they all think I had fucking warrants. That level of disgusting. A lot of people would have to just go, I gotta get the fuck away from here because I'm gonna end up killing them. Not intentionally, but I'm so fucking pissed he might die because he's an old dude. Ryan. Yeah, but he's an old man. I'm gonna convert everything he said to mean something else. Uh, like, you're gonna start hitting that? I don't have the abs I had when I beat the crap out of that chick or that dude. You have to have abs to yeah. People, I looked it up too. I looked up pictures of female boxers like Linda. That was the mistake that Karen made. But I don't think she expected her to hit her. Yeah. Um, well, first of all, Karen has no torso and she's so thin. She has no abs. It's nothing to do with your arms. I looked that up too. They probably do weight bearing stuff. Yeah. That's why none of them have a skinny waist. They're not bodybuilders, they're boxers. That's why they don't. Bodybuilders have skinny waists. They're very skinny. Yeah, like I think that they build up their abs, but they do it because they want to be skinny. They don't actually put weight bearing on their abs, from what I can tell, the bodybuilders I've seen. Yeah. They want a certain look. They want to have big shoulders and then it goes to a tiny waist and then it goes to the legs. They don't want a boxer's midsection. Well, I've stated it many times. I think the fact that that person literally tried to sweep me, given my medical condition, and causing me to scream like that when I have hypertension, right? It's clearly self defense. And on every level, like you're standing on the property of the house I live in. As a mob, you came to attack me. You're heckling an old disabled veteran. I wouldn't even have left the house. I had no intention of having any interaction with you folks. Now, this carries back to Maria too, and whether or not she might think it's crazy that I maintain this in my head, but I don't think it's crazy. She's responsible for me even being in that house that day. And then I literally almost got arrested because of her. Because I was in Quincy. I wasn't in Dedham. And she's a wacko and she decided that she was going to cause so many problems for me at the library that the fucking cops had to be called. That was the only reason I was even in Dedham for the auction of that house. So yes, I've always remembered that about her. Always remembered that about her because it wasn't accidental either. She wasn't going to stop it. Like, I don't know if she thought that was territory now or she had some sort of a whacked out thing where she thought Jesse might go out with me or something. I don't care. I don't believe it was accidental because she goes like this to me. She goes, I'm like, what are you doing? You need to get away from here. Like, I knew that the cops or something were going to come because she was probably pretending too. She's sitting there like hunched over, like she's ODing or something. Oh, yeah, she totally did it on purpose. After causing numerous problems at the library, she wouldn't stop screaming at the top of her lungs because the cops had already been called to the alcove because of her, because she wouldn't go away. I think Jesse was probably trying to get away from her. So, anyways, he wasn't anywhere around. I wasn't at the alcove. I was in my typical place where no one ever bothered me before. And so, yeah, she's loud and screaming. Of course, the cops came, I think it was before the cops came. She goes like this. She turns to me and goes, "I'm helping you. You're not helping me." So I've always remembered that about her. On top of not liking her from the get go. So anyway, I do. I hold her responsible because it was totally intentional. So, anyways, I wouldn't even have been at the house that day if it wasn't for her. I was had no intention of leaving Quincy. I was hanging out with Alex and Patrick at the same time. Is it possible it was that like she was flying into these weird envious rages when she already had a boyfriend? Yeah, I was no, when I left Alex at the duck pond, I went to the campsite with them. Yeah, I left Quincy for like a night, and they were camping, I spent time with them in two different campgrounds that year. Not I went back to Dedham. Nope, it was because of Maria. I was not leaving Quincy. I was going to a campsite, and then I would come back to Quincy because I was at the shelter and sleeping outside. Because that was the year they put me in the room. I know you just to me it made sense almost like they were going to put me in a room because her house was getting auctioned off. I shouldn't even have been in Dedham that day. Just like people forcing me out of a room in Quincy. And then I get evicted out of a house to the street. Right? You just go in life sometimes, folks, it does matter. You are actually responsible for doing things. So to me, it's just all part of God explaining to people why they can't stay in this physical form. If you were a squirrel, Maria, you couldn't affect my life like that. Because squirrels don't own housing. Okay. Squirrels can't set up a world system where I'm effing trapped in it and then run around abusing me and being so depraved and deranged that you try to concoct a reason that I'm a criminal and put me in jail. Just like Charles Manson said, you're that depraved and deranged. Squirrels can't do that. They attacked me in Washington, D.C. And you know what happened? I left and then they stopped following me because it was out of their territory. Not it's everywhere I go. And squirrels don't generally do that. I actually think it was a mistake because I had shorts on and not long pants, and they have very sharp nails, and they were probably starving and they got nuked. So they might be having an issue with their brain. You don't get that type of understanding from me. Sorry. You're not a squirrel. And what you did was intentional, not a squirrel jumping up on me like it's friendly and I have food and it's got long nails. Because then they kept following me and that's what was freaking me out. Everywhere there was greenery because they were probably starving. Just like I said, that there's no food and there's no tourists. There's usually all kinds of tourists in Washington, D.C. So then there was nobody there leaving them food. Okay, so there's not they had a nip bag and they decided that Mary was too pretty and you're flying into these rages because maybe to your perceptions, I had two boyfriends or something at the time. I don't know. Both of those dudes are just my friends. Not that that's your effing business, but that was the same time period where I don't know if I think people maybe saw me talking to Patrick and they saw me obviously walking around Quincy with Alex, not holding his hand or anything. I know you just go, he let people know about it because it was funny. Yeah, he obviously told Joanne and she flipped out. No, I wasn't mad that he took because he didn't make up anything. He just said that I slept in the dumpster with him. Unlike Brian, who actually sexually assaulted me. Alex didn't tell anybody that I was his girlfriend. No. We didn't hold hands. We didn't even lock arms. We didn't kiss. Nothing. I think at one point, our legs touched in the dumpster because we were sleeping. It's a very small area. That's it. Patrick and I slept like this in a tent 2 nights, I told you. Nothing. That's why we're just friends. I've stated it a million times, anybody that were to ever go out with him. We would hope to God he could still be friends with me because clearly there is nothing there. Probably, if you were like in Hollywood, obviously you have to accept that. Even though some people in Hollywood are gross, that's kind of new Hollywood. Probably. Let's hope to God it wasn't always like that, but it wouldn't be like that in my Hollywood. Yeah, it wouldn't be like that in my Hollywood. Nothing changes because you're in the entertainment industry. That doesn't mean suddenly you're disgusting. Yeah, we would hope to God. That just because people are attractive, they may even look good on film together, but there's nothing going on. So apparently, that's what they said about Vivian Lee and Clark Gable, even though they made a good couple. That's what I was saying earlier. She's going to be in my program. Well, she has children, right? So the only for the sons, unless I don't think it matters if your daughter's gay because she's not going to have any children. But I guess it does matter because she's still going to get old. Yeah. So yeah. Mhm. Why the bikini? I don't really believe in females asking men out. Yeah, just I don't believe in women asking men out. But before you answer, I have this photograph of my mom. She's 57 and a half. Okay. In whatever she had. Obviously, she birthed at least one child. Thank you. That would be so funny. And this is some Allison's mom. And this is Allison's mom. Yeah. She's 32. Okay. We can't be going out with the same dude. Warren, that's not going to work either. Warren would do that, but that's not going to work. I don't know. Uh, I don't think, no, Barbara Hunton's not like that. No, I don't think we like the same type of dudes. So I can't think of a person, but there would be someone. It does, yeah, it doesn't have to be a friend of yours. You would hope to God you're not both trying to go out with the same guy. That would be terrible. It'd have to be someone. That's why I thought of Allison. It has to be someone that's your nemesis. I was totally going off about the whole like Tom Kent Lorraine thing, and then I was talking about this business out in Quincy, and just goes like anybody could say that, but because it is weird, isn't it? You go, is that supposed to be George Johnson? Like, are you people that whacked out insane? Are you like accessing everything this woman ever put on the internet? And why did someone named Lorraine show up? That's not anything what Lorraine looked like or talk like. That's pretty. She was like a tall, thin brunette. She worked. She's not showing up at a thing like a disgusting cow, going, "I don't have any of my medications." Like, she never did anything bad to me, and that's nothing like what the George Johnson was like. He wasn't abusive. I mean, it's abusive, but I mean, insults and shit. What the fuck is that? They didn't know each other. You know, that's why you go, "What is this?" And then that just, oh, PTSD, we have a lot to delve into. No, we don't. I'm the virgin mother. What the fuck are you people on? I'm the one who explained a whole program for you folks how to try to get over your abuses. And I'm the one who tells you about triggers and this and that. And I just go, what the fuck? They get sick like that. Yes. Everyone, they're all expert teachers. They're all psychotherapists, when most of them are psychopathically insane, like Kaz. Yeah. You just go, you're not a nun. Nope. It's called depersonalization. You're a psychopath, and you are scared at 2 5 star, and then you're doing all this whacked out stuff because you're still a psychopath. It becomes a wicked uncomfortable condition for you guys, I'm sure. Each time you depersonalize, you want to be a different person. So I'm not seeing that there's a cure for your condition, and it also has to do with being primates. So that's why it seems normal to do. They shift and change and do personas. You need to pick like, are they trying to do a different persona? It could be part of what God's doing, because they'd be even worse without thinking they're a nun. Okay. Like, is she a sex offender? That could be why she thinks she's a nun. Right. Go to my apartment? I mean, like you're hostage. I'm not going to your apartment. Right. So that could be why she thinks, because nuns are not supposed to have sex. So you can't be a nun and be having sex. That's the whole point of coming up with that persona for you. No, I'm not a nun. Remember, Stephen, you're no nun. Nah. I just wonder, is that what you do because you don't want people to hit on you? Okay, I'm not hitting on you. You're like one of my children. Yeah. You don't have to worry about me. No, you're not my type. I can tell that you're handsome, so that probably happens all the time. But you look like one of my children. Yeah, that's like Ted Kaczynski. You look like a same family line. Martin Luther King Jr., like you look like his sort of genetic tree. Yeah. That's not hot to me, sorry. Sometimes you can tell someone's handsome when it's totally not even your thing. But I remember someone, a couple, I think it might have been more than one, said that they took rides in his car and stuff too. And they're like, I don't think there's anything weird about it. I think he's a priest. So I don't think there would ever be anything weird about him. He's a domestic violence victim, just like me. I'm not a sex offender either. And I was in that shelter. Okay. So it might have got confusing because when someone shows up there and you can see that they don't use, I don't know if you guys all thought that we were all psychiatric cases. And then you're like, they must be a sex offender or a psych case because we're not on drugs. We're domestic violence victims. Yeah. So it's just like Germany in terms of the clergy. Yeah. Because Exodus 20, so we don't have any money. And then you saw when we applied for stuff in 2016, they still didn't give it to us. So for 5 years, we got to be in our own disassociation where it was because we didn't fill out a form when it wouldn't have mattered if we filled out a form or not. Like the whole thing was planned from the time that DCF went to my house. Right? Not any of it's been a mistake. It's just like deranged people that started attacking people after 2008. So they probably went around and figured out everybody that wasn't paying a mortgage and started attacking them. So clearly God's killing them all. Some of these folks too, by the way, if the statistics are true, but I don't know if they then gave certain people a Section 8. The statistics were that a lot of people that are non-white were given mortgages, and they were victims of these illegal foreclosures too. If that's the truth, it's not. It doesn't really have anything to do with skin color. But then the really bad Holocaust part of it, I believe, does have something to do with skin color. But in 2008, they told us that a lot of they gave mortgages to people that are called minorities. That's what they call them. And then pulled the rug out from under them and they couldn't pay their mortgages. They gave them like balloon mortgages. Do you know anything about mortgages? I'm pretty sure, in case I forgot, a balloon is you pay a small amount and then all of a sudden it increases after a certain amount of time. They may have put them on is it the margin? They put them on this thing where it depends on what's going on with the stock market. So they wouldn't know what their payment could change month to month. So if some crazy person went Zoom, all of a sudden their mortgage payment doubles. Right. So some people that were working as like not stockbrokers, but mortgage lenders and stuff, just to get them into houses because they make a portion of it, I guess. And then these people had no ability to pay. Some people might have done it purposely and then gave them Section 8s, like as a big hoodwink or whatever, but yet they didn't do that with other groups of people. Yeah, I guess. Are people saying that some of them would, that's what they were doing? Most of the stuff that some of these folks do is wicked criminal. So, yeah, like when you grow up and you believe that you're entitled to all this stuff, yeah, you don't have thermonuclear weapons, right? You really don't. So, obviously, these folks plan to get rid of you guys a long time ago. The ones doing that, yeah. And it's population control because usually it's one and the same. It has to do with being reduced capacity. And you didn't ask me. And then when I got here in 2011, or presumably because you didn't know who I was before 2011, I could have actually consulted you and I told you what to do. And then I told you to end the Holocaust, and maybe some of you tried to, and that's what I'm considering. I mentioned that. Right. If they were actually doing everything they could do and someone else kept blocking them from doing it, when it makes no difference. Right. If you were trying to do the transition plan and someone kept blocking you from doing it, that's why they were blocking you from doing it. I know, because to them, people are supposed to get all these divisions and have a war for their enjoyment and then drop bombs on you. It's just the whole psychology of they know they created the problem. The higher ups, these people are old and they've been controlling everything for a while. They know they created the problem, and then it gets out of control, just like I said. And then I don't know if some of those people tried to do the transition plan. I'm not a mind reader. That's why I go you. But after a while, you go, is this you actually? There's nothing you can do but get on a microphone and talk like that. That's between you and God. That's between you and God at this point. Because if you're not allowed to do it for whatever reason, then I guess that's God. Well, because for this part I would consider in terms of you folks, I'm gonna have food and water in my mouth till I die. Okay, so we can't have like upheaval. Yeah, so obviously this doesn't help because I'm explaining to the population why it's happening. That's what I've been doing. So the shutoffs kind of don't make sense to me. I've been explaining to the population not to have fights, not to have uprisings, not to try to smash buildings and stuff, because none of it's going to make any difference. It's already ongoing and nothing can stop it. It's already predetermined that they were going to do this. Okay. So I can also help explain some of the reasons within your species why it's happening. Before I started doing this, I just explained one of them. What happened in 2008? Your president told you to stop foreclosing on people. I was alive and cognitive during that time. Okay, so if you're 25, you probably can't even access correct history, and a lot of it's missing. You have to listen to older people that have been alive all this time and homeowners. Right. I had a house built in 1999. I had a house built in 2000 or 2002, 2001. Yeah, I was in my second house at 9/11. So, and I was only in the first house for about less than 2 years. So we'll say 1999, the first house, 2001, the second house, and then 2006, the third house. Okay, so I was in a house during 2008, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so you specifically were told by your president to stop foreclosing on people. You were told in 2008 by George Bush and then again in 2009 by Barack Obama that we paid off the banks. Paid off the banks means we don't owe any money. So I would have to guess that the people that started attacking us were in public housing. That's the only thing that makes any sense. Unless, I mean, it's like this. Say you had some greedy fucks that were in houses and went around buying our houses in a foreclosure. I'm not really buying that, folks. Nope. I think that it's all part of your community where you came up with some kind of plot plan where exactly what I said. You gave out all these whacked out mortgages to people that didn't qualify for houses. Okay. And because if they're all minorities, where the fuck are they? Because they're not in the shelters. So you gave out all these whacked out mortgages to minorities, and then you cried foul, and then they paid off all your fucking mortgages called a Section 8. I was in a house, I wasn't offered a Section 8, and neither was Alfred. Okay. And neither was my stylist, because she was Courtney's family. I knew other people that had been foreclosed on and had to move out of their fucking houses. And none of them are minorities. People working at Disney, they were paying a lawyer. I think they said they paid a lawyer a flat fee, and then the foreclosure went away. That's not legal either. Okay. So regular people don't do that. They don't know this secret thing about getting a lawyer and then you don't get foreclosed. Get it. Get a lawyer, then you get Social Security. Get a lawyer, then you get SNAP food cards. Get a lawyer, then you don't go to jail. Get a lawyer, then your DCF investigation goes away. No. Nope. Holy Bible, complete damnation. As dumb as that sounds, it's like a head count of human beings. And honestly, regular effing Americans. We don't get a lawyer. Some of the things people didn't even know about. We weren't told the secret stuff, like the fraud. We're not told that stuff. Talk about memos. Okay, so anyways, you managed to get me and Alfred out of our house. He owned a house and I owned a house. Not I like him, but he was a homeowner. You managed to get us out of a house, and I don't know what happened with the children since you've been trying to keep everybody's communications cut off for some fucking reason. But I know what happened to Karen and her husband. Okay. So clearly it wasn't just about houses. Okay, folks? Right. I mean, it starts off where you're in LA and you're acting like you're doing a riot because somehow public housing is poor and you're unhappy with that, and you've overbred and you need more territory and you just hate people, and your brains are dying at the beginning of an extinction. So then all of a sudden you've all got to have a house, and then even when you all were given a house, you weren't satisfied. Okay, you had to take our children. It's the same thing every time. You didn't just take a house. That's why I don't have any fucking children. You didn't just take a house. Okay. You refuse to give us any other housing. Even in a rooming house, you wouldn't let me in it. You won't let me have a fucking campsite. You won't let me have a tent somewhere. In a complete madness, because all you want to do is kill people because you're murderously insane. Okay? So some of the stuff that comes out of the mouth, like still talking like that, none of that was true. You just want to kill people because you're murderously insane. When you just decide from your public housing unit that you want to murder people, you're insane. You're not even homeless people. You're sitting in public housing, not paying a fucking thing, and then you deserve everything. Like there's a master fucking scheme plot plan against you. So anyways, this is a master plot scheme against someone, not your fucking lives. So he in 2020 is still fucking talking like he's not insane. That's not a person who had a spiritual awakening in 2011 and then goes, oh my God, 1992. Yeah, just man, before God woke me up in 2011 and stuff, and then you explain to people like where all that was coming from in terms of being fucked up. You didn't do that. Scary, spooky, scary. So only God contains you, sir. Okay. And part of the way that God contains you, sir, is by flooding you folks with money. So to some degree, it's interesting when people like that still talk about God. And then people want to know about your God. They have an interest in your God at that point. Not that you're a different group of people than other people. Like, especially 2 5 star, you hear all about me, everything that's happened to people since 2008. And then you're still talking like that in 2020. So then they want to know if you have a faith and they want to know all about it. That's why you become so interesting. You don't have that many people on your channel. That's because you're blocking everybody. I don't know. Some people go, we didn't know if we went in here, then the police come and shoot us dead. I don't think it's that, since I posted the phone number too. It's called shutting off all of my communications. Just in case, probably. God knows. God knows why. Some of the stuff that these things have been typing to me in here and texting to me. Right, you go, do you have a faith? Like, if I was in a psychosis since 2011, okay, and Alfred somehow told you that the children are alive and well, why didn't they ever section me to a psychiatric hospital? I mean, clearly they can't do that now since they're dead. And they also can't do it now because they know how fucking insane the people are running hospitals, especially after 2021. No one would do it. But before, people knew that, because by 2012 or 2013, my oldest child was an adult. Right about the time that you shut off all of my fucking communications. So why right about the time where my oldest child could actually have me sectioned to a hospital just to be able to get me the fuck out of your clutches up here, would all of my communications be shut the fuck off? Why would that happen? Say by chance that at some point in time in that time period, my oldest child attempted to do that and then realized how fucking insane you people are. I've seen some of the Aaron Carter shit. Okay, so I will say this to you people. Okay. By any means by any means. Okay, so there have been people that have been subject to fucking things because you're in a cage until God finally kills you. Just, I am sure that you have probably done this to fucking 16-year-olds. I'm sure you have. You have probably caused numerous people to commit suicide, I'm sure, and you probably think that's fucking fantastic. Whatever was going on with that person, because like I said, I watched many of the things, I really couldn't keep watching it because, yeah, I mean, he probably had hours upon hours upon hours of video where he wasn't just walking around yelling like that, but you only snippeted that and put it on YouTube. And I'm pretty confident the only reason you put it on YouTube was for me to see it. Like, obviously, the stuff I saw, you picked out and put on YouTube, like you do with everything. So other people might have been shown other things. And it was just weird because the chick's name is Crystal Ian. That was one of the things. Okay, so I also felt like you're fucking deranged people and that you were using face morphing, but you were trying to pretend that that was James Kent. I'm absolutely confident that that's what you were doing. Okay, and you're completely fucking deranged and damned. So I don't know if you're doing that shit somewhere and you're whatever character that other people are viewing is supposed to be me. I have no idea. There's no way that shit was a fucking coincidence. Right, because I know what types of dogs James Kent had, for one. The whole general world population may not know that, but I do. That is like depersonalization to the fucking extreme. So, um, in terms of understanding why people would go, okay, wait a minute. All right. And then all of it, because that chick was not out there. I'm on Rumble. No, it wasn't even Rumble. That's right. I said to that guy, Jay, do you know anybody named Lorraine? Because didn't he said something about auntie or something like that? He said something that I asked him that and he told me he didn't know her. And then all of a sudden she popped up in fucking Quincy Center. I found that to be wicked weird. She hadn't been around there. Oh, yeah. Is it possible? I have no idea because I was using Rumble. I don't know if it was viewable to anybody. That's what I'm telling you. They think that that's a fucking theater out there. It's like an arena in a theater. And that I go back and forth and I write scripts for them. They become famous. They're actors in a play. I tell stories about them and then people view that. You just how profoundly criminally deranged people is, it's fucking shocking. So it's, I mean, they clearly have dementia, but they've got to understand what they're doing is fucking criminal and psychotic, right? Because they're psychopaths and they don't fucking care because they know there's no hell. Right? And apparently they haven't got to the point of begging and pleading for fucking forgiveness yet. They're still running the fuck around like the world is their fucking playland. Usually they come out of that. It could be part of the reason why criminals keep trying to delay these people facing reality and realizing that they're about to fucking die from lung cancer. They don't want that. They don't want this to end, even though it clearly has ended in terms of I go back and forth, I write funny scripts. What's fascinating about it is the people that wanted that to happen are the ones who ended it. God forced them to do all this, as annoying as it is to me. So, well, it's like this, especially the last time I went out there. I mentioned, I think it was at least the last time, if not the last time, and the time before that, that I said if anybody could see me or if I was visible online at that time, I go, this would be a time to pay attention to new arrivals to Father Bill's place. Okay, because clearly those people would be fucking wackos who are watching me online and they just show up at a fucking homeless shelter or Quincy Center because they're trying to interact with me. And they will never tell me that they were just watching me on the internet. They're that ill. So, yeah, I mean, I show up there last time and all of those people are new. Amy was at the hotel the year before. Joey's not new. Karen's not new. Nicole isn't new, and my friend Melissa isn't new. Was that it? And literally every person in the shelter and interacting with me in Quincy Center, I don't know. Oh yeah, Patrick showed up later because John Clow showed. Darlene was there the day. That was her first day there. The day I went. Then John Clow showed up, and then Patrick came because John Clow talks to Patrick and told him I was at the shelter. Sometimes they see each other, or in the past, God used to send like the same couple of people at the same time. Most of those people have dropped off, right? They probably died. But yeah, there used to be a group of us that, and we'd go, "Oh my God, what the fuck? You're back here too." I don't believe those people were watching me online and doing it purposely. No, but I do believe some of these new people had to have been based on the shit they were saying. Okay, and then it was like just I don't know. You can just sort of tell their community some of the shit they do. But anyway, um, how did I even start talking about that when I was talking about people going to interact with me on purpose? Oh, about thinking they're in a play skit. Okay, so when I ask somebody if they know a person and then all of a sudden she shows up there, obviously I go, what the fuck is she doing here? I just was talking about her and this dude says he doesn't fucking know her. And didn't I ask him if he knew Karen Corbett? And he said he didn't know her either. And then I saw she showed up too. And then all of a sudden, when I'm hanging out with Brian, people supposedly that he knows start showing up. Why? People, I can't stand it, people. I cannot stand it. I don't talk to people like that. Poor Patrick. I didn't even know it was him because that's probably what he's like when he's not using. And then I don't know for sure, but it seemed like he started using again. As soon as he cut his hair, that's obvious. Can you see how he looks different? Yeah, it's obviously Patrick, but his hair was long and I don't know. I heard him talking in the line. He was like a regular dude. I heard him talking in the line and I wasn't really talking to him. He was at the shelter for like a week. And then I go, one day I go, oh my God, you sound just like my friend Patrick. He goes, I am Patrick. And I still didn't believe it was him. I thought the dude was just saying that like he's funny. It was him. Because then the next conversation I go, that it is actually you. Oh my God. Then later on he cut his hair again. But anyways, yeah, he has a very distinctive voice because he's from South Boston. And he used to be Bugsy Siegel, so he sounds like a gangster when he's talking. That's why I was like, oh my God, you totally sound like my friend Patrick. I am Patrick. He's much actually nicer to deal with when he's not using. If he was sober, then he thinks he acts weird when he's sober. No, you act weird when you're not sober. Yeah. He goes, I don't know. I feel like a weirdo because he was like doing this. I'm like, that's not weird. Okay. Just like you were acting so like a regular person that I didn't think it was you until you probably started using again and cut your hair because I saw you with the hospital bracelet. So that was my concern. Maybe you're not, and that was something else. Just as an FYI, God knows, because he probably all he associates with is probably abusers and drug addicts. And they're probably like, dude, you are just not the same anymore. No shit, because he's not fucked up. That's what John Clow was saying too. He goes, oh, he's like regular Patrick. And he thinks he's acting weird. He's so used to being abused and so used to being on fucking benzos that he thinks he's acting weird when he's fucking sober and normal. Like, that's why I asked about Brian. Like, those first 3 days, was he using? That's what I don't know because I'm not a drug expert. You know how everybody comes a fucking drug expert and I'm a dummy? That's how they were talking to me. Oh, you didn't know that? No. Yeah, like you're cool in the crowd if you know someone's a druggie, whatever. So, anyways, no, I didn't know that, but then he told me about it on the third day. I knew he drank, and then he told me he was having panic attacks. That's what he told me. Is it possible that he was having panic attacks? Why would he be a druggie? Why would he be a druggie and an alcoholic? Why would he be using that much? He probably does have panic attacks, but I don't know. I would think if you're using that much stimulants, you might have a panic attack, but you'd also have a panic attack if you weren't using and you were used to using. That's why a person goes to a psych. When you meet a person like that, that's why you take them to a psychiatric hospital. And you don't expect him to be out of a hospital after less than 24 hours. So that bit of business too is just on my walk. It's like, Jesus, God, please, 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 please. I don't want to keep fucking thinking about it. Yeah, it's just, I don't want to keep thinking about it. Right, because sometimes it doesn't matter if a person is an asshole or not. You go, how the fuck would that person get out of a hospital like that? It's very, very upsetting. And you don't need to have a hospital open when you're that incompetent. I'm sorry, I don't care about your fucking kid has an ass ache, you have a hangnail, you have cancer. I don't give a fuck. You threw away a person that I brought there for help, and you got rid of me first in order to do it. So, as far as I'm concerned, if I ruled the fucking world, you wouldn't have a hospital open in this state. And I thought that's what you were told. And now all of a sudden we're going to play a game, and are they going to get $2 billion and we're going to have 14 new hospitals built and everyone's getting chemo and lung surgery? I can't fucking take it anymore. I won't even look at this shit if that's what you're going to do. Because it's my job to explain to a population. You don't have to understand it. Because the rest of the population would not do what you people are doing with this shit. They just wouldn't. You do it so that they can't fucking assist me in any way. That's why you're doing it, right? And you have dementia, and you're trying to hide from reality because your world fucking crumbles to the floor if I'm not like this for whatever reason. Like just I don't know what else you think I'd be doing. Like, what was I doing when I was in the room in Quincy? Does anybody remember those videos? What was I doing? But yet, that was way too much something that you couldn't fucking take it. It's bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. The adult clothing, meeting with people, maybe helping them at all. Yeah, just that was like very, very revealing. And sometimes people don't get stuff until they think about it in retrospect. Like what's happened in the past 4 years since that event. This got worse, for one thing. And you go, and then all this delusion about there's some sort of secret thing I've done, and that's why this is going on. No, these people are just really, really criminally deranged. Obviously, people would assist me somehow if you weren't blocking everyone's communications. So everybody that you're doing that with, it's the same thing. Um, for some reason, it's become important to you to not notify people when their family members die while you're keeping them hostage other places. That's become important to you. So that to me indicates that you're trying to run from reality, which is impossible to do. It's like a wicked sort of eerie, freaky fucking thing that you're doing right now. Yes. So it's just advising you, reminding you, giving you counsel for the dying that what you're doing is definitely a mental illness. Okay, you're definitely insane, and you're like trying to make your own reality every single day. Right. People say that the cops can see this when they text me and said that Al says that the kids are safe. Um, oh, does that mean that they're dead, by the way? I just thought of that. Does that mean they're dead, that the kids are safe? That they died and they're in the safe zone? That would be an admittance right there. That's an admittance of murder and knowledge of it, right? I'm waiting for them to give you a cup of fentanyl, right? So I would say that's an admittance of murder. Like, is he talking about, yeah, I mean, that isn't that what safe means? Like the safe zone? Like you murdered them and now they're going to rebirth in the safe zone? Okay. And that's why you don't have to notify people's next of kin when they die? It doesn't have anything to do with having to face the fact that you murdered people? Like if Alfred died, I'd be entitled to some income to live on. I feel that there's a motivation there to keep that hidden. So obviously that's terrorism. Yeah. Um, it depends. I noticed recently that it goes through like it's in kind of a frenzied mode right now, and then it calms down. It goes and does other things, right? I don't know if it's related to nuclear launches or something, but sometimes, obviously mental illness. If you know anyone who has like a dementia like she does, they have good and bad days. Yeah. And if the person is using a lot, if they, I don't know, maybe they have a visiting nurse and that cheers them up for a day or something. Yeah. It like clearly those types of text messages, it was trying to talk to me, pretending it was Jen Vickery on the, what do you call it? The Facebook, the Zoe Woody, when it was pretending to be Jerry. Just so you know, like it's only pretending to be Jerry so it can abuse me. It's actually not really trying to be like in a desperate relationship with me, only to abuse me. Oh yeah, just this is like a complete sicko or a group of. It's obviously a group of them, like really, really sick people. Yeah, so because one of the Jerry ones, I think I might have been like saying hello or can you meet me somewhere? And then it started talking to me in some like creepy, weird way that I would know it was them and not Jerry. I can't remember exactly what it said, but it was something like that. And I was just like, oh my God, it's like fucking John Cooey. I swear to God. That's the best way I can describe it when it gets perverted and terrorism and stuff like that. Like, are these like world leaders? Okay. That's kind of like, ugh. I mean, clearly, if these people must have had access to all kinds of children, do they ever take vacations and like buy someone's kid just to terrorize them? And then are they allowed to murder them? They ever adopt children overseas and no one knows about it or something? You're talking about people with all kinds of money and stuff. That is like fucking weird and gross, man. Gonna have to. I think I might have some paper to write on, but writing is not the same as typing. And as everybody knows, I have a whole thing I do. It's like that's what I do with my life, and it shouldn't be anybody's fucking business what I'm doing. But it's like never ending. Like that Facebook that it banned is a private fucking Facebook page that I can't locate on my phone. I don't think anyone can see it. and it still had a fucking B in that page. I know, you just go, you are so fucking sick. It used to do all this weird shit, and I'd end up on Tumblr, and then it would slow down the fucking type to a crawl. Oh yeah. These people are so fucking sick, man. Oh yeah. I felt like it was trying to make me draw art or something. Just they're completely psychopathically deranged. Oh yeah. Just oh my god. Oh, when they told me that Brian was in a trailer with Veronica. Remember that? Nikki Cage, like she's in a fucking cage. Oh yeah. That was like complete desperation time. Because I had a boyfriend. It was still doing it, even though whatever happened with Brian went terribly fucking wrong. It was still flipping the fuck out. I gotta lay down in the thing. Oh, it's only 4 hours. It hasn't even been that long. Tomorrow morning will be what sucks because in the morning is when I really like to listen to music and type. Yeah, I've been doing it in the evening, but it's going to be a lot worse in the morning. I know you just go, I don't understand what this is because you don't know what else to say. I know it's very, very frustrating while you're waiting for God to kill people that are that fucking insane. So it's been going on so long, and it's just sort of like clearly there's nothing anyone can do. I explained it earlier. God, that's why God has to kill you because you're never going to stop what you're doing otherwise. Everyone gets that all powerful. Right? Everyone gets that. What are you going to do? I'm going to do nothing but wait for God to kill you. You could make up something where I'm dangerous and you put me in jail, even though it's already been 4 fucking years and I'd only go to jail for 2.5 years. That's the maximum jail sentence for assault and battery in Massachusetts. Okay. And it's been 4 years. So you can make up that you put me in a jail and I'm going to learn not to react to people because you're fucking insane. That's why. Ask Jill Steinberg if Lisa learned to something. I don't think she even knew what she was supposed to be fucking learning. He couldn't tell you what he was trying to teach you either because he was so fucked up on cocaine. I think it was just regular cocaine. He was so fucked up on cocaine and in a cocaine psychosis every day of his fucking life. I don't think he knew himself what the fuck he was teaching. But that she'll be somehow spoiled if he doesn't teach her how to be right and good. I know you folks usually live in mental hospitals and prisons, not you run world fucking systems in the military. So takes a special type of person to decide that they're gonna murder 8 billion people. So you gotta have a specialized minder. Turn this one on. Well, it could have been like that, but in a sense, you ruined it for yourselves, but maybe you wanted to ruin it. Yeah. Like you don't want to actually rebirth in this bodily form. Yeah, it's kind of like that's obviously going to make sense at this point because it could have been different had you stopped doing this with me. So there's a reason why you didn't stop doing this, especially at January 6, 2021. That's not even returning me to my children. That's not ever explaining what the fuck just happened. That's not giving me a stipend to live on. That's not housing. That's not even a SNAP food card. But to stop blocking all my fucking communications and everyone's with the social media and the telephones. Yep. That's not even, that's all you ever had to do. And then you could have had the whole thing about you're the good guys and you're killing 8 billion people and thank you. And, maybe you'll get a rebirth and all that. So, I mean, in terms of Almighty God, I'm tired of worrying about everything I say. I really am. It's Almighty. So it's like, I guess, sort of obnoxious on my part that you would even fucking care or you ever intended to rebirth. But that God Almighty gave you the opportunity to do something this fucking hellish and sinister to another person, so you decided to do it. Right, like that's your fantasy. I think that came up on the walk. Like, this is these people's fantasy. I know you go, oh my fucking God. Just the people with the drugs and the screw and everything, and most of them are disgusting too. Like, there's probably people that are screwing everything, but they're not on drugs. So, like, they're out jogging. That doesn't mean those people fucking jogging and doing sit ups aren't disgusting animals. They're probably screwing everything too. They could be having orgies after jogging and getting their hair frosted and shit. But they're not those people on drugs and they got pick marks all the fuck all over them. And I know you just go, that doesn't mean they're doing that. But that's your fantasy. Some of these people's fantasy is having a soulmate. And like, yeah, that's not even having $1 million and I don't know, a huge dick and a pretty wife and like a picket fence and stuff. I mean, just that's your fantasy. Okay, that is fucking weird, man. That's fucking gross. I don't know, man. Having all the world's power and money, and this is what you do. Holy fuck. I have no idea. No idea. Obviously, if I thought I was running the world, I would have freed everybody. I would have freed everybody, solved your fucking problem about your overpopulation, solve your problem about your fucking fuel burning, solved your marital problems, your problems with your fucking children. I know you just go, whoa. It's like talking to the fucking sky of people that their fantasy is pick marks all over their fucking face, rampant anal sex without condoms, working out and having an orgy. I don't know, eating shrimp on a fucking bobby, whatever it is you folks are doing, that's your fantasy. Destroy everyone. I like the fixation on other people part of it is fucked up to me. I mean, you people are gross and disgusting, and then you go and pay people to. Is it because those people all got money, so now you can't get anyone to do anything with you? It wouldn't matter how much money you had. Then why'd you give them all that money? And why is that my fault? This is your sick end of life fantasy? Jesus Christ. I don't think I have a fantasy. No. Oh, that's what I was saying to walk. Like, this isn't even like the Little Princess, where you just you wake up and you're rich and you're like, yay, and you're the little princess and you tap dance and shit. I know you, and you have a real daddy and stuff. Just, I mean, this is your fantasy. Oh my god. Someday I'm gonna make the Virgin motherfucking pay for all that goodness and light. Fuck her, fucking obnoxious. Get. I just remember Al's mother. You seem like the like you know you're in trouble. I mean, because one or two people that made that. Oh yeah, don't ever think if you meet a dude's mother and she's sinister like that. Don't ever think he's gonna not be sinister unless how are you even meeting her, right? Or after that conversation, he straight out tells you, "Oh my God, I'm going to psychotherapy tomorrow because, well, that's my mother. So clearly I'm going to need some help. I've never seen her act like that. But clearly that's who she is. So some of it's in my fucking head." That's what a human man would do. Right. So anyway, um, she goes, "You seem like the type of person who's used to getting what she wants." And I was like 20 fucking 2 years old. Like, talk about Bambi. That's how she was talking to Bambi. Um, I'm in college. Like, I'm not a 16-year-old hoe from the projects who just got pregnant by your kid. He's not a basketball player with $1 million fucking. He's a literal fucking loser, man. Like, I drive him back and forth to a fucking train station as I'm working two jobs and going to school full time. Were you not aware that your son doesn't even fucking work? I met him in a college campus. He wasn't fucking working. And he had a car that broke down. And then he started an internship at Channel 7 News. I know you just go, what the fuck, man? So that's what created him. Yeah. Big, huge, obese woman. He is definitely like he is like his mother with a teeny tiny dick for sure. You don't know that when you meet them because they will literally say all this wicked bad stuff about their mother. You are your fucking mother. They completely morph into them. It's a neutered meal where that is what they do. Michael Foran, just kidding. Don't confuse me right now. Again, it was just so funny because I he's in the room and I don't know it, and we're on the way to the room, and she's telling me something, and then all of a sudden I go, "Whoa, that was a lot of stuff, right?" And then we get to the room, a few minutes go by, and then she tells him the same story, and he immediately goes, "Ugh, don't confuse me right now." Like that, and she started laughing, and I was laughing too. And he was probably like wondering why it was funny. And then she goes, "She said the same thing." That's right. Like father, like daughter. And the way you're talking, I don't know, maybe most people you talk to are confused, but she said a whole bunch of stuff at once. I'm just making fun of her. She said a whole bunch of stuff at once. So you were kind of like, yeah, processing all of that information. I got milk, he got milk. Chia, get it? I can't even find that picture when I Bing search it now. That's how sick people are. You just go, really? Why do you care about that, though? Why do you care about that? And I just go, why did you care I had a boyfriend? Why would you care that you don't believe in reincarnation? Why would you care if I located someone that was my father before? Why is that so bothersome? Maybe some of you thought you had a good father and I had no parents, so that's something you had that I don't have. Who gives a fuck? Like, why are you using me as a fucking coping mechanism? Oh yeah. It becomes a fucking monster. That's what I'm talking about. It's been 13 years of fucking monster. Oh well, at least I'm not married. At least I'm not married. At least I haven't lost my marketability. Obviously, I have fucking eyes. No, I put sweatpants on over those too. I thought about wearing them outside and I went, I'm not wearing these either, just in case. I don't want to be attacked. I'll be 53 in May. Yeah. Karen looks really good for quote unquote her age too. She's like about to be 60. I just saw her a year ago. I mean, I didn't go right up to her and measure her body and shit, but she made sure we all saw her in a bikini in 2021 after she fixed her thighs because she had been using and she lost weight. Maybe they weren't letting her ever diet. Yeah. And then she flipped out. It's like, that's because you lost body mass, Karen. You need to calm down. Jesus Christ. Eventually, that's going to happen to everybody, right, Cher? Yeah, I mean, you got to put in a lot of work. You can tie that off for a while, but you've got to try to ease into longer shorts and skirts. Some of these folks are planning on living forever. I have a liver and kidney disease. I'm not planning on living forever in this shell. I plan to get a rebirth, start the process all over again. Not my mental state, but I need a new physical body. Almighty God already has it all programmed. It's not weird. It's already programmed waiting for me. Probably do the same thing that used to be Karen Carpenter was doing because fingers crossed, okay, I won't be reborn and then it's just a constant flow of nonsense in a sponge, all being put like you're taking a photograph, all being put into brain matter that then has to be fucking flushed out by God years later. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Right? Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes, I think they tried to explain it to people. Clearly, they studied this shit because they probably went through recovery themselves. Okay, so just with the quiet birth and the fucking don't talk when you're breastfeeding. If you're having a quiet birth, you better not be talking while you're fucking breastfeeding. And then, especially if it's a female, but you don't know because a son might be gay and he doesn't want to hear a fucking woman's voice either. Just leave it blank space. They don't need anything in there that's encouraging words. Please, dear fucking God. Eventually they talk because eventually there's talking that you'll be doing, but not while you're breastfeeding. That's what was good. Expect with my first, that's what was good because all that's on is a TV in the background. He's at work all the time and there's no other children in the house and I'm not yapping on a phone 24 hours a day, so and I don't talk to myself. Right. this is not the same thing as talking to yourself. You know what I mean? Some people do it. I'm not one of those ones. Oh, and then the lovely and good baby could you imagine breastfeeding and it's a female's voice that won't stop fucking talking like that? You would think the first time that the kid goes and turns the head because somebody was talking that you stop doing it. Clearly, that indicates it's interrupting what they're doing. Disney knows that's why it's dark lighting and it's quiet and it's a rocking chair. The baby doesn't need you to be saying all that stuff while you're breastfeeding. Oh, yeah, this is the danger zone, so people can counsel them. The ones that talk and rub the belly and put headphones on and shit. That's the and everyone's gonna put Mozart on the fucking kid because that makes their brain grow. You know what makes the brain grow? Breast milk. That's what makes the brain grow. Breast milk, God talking to them, you shutting the fuck up and let God program a brain. That's what makes the brain grow. I can see God making a brain not grow at all because you won't stop trying to put so much negative white noise into a newborn's fucking head. Oh, yeah. Just the kid would be better off being mentally retarded than have to deal with all of that later on in life because it's too fucking much constantly echoing and stuff and they don't even know what the fuck's going on because you photo flashed into a newborn's fucking head. Learn something about how a brain functions, please. Wherever Freud is, it's alive. Probably. He was probably born and went, that's all I'm going to do. Every cycle of life until these things are gone is explain to women what the fuck not to do. I want every female who's planning on having a fucking kid in this chair today. That Dr. Spock guy, wherever he went, that's all he's going to be doing too. Guaranteed. Some people that went through recovery or like severely damaged but went through recovery on it when they're getting ready to die, that's probably their agreement they have with God. That's all I'm gonna do is go on a fucking campaign to get mothers to shut the fuck up. Yeah, just once God explains to you what happens to people's brains, it's like we've got to do something about all this traffic noise. We got to do something about people that have dogs when they have a baby and people that startle babies, right? People that have like another child and they don't stop that child from making noise and startling a newborn and thinking it's funny. God went over that one a couple of years ago. Right. You've got to make sure you're never leaving a newborn with a toddler and shit. Just it can be disturbing because you might overreact to it and think you have like Satan's child, the older one, right? It's just things they don't know. But especially if you had a mentally retarded child and then had another child, a mentally retarded child could really damage a newborn, right? Just that's the type of stuff it would do. It would keep waking them up every time they were sleeping because it like wants to interact with it and it's mentally retarded and doesn't realize babies sleep and that it's like hurting it every time it wakes it up, like it thinks it's going to wake it up to play and that all a baby does is sleep. Some of them, that's why you ask about their family and how, like people that have siblings close together, if they didn't have me for a mother, right, where you go, yeah, none of them were doing that. Nope, none of the only one that was in danger of doing that actually was the oldest to the second one. That's the only one, and maybe it's because once I saw that, I told you about it. Once I saw it once when she bit her on the foot. Once I saw that, I never one of them had to be in a playpen, and the other one was, like, in a crib or something when I took just for me to be able to take a shower. I had to separate them just in case. Also, I read books about babies. Yeah, I used to read books about parenting. Just that thing where they lay on their back and it's this thing that goes over them like this, and it has like three Sesame Street characters hanging from it. At first, they just do this. I used it on all my kids. I'm not sure if I had it for the first one, but I definitely did from the second one. I used it on all my kids, the same toys. At first, they just lay there looking at it, but eventually they start like whacking it with their hands. They like it, it keeps them distracted. So she's doing that. That's all. And then I think was Chopin playing or something? Because I like classical music, right? So she's doing this, just whacking three things, right? Or doing that thing like this. They do. They're all Steve Martin at that age. And then I don't even know if I was in the shower that day, but something, right? I don't, there's no crying or anything that takes place, right? So all of a sudden I go, what's this? Like there was an entire top teeth print on her foot. And there's the culprit, just da 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 da, like nothing happened. There's nobody else in this apartment. I had a video once. I no, I can't even. I can't because I have a whole thing where I don't talk about my children because people are living in a fantasy land about it, and then they'll text me and pretend that they're them. Yeah. Just anyways. Flood warning. Well, that's good. Since you're all gonna fucking die. I hadn't seen, yeah, because I don't really pay attention to babies. I hadn't seen one of those in a long time in that video about the chiropractic. I don't even know if they realize they're doing it because the videos are so old. But it's just like Welcome to the Crypt, right? And they're gonna now teach the babies. This is the new thing. All the babies, nope, all the babies, this is what the other species does. Because we're the other species to them. This is what everyone's doing now. And they're like, what are you on? Are you still doing that? We're still being reborn in this form? Oh no. Right. Okay, so now we're doing this. Everyone, all the babies are doing Welcome to the Crypt. And that one's, it's always like sort of slow motion too, but it's like the legs and the arms. So you wonder what possibly. And they all have to have those mitts on because they scratch themselves and they're not aware of what they're doing. Yeah. You find that out real quick too. And it becomes difficult trying to clip those nails. The first time that you clip one and the finger bleeds, you stop doing it. I, I don't know. I didn't talk to a lot of mothers, but you just bite them. You bite the nail off, not bite the baby. You just bite their fingernails with your teeth until they get older because the nails are so soft and the fingers. The first time you try to clip a baby's nails and it cuts them, you never do it again. You just bite their fingernails. Right. But I don't know if they make little baby files because that's the other thing too. When you cut fingernails, you make them sharper. Yeah, they make mitts and stuff so that they are doing this, but they don't actually scratch themselves. Jessica Savage had to suffer that. It never happened with used to be Karen Carpenter. They have kind of different coloring. So blonde people, I think, are way more sensitive. Yeah, just the first time you do it, you just, oh my God. Oh yeah, just stuff sometimes. It is kind of a big deal because I'm sure that hurts. Not that being repeatedly bit in the nipple doesn't hurt too, but all clear given. Buildings reopened after bomb threat scare at Suffolk University. That's where James went to college. I'm not sure why he chose that college. Remember those days where she was gonna pay for his college because Tom Kent bailed out on fucking paying for his kid's college. Um, he'll hand these two people everything on a stick, but he won't help his other two children go to college. So, anyways, she was paying, and I remember she didn't offer to help pay for me, and she goes, I said something about a state school because his college was expensive, and she goes, he is not going to a state school. And I'm just like, what the fuck? My whole entire life, because before James, it was those two people, Cindy and Tommy, and they all got like C grades. And I'd come home with straight fucking A's, whatever. I know you just go, what the fuck? I don't think I ever really cared, but that I was amazed. Even as a child, I don't remember feeling hurt by it. Yeah, I don't remember feel. I don't think I can actually bond to the other species, even as a child. I don't remember ever feeling hurt by it, but just amazed because I clearly noticed it, and I was like, okay. And then it's James. Like I'm a piece of shit, so I go to a state college, but James is not going to go to a state college. Okay. I wasn't mad that he was going to a college. You just, why you have to talk to me like that? Yeah, it's like I am not like I can't compete with you for meals. That's why it's so weird to be like that with your own fucking daughter. Yeah, I find it really weird. Police identify murder suicide victims. Okay. Is this a film or a real story? Yeah, I mean, that's sort of terrible, isn't it? Especially when there's an age difference like that. Oh, okay, so he's a registered sex offender. What's a level three offender? I don't know, but he was convicted of aggravated rape, so that's probably what's in 2007. Wow. So did he even know her? Was she a prostitute? I know for some reason before did I know their ages when I said that? I was like, this seems bad. Is that a father and daughter or something? What is that? 25 and 43. Yeah. Well, it's not that it doesn't happen. I mean, I sound probably like a hypocrite, but not when you're a sex offender. You get what I'm saying? Like aggravated rape, that's pretty serious. So, well, now you know when someone commits aggravated rape, they're pretty dangerous. Like in terms of going out with people that, um, yeah. I know I talked about people in prisons and stuff, but I have thought about that. It's kind of like this: if you actually had a proper courting and you're not in a hotel room with the person, obviously, if you had a proper courting and you discussed that stuff, the person may decide to not even go out with you, right? Because say that they were into the Bible and stuff and they contemplated it and went, I just don't, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. Right. Like it's just, I was hoping that I would be sort of like, um, better and everything. But now that I'm actually courting someone, I just don't even want to take the chance of doing that. I don't want to end up flipping out and smashing your face in like the chick I went to jail for or something like that. You would hope. Yeah, you would hope. Things that are warning signs, and this is definitely a problem for people if they've ever had any kind of issues with stalking and they get obsessive, they may have to accept that they can't be in a relationship. If you have that John Robert Balto thing, you get obsessive, you're stalking people, you yourself know that like you went out with someone and you cannot get over it, you can't get past it. I don't, I would say it's not just about it takes you a long time to get over someone. Like you're not actively trying to find them and stuff. Like you're not contacting them all the time and asking them to go back out with you and stuff, right? Yeah, like I think most of them know that they're stalkers. Yeah, I'm sure most of them know because it's probably a repeated thing they've done. But some people, I think, do stuff when they're younger and then they don't do it again. I've known people like that that do the driving by someone's house a million times, right? And then they don't do that again. It becomes easier. When you're younger and it's like your first real boyfriend or girlfriend, it's different than um, right. And you can probably theorize that people that do that were not in recovery. Right. That's part of the reason they're doing it. They're too young to be dating and they're not in recovery. So they're connecting themselves like it's their parent. They haven't gone through any of that where they understand themselves at all. So some of those things, yeah, that would be scary for another person to go out with you if you had that issue because after the past 13 years what I've been through, um, that's a little bit of a I was wondering if that dude ever was doing that to that person that he was involved with because he said they had been broken up for 7 years. And you go, okay, you talk about that person a lot. Like, that's why I wondered why Braintree. Does she live in Braintree? Because that would definitely be a warning sign, right? That he was still doing it. Did he ever do anything that seemed to be trying to get her attention, like his mother? Yeah, I could definitely see that. And that would have been completely omitted by everything he was telling me because he seemed to still be doing it, and it's related to his drug use, right? And just he's clearly still fixated on his mother. That would be my thing I would say about that dude in terms of why he was doing that with the person he was involved in. And it's like involved with, and it's so conflicting because it's such an obvious case of child abuse. It's not like when you meet someone that had like a high school boyfriend or someone in college or an ex-wife and they're 7 years later still talking about them. Like this was a disgusting um, child abuse thing that dragged on for 14 years. That's a long time, 14 years. And you were 13 and she was 14. That's gross, right? So it's definitely it got something to do with that. It's like tied to a time, like it's subconscious, I think, tied to a time in his life where he wasn't suffering as much abuse because he was with someone. He might be like so out of control and he didn't know that maybe about himself, or his childhood was so chaotic and out of control. And that was the only time in his life that he felt like he had any type of stability, even though it's so disgusting. It made him sick to the point he couldn't keep doing it. Yeah, the brain is a your psyche and your brain, but it makes perfect sense to me. I don't know, it's probably God explaining it to me, but it makes perfect sense to me logically. Right? Just something that is making you feel more. People do that thing in a retrograde anyway, especially when your life has become that and you're that sort of unhappy and having panic attacks and you're street homeless and you're being repeatedly raped and you're a sex offender. It's like, obviously, most things are going to seem like a better time in your life, but it's like so disgusting. How could that be a better time in your life? I don't have that with my the marriage. Like the only way I would think of that as a better time in my life is minus the guy. Yeah, minus the guy. Like um yeah, like obviously the children would be a better time in my life and having a nice house and having a swimming pool, but I wanted out of the marriage so badly that it was forcing me to be turning into a fucking raging alcoholic. So I can't do it. Yeah, it just so I guess it was a better time in my life, but I wouldn't want to go back to that either. I mean, people allowed to get a divorce and still keep their children in their house. It happens every day. So yeah, it, I, I guess that's how I would say it. It's a better time, I guess, but not a better time. I am sure. I am sure. Until the person finally drops off, that's all that's going to be in that person's mind. Yeah, it's like gruesome, but I don't think anything about him or his thoughts. Yeah. We are fed up. More than 50 people arrested in protests that led to gridlock in Boston. Is it supposed to mean we're fucked up? Yeah. Like shots, we are fucked up. I hope they've been fed. Yeah, I hope they've had food. There was something weird going on in Walcott Square when I took my walk. And then I noticed this. I forgot to mention this when I came back. Um, this is what's nice about if I was visible online. If you drive a white SUV, which a million people do, you might want to actually kind of calm down a little bit. That would be that would be an incident if I was a police officer. A warning, yeah, a definite pullover, or I think if they catch you on those cameras, I'm hoping that I'm hoping she goes another year. That's what I've been like praying, because I have no income or housing. That's why I'll die on the fucking ground. I don't even have a SNAP food card. So it's like to do.
Oh, it's not about telling you what to do, Mom. You're fucking hurt. You're injuring yourself. That's not the way you fucking think.
I don't think she has really much brain matter left, but it's weird. Yeah, because she'll get up but when they have dementia, they do have good and bad days, but it's just it's a new thing where she just leans forward like that, like all the way down. She started doing it like 2 days ago. It's like when she used to do that tipping thing, but she's doing it in the chair and then she just stays like that. I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, that might definitely warrant a visit from Cindy if he would have to do that. He just said something about I might have to I'll put that chair in the garage. I didn't realize how big it was or something. If he's talking about the wheelchair. Because she still moves around in it. She was just moving around in it today. Yeah, that can't make too much sense. Why would you put a wheelchair in the garage? Unless he's talking about something else. He said something takes up too much space. And he said some chair. I hope you're not talking about the wheelchair that she moves around in. What does that have to do with her having her head down? There you go. Are you now saying she needs to be confined to a bed? What are you saying? Anyways, I'm not down there to see what he's talking about. Just she definitely won't go another year if you're telling her she has to lay in a bed. Do you have any idea how sore she would get? Because this is a wonderment I've always had about him. How he can lay down like that. It's just weird. All due respect. I when I was in the hospital with the twins, do you have any idea how sore your body gets from laying down, even for just a couple of days? It's wicked uncomfortable because your body is not meant to be laying down in a bed all day long, like 24 hours a day. You get wicked sore. That was one thing I realized when I went on the bed rest. Even just a couple of days of it, you're like, oh my God, when you like, it's not even just when you have to get up, you notice it. It's just, oh my God, like your whole body just starts to kill. Yeah, I mean, some people will actually lift old people up and walk them around. You've never seen that? I know you just go, just leave her alone in the wheelchair. Right? Like, just maybe every single thing the woman does, don't yell at what she's doing. Anyways, that's why I don't like it when people are yelling like that, because stuff does not have to be my business if you weren't yelling at the top of your lungs. Yeah, like I don't appreciate it when I'm on this thing and there's deranged people that think my life is a fucking show and they think your life is a show when I'm not trying to do that. Yeah, like I'm in the evening typing for a reason. Yeah, like so that people are not having their life a fucking show. So, anyways, I mean, when you have people typing on this thing, when I'm not even fucking talking about you, and they're going, "What is that noise? Is that so and so?" Those are sick people who think that there's a fucking show going on here. Oh yeah. Anyways, the guy with the white truck, if they caught you on those cameras, if I was a police officer, I would definitely think that you are warranted to at least receive a warning. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on in life that a person would burn through, I guess, maybe a yellow light or a straight out red light. Okay. Because it's not a busy intersection. It's really not. It's Walcott Center. So it's kind of noticeable when someone burns through an intersection like that. So I don't know if the person was angry about something or late for a dinner. Okay. It wasn't even dinner time. It was, if I got back here at what, 2:30, that's right about the time when children are off of those buses and stuff. Yeah. I also just so happened to see today a man walking with a cane. Okay. So people that are, this is the other thing I have to make note of, if they actually change the sequence of the lights. People that cross that intersection all the time know the sequence of the light because I've done it myself. And because when we get the crosswalk, the street that the bus comes out of, those people have a green light. So right when we're going to walk, this cars could be coming this way. But I think they know the sequence of the lights too, and they know that that's when the crosswalk is. So they sort of wait, and it works out fine. They wait for the person to cross, and then they go. Okay. So we know when that light turns yellow that we're about to get the cross thing. So usually I wait for that light to turn yellow and then I cross because you can see if there's a car coming, right? Because you're supposed to slow down and prepare to stop at a yellow light. And there's no one ever comes out of that street. It's every once in a while. And that had to have been where you came from, right? Unless they changed the sequence of the lights, you came from there. You didn't come from Neponset Valley, which that's the majority of the traffic. They were all coming from there and going there. In the non-stop highway, wherever the fuck those people are coming from and going from. Right. So unless they're on a walk route, which is fine. I welcome people on a walk route because you would not be dangerous to me in theory. Okay. So no one on my walk route driving like that is driving fast. I just don't see that happening. So, and I'm pretty sure unless they change the sequence of the lights, the person wasn't even coming from the Ponset Valley Parkway. They were coming from over there. So we see that light turn yellow. Me personally, I start walking so I don't interfere with the people going this way. Okay. So today I was going the other direction so you didn't kill me. Because had I been going this way, potentially you would have ran me the fuck right over because you were going that fast. You clearly can see me standing, waiting to cross. There's no trees, there's no barriers on any of those things where you can't see a pedestrian right there. Where the Dunkin' Donuts is, I'm put on a platform in the middle of Walcott Center when I'm going that way. Everyone, every street there can see me standing there. So you know it's at least a yellow light, if not a red light. So what are you doing there? You were driving about 80 miles per hour. Okay. And I would assume you're not from around here because no one drives like that there. Okay. So that's why it's a warning, right? Because I was going that way, I waited for the crosswalk. But honestly, it's kind of weird that I didn't see the yellow light and start crossing. But generally, I do. Well, there's people, sir or ma'am, whichever, that are purposely running over pedestrians. It happens. So a person driving like that's a little bit concerning. That's why it's a warning to let you know that especially where you were, when you see a yellow light, you need to stop. I think you know a yellow light means slow down and prepare to stop. So for you, when you see a yellow light, you need to stop. That was, you like gunned it. You had to have gunned it at either a yellow light or it just turned red. Okay? That's called basic driving laws. It doesn't matter what was going on. No, it doesn't matter what was going on. So right after that, when I crossed and I started, I don't know what the name of that street is. Is that High Park Ave still? I just so happened to see a guy walking right under from coming out from under that tunnel bridge with a literal cane. Okay, so yeah, I mean, older people walk around. They don't walk fast. And they know the sequence of the lights too. And they're actually not required to keep track of one, two, three, four, five roads. You want an elderly person to keep track of one, two, three, four, five roads and not just a white man walking? I don't. I disagree with you. Okay? I disagree with you because you didn't keep track of a yellow light means slow down. So, but an elderly person in a cane should keep track of five roads and then go, it's white man walking, and then pray to God that he or she makes it across the street. That's why it's called a warning, right? Because I'm sure you're probably eligible to be ticketed, but clearly a lot of people are having economic problems and stuff. And something like that might make you even more pissed off or something. That's why it's called a warning. We are fed up. More than 50 people arrested in protest. I'm sure they probably do, but I find it helpful to explain to people why they're receiving a warning like that. This morning, interestingly, this morning, on the way there, it wasn't this morning. On the way going, when I first left to go for my walk, there was a huge Mack truck blocking that road. Yeah, that was like interesting about it. It was blocking like it, but I think you could still get. And then I don't know what was going on. I don't know if they were purposely blocking or they were stuck there, like stuck in the intersection, and they ran a light too. Like they ran a yellow light and they got stuck in an intersection and didn't know what to do because there was a backup of traffic and they can see that there's a crosswalk too. They didn't even block the crosswalk. They just like stopped in the middle of it. It was like two trucks, not just one. And I was like, okay, well, it's my turn to cross. So I guess I will go. And then didn't another thing happen today too? In a different area, it happened too. Was that today or yesterday? I'm pretty sure it was today, but I'm trying to think where I was. It's kind of regardless, but it might sometimes I like to say where I was because then you get an idea of the intersection. And then I think about it and go, yeah, like, am I being like overreactionary? No, it was yesterday. No, it was today. It was today. Because I took the Dedham walk yesterday and I'm pretty sure it was by the U-Haul, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was today. Yeah, at the U-Haul intersection. It was. And it's not exactly the white car's fault. I could see the directionals on, and then I got the walk light, and at first I just went like this, and then when they went, I went like this, and they probably got mad. But truly, you go, you're not blocking anybody though, so they can't hear me. But as I'm walking, I go, apparently, me deciding not to have you run me over means go. I didn't go like this. Sometimes I do. It's not that big of a deal, but when I'm walking, sometimes I'm more of a bitch and I know you can't hear me. But Yeah, because people are all over the place. I don't know what's going on. They're having a sale at Macy's that everybody has to get to because that's two today, and the two trucks blocking. So were trucks blocking you guys all over the place? Okay. Well, that's definitely frustrating, and I don't actually agree with it unless they're blocking you because somebody was threatening to run me over all over the internet or something. Like if someone went all over the internet saying they were gonna fucking kill me with their car or something, then I can't really be mad if trucks show up to block cars from hitting me. Yeah. Because one thing that maybe the beeper didn't realize, because back to this thing when I first left, as I'm walking on Truman Parkway, I can hear them beeping already for them to move. Okay, that's a little bit. Were they actually blocking you? Did they move when the light turned green? Then they weren't blocking you. I just explained it. When you're over there, all due respect, when you're over there, you can't see around a corner. Nope. But when I'm standing waiting to cross, I can. I can see over there and I can see over there a little bit. Okay. So they weren't blocking the intersection purposely, from my point of view, unless they stayed there after the light turned green. They couldn't go any further. It was that much traffic. They couldn't go any further. Yeah, they would. You might have not. Can you see past the crosswalk? You might not be able to. They didn't block the crosswalk. That's what they're supposed to do. It was a big Mack truck. I would have ended up stuck there going. I would have been like, here we go. Yeah, that's actually what they're supposed to do. I'm not sure. I didn't even look like they blocked anybody. The only people that may have ended up blocked there was just what I was talking about. The light that gets the green light before the crosswalk. From mostly, there's usually nobody there. Yeah, they weren't blocking you guys because you don't have a green light. Uh, they ran the risk of blocking the people coming this way that the bus goes. And I'm not sure there was anybody coming this way from Dunkin' Donuts because they probably saw the truck there. And there's not constant traffic there either. So if you were way down there and you just see a space in front of a truck, you might think they're blocking the intersection because people have been doing weird shit. Unless they stayed there after the light turned green, they weren't doing that. There was a bunch of traffic. I hear the beep and I was like, oh my God, they were already going to stop beeping. The light just turned green. I would know it because I'm the pedestrian and I know the light sequence. Okay? It goes you and then it goes, it must go these people probably before you, right? Is that the same as that one? I don't pay that much attention on that one because there's usually no one there. And yeah, by the time I get there, there's usually no one there. I pay attention to that one because I know when you guys get a red light, that one gets a green light, and usually when it goes to yellow, I cross because after that, this one goes green, and then I get the walk guy. So they weren't getting it, and then I don't know what goes on up here. I think they get the green light at the same time as the people coming the straight. The people up here get it the same time as them. So, anyways, at the U-Haul, whatever was going on there, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if people were doing weird stuff that was irritating drivers or was just one of those days. It's not really that. It's sort of kind of both things. I'm sure I can be perceived as an asshole. Yeah. It's just I'm sort of at the end of my walk and then I go. Sometimes when there's a lot of traffic, it bothers pedestrians too, in case you didn't know that. Because this is what I said, and it's absolutely true. Like it's my turn to go. Wait, maybe that was yesterday. No, because it had to have been today. Anyways, I say it more than once, but this was definitely today because I went to Dedham yesterday. Right. I don't know if it's right on red, but I'm assuming it's not because it's a crosswalk. Yeah. And at that place, I don't cross unless I have the signal. And then even then, that's why I knew you were there. Yeah, even because say I'm an old person though, again, it could be sort of like a warning, issuing a warning to the drivers. Um, Even then, everyone's not me. And plus God tells me things. I'm sort of a good listener. So even then, even though there was a walk light, something made me go like that. I don't know if I have that good of peripheral vision, but something made me go like that when I don't have to. I technically don't have to. I mean, I have to if I don't want to die, but legally or whatnot, yeah, I don't have to. But I something made me go like that, and I could see, and then apparently because I looked, that meant it was okay to go. That's fine. Sometimes I do actually prefer that people go. I had plenty of time to cross. I'm a pretty swift walker. I had plenty of time to cross, but I did go like this because it's my turn to cross. It's my turn to move. Eventually, that's what I said out to the ear because I didn't even have my phone on me. It's my turn to go because eventually I don't walk in front of cars. That's what I said. That's why I don't jump in front of cars. It's my turn to go when that white guy is walking. Then it's my turn to go. But clearly, I do wait and see what people are doing. The one of the times I do actually cross is when I'm going the other direction at the same intersection, but not when I'm coming back. I don't do it. Maybe for that reason is one of them, because as a pedestrian, I can't see for my safety's sake what everyone's doing. Yeah, like on the way this way, on the way to Stop and Shop, it seems like there's way too much stuff going on where you definitely wait for it. But when I'm going that way, sometimes I will actually cross because I kind of can tell. You look and see if someone's going to turn. You start to get familiar with the light sequence. So it can be dangerous when they change the light sequence for pedestrians. Drivers could do it too because you just go and then you realize you're going right through a red light and you go, what the fuck? Because they changed the light sequence, right? Yeah, it could happen to a driver, but it's way more dangerous for a pedestrian. Yeah, just for that reason, especially if you're slow on the foot because you know there's a limited time. So if you know a street and there's usually no one coming and it's yellow, so they're never gonna make it. They got to slow down and stop, right? White truck and not go to 80. Right. So if you're a driver and you don't walk a lot, I'm explaining it to you. Okay. I used to drive, in case you don't know that. So if you never walked, then someone has to tell you. So anyway, that's why I stopped there. But when I'm walking this way, I can see all the way down that road and I can see this way. But when I'm coming this way, I can't even see down that road like that. It's just a neat if you walk around there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. When you're going this way, I can't see this way and I can't see that way. I can see this and that, but when I'm coming the other way, I can see all the ways. It's just the nature of the buildings and stuff. So sometimes on that time, I won't wait for the thing because I can see where all the cars are coming. But anyways, in case you, but I'm just laughing at myself. It's my turn to go. That's why I don't jump in front of cars. I'm not one of those people, and I definitely don't advocate for doing it. That intersection, by the way, has an elderly. It's called Forever Young right there. So there's clearly elderly people going in and out of that exact intersection. Okay, so when they're going this way, maybe their peripheral vision isn't as good. So I don't know. It could be a problem. Does it say no turn on red? Is that what those signs are? Now that I'm thinking about it, I think they have no turn on red signs there. Are they obstructed by a pedestrian standing there? Those signs? As the pedestrian, I know sometimes you warn other pedestrians, just go like this. But clearly they're coming up in a continual flow. Yeah, I mean, but at least look and make sure there's not one right there, which happened today. So anyway, I think they do have signs, but um, I saw an elderly woman coming the other way with a cane a couple of weeks ago. And it makes sense too, because like I said, I didn't know it before. There's one of those Forever Young places right in that plaza. So I find it kind of terrible if people are too afraid to walk around. So I don't believe in blocking off traffic, but I do believe that pedestrians have a right to walk around. So yeah, it's not it's not like as much of a weird thing as the other thing, but typically there's no cars. Like I told you, you have the bus, and I'm sure the bus is used to it. Cause and they're high up and they can clearly see if there's people there waiting across. What's a pizza place? That general store and a liquor store. Yeah, like it probably depend at nighttime, that could probably be dangerous. If you I don't know if it's still like this, but when I was growing up in Dedham, um, that package store was open later or something. Yeah. That was High Park not in the blue laws? Is that was one of them? They used to have these things called blue laws in Massachusetts. Like they're like more conservative because it used to be a Christian place and liquor stores were not open on Sunday. So that might have been what it was. And yeah, it was either it was open later or it was open on Sunday because it's not Dedham, it's High Park. So anyway, you would have people going there that don't go there all the time. But I guess if they're going there at night, then they're going there all the time. But at night, it could be more of a concern in terms of seeing that, understanding that you can see like a white man, not just you see a green light. You like right next to that is a white man, and maybe at nighttime it's actually safer, maybe because it's more glowy. Yeah, maybe at nighttime might actually be better because that street. I think they have it set up so you can see it right next to the green light, and then you probably go, "How would they get in a walk light?" Because I said it too. How would they get in a green light? They people probably didn't want to take the time to just to stop all the roads and have that because there's one there and then there's another one. Right, there's one there, then there's a because it's 5 streets. There's one there, there's one there, there's one there, there's one there, and there's one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 of them. Then there's another one where there is no walk light at right here where the bus goes. That's 6. That's why. It's just like one of those intersections. That's why they don't want to do it. Because the people that are driving probably prefer that doesn't happen. Right. So the people going this way have to understand that when they go, that they have to stop for a pedestrian. That's the one place you have to do it. The other times you should be getting a green light, right? No, wait till they do it there too. They may have it set up so where you're crossing, nobody's going like this. You get that rare occasion where someone going Truman Parkway is going to turn here, take a right to get to Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, it's not that often, but I'm not there at 5 o'clock in the morning when people want coffee. Well, maybe you never know. Some people jog really early in the morning, especially in the summertime. Yeah. Well, if you're new to driving around here, that would be one of those things. It makes sense you turn there to get Dunkin' Donuts, but make sure you're aware if there's a pedestrian, especially when it's still dark out. Because that one, you're not probably going to know that. Um, Maybe I haven't paid that much attention to that one because there's so little traffic flow there. Yeah, once I do something, then I notice it more. That's why I told you, man, I would be the most hated cop in a town. That's all I would do. Every shift. Oh yeah, I'm telling you. Everything would be traffic violations. Yep. Everything would be traffic violations. And because I walk around so much, and then like I said, I feel like I don't like it that some people are living in fear of being hit by a car. It really bothers me. And I'm not even like one of those bleeding hearts for old people. Some people are disabled in like kids getting out of school and stuff. Like not everything is about old people, but clearly, I mean, come on. They're already old and now they get afraid of things anyway, but that's a valid fear. And they don't walk that fast. It's just we're trying to get everybody walking. Even the people that are driving want people walking. So if we could try to budget our time better, maybe. Sometimes people just have one of those days and you do a goof, right? Just that was fast. That was a speedy truck today. Boston police officers and Massachusetts state police troopers made dozens of arrests during a protest that shut down traffic in Dewey Square. Okay, so they're doing this on. Well, I don't know how much driving goes on in downtown Boston. That's why it's a kind of humorous. But have you ever gone down there? I really was not doing it until the train was free for 2 weeks, which was nice. Um, so, yeah, because even if I walk to Forest Hills, the train isn't free. That's what I'm saying. You just go. You just cut me off from everything that goes on in downtown Boston. It's just gruesome, isn't it? I was going there for the Christmas season and shit, and I'm going there to walk around Castle Island and just swoop, shut off a fucking income because there's no more stay away order. So you shut off a fucking income. I know you just go, what the fuck, hell? That's a pretty long fuck. I don't even know. I'm sure I could walk it, but you go, I don't even know how I would actually get there because I look at the train and clearly the train goes from here to it's probably wicked far though. You're on a fucking train. You go from here to Newmarket. It's a 20-minute train ride, so that could be quite a bit of a walk. But is there even a road that does that? I don't know any road that does that. That's why I used to not walk to like JFK and shit 'cause I didn't know how to get there. It's not I can't walk. Right, you just go. I don't know how far of a walk that would be from here to downtown Boston. I clearly did it when I came up here in 2011 and I walked all the way from the airport back to the house. But I don't remember how I did it. God did it. Yeah, I don't remember. I know I walked through a city. Um, no, that's Forest Hills. Like I was about to go. I know if you go this way, that's Forest Hills. That's like the 34, the 34E. How yeah, how do you get to downtown Boston? I mean, this is how I'd have to look at a map. Yeah, I guess I could look at a map. That's it, but in the wintertime, I'm gonna walk all the way to a Christmas tree lighting. No, and then back again at like 10 o'clock at night. That's fucking crazy. Anyways, um, when everything shut down, when everything shut down, I guess, I mean, I'd have to walk from here to there, but if everything was shut down, wouldn't I just yeah, like I'd walk there in the daytime and then I'd watch a Christmas tree lighting and then I'd just fucking sleep there. Because if everything was shut down, then why couldn't I take a fucking tent to just tent it at Boston Common. Yeah, life is not really that complicated. I know, it's just some of the shit that comes up, you go, oh yeah, I guess I see that. They don't actually let people live in a tent. Right, they don't let people live in a fucking tent. You didn't notice that? I never seen any fucking tents in downtown Boston. They have tents in Washington D.C., you know. They had them there in 2017 too. And the people living in them told me that they let them do that in Washington D.C. They don't stop them from doing it there. Cuz this is the way that they explained it to me. They go, it's the nation's capital, so it looks a little bit bad when you tell people that they can't live in a tent here. But apparently, they because there's so many tourists and shit. Like people would probably go, "What the fuck? It's Washington D.C. Like they don't have a, they're homeless. They don't have a right to tent here. Why? It's public fucking property." Yeah, apparently that was you could. They didn't have an argument for it in Washington D.C. Where they do in other places. But um, uh, everyone wants to protect their children from the homeless, but they don't want to give you fucking housing. That's a bunch of horseshit. Yeah, I mean, obviously, tents. It's almost like they begin to feel not as privileged being in housing if people can put a fucking tent over there. It's something like that. And then, yeah, and then it, I would say it's probably that. Yeah, believe it or not, I'd say it's probably that because it's way too comfortable, even if you had to pick the thing up during the daytime. Because I couldn't get one of them, but those little tents that Man at Health was giving out, or remember the tent Karen Corbett had? That's what you want because it was like at least semi waterproof. They don't have to be huge. They make them that are actually waterproof and they're small. You could just fold that thing up every fucking day. It doesn't have to be there 24 hours a day. I mean, life is a lot easier when it can be because you can have a cooler and shit. But I mean, I didn't notice yesterday because I didn't stop over there. I didn't go to Stop and Shop yesterday, but I know I hope that they didn't say anything. But um, especially when you're packing the thing up in the daytime. I know I think I could have done it for those 2 months. Yeah, I think I could have done it for those 2 months. Now they won't let anybody go there, but when I was sleeping outside the DTA office, I think the cops wouldn't have said a fucking word because it was like the dead of winter too. Because why care if I'm in a tent? Unless they don't think it's as safe for some reason. I don't know. That would be weird. But if I was laying down on the little ground in a plastic bag like that for 2 months, the cop was talking to me every once in a while in the daytime, we discussed it. He knew I was there. If he didn't tell me I couldn't sleep there, because that's what he said, he goes, nobody's reported you. It's a federal building. The federal government would have to report me, right? Okay, probably. This isn't Starbucks or the public library. This is a federal building. Maybe that's why it's like a secret. This is a federal building, so who would report me? Anyways, um, and it's nighttime, so it's not open. I never was there when it was open. So, anyways, I could have set up a little tiny tent every single night, and then I wouldn't have to urinate in a box, right? Just I wouldn't store the urine. I'm an old woman, especially in the cold. Yeah, you have to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. It happens. Maybe dudes too, right? So, and then I would walk over to a tree and pour it. I didn't even pour it in the street. Had poured it at a tree. Yeah, I don't poop there. No, my schedule is not as such. I have to poop in a cup. No. So anyways, That dude probably didn't have anywhere to poop. They probably shut the bathrooms. Yeah, that can happen too. The guy that they said was, "Why are you pooping in a bag?" He was pooping in a bag. He wasn't pooping on the straight ground, right? So, anyways, he won't accept the services that don't exist. Yeah, believe me. Even the business owners went, this is, it was probably like me in 2022, and the business owners go, services? What services? They were just apparently straight out lying when people were asking them. Yeah, it's just amazing. So, anyways, just like, how have you not housed this woman in 13 years? How did you get the Red Sox to give you all that money to build that building? Like, how did you get the Yawkey Foundation to pay for that? Are you serious? I mean, I know you just go, oh my fucking God. You literally got the Yawkey Foundation to build you another fucking shelter and you still won't give me housing? You deserve everything you folks get, which is ultimately just death. It's not like they're gonna take you and boil you in oil or gut you and pull your intestines out. It's just God is, you're gonna die. But anyways, I was wondering why they were calling it that. And I looked it up and I went, oh my fucking God. It obviously it doesn't mean it's because of me, but I was on the internet. I was at replying the fucking Boston Red Sox. It's part of my one of my ideas I had about what people could do, where they are helping people that are in a fucking desperation, to that God had those people do that. Like God cares about them. And that's, so that's what you do to the Virgin fucking Mother. When people donate money to you like that, because they want these people that are in a desperation to know that God is real and cares about them, that's what you fucking do in return. I don't know what, how could you be more fucking perverse? How could you be more perversely insane than that? You do this to their fucking nun, and now she can't even stand them. Oh my God. It's in the book, yeah, obviously. If you make any one of these people that believe in me stumble and shit, you're fucking done. So, anyways, take that to your psychopathic bank. How did I start talking about that? Please. Oh, the tenting. Yes. Um, Probably only if they're closed. Yeah. Yeah, because if you're blocking people from getting into federal buildings, sometimes some things, even if you left a pathway, it seems intimidating if you're actually blocking. But is that where those tents are in Washington, D.C.? Is that some sort of federal property right there? Unless that's where that guy walked me to. Yeah, I mean, it was a couple of years and it was nighttime. I was out walking around Washington, D.C. all night long. Yeah, so um, do those people live there that were doing those G6s things? Or are they like not even in Washington, D.C.? I know it's unfortunate because it made me, it's possible that those people are there. I know, because you go, where were all these people though that I was seeing on a live stream? And now they still live stream, I think. I haven't checked, but that dude never live streams anymore after that. Did you ever notice that? Like, he live streamed a little bit that summer and then he completely disappeared. I don't know, you just go, is it possible that you folks got caught in a lie? Yeah, that was just weird that they completely disappeared. But I mean, I've probably completely fucking disappeared too. Anyways, you would think so. You would think so that someone might notice that I'm fucking disappeared because it's not like I knew those people that long. They were live streaming for about a year. It started in 2022 after I came back from Quincy that summer, that July 4th weekend is when it started. Okay. And then, so that was about a year. I went out to Quincy in March of the next March, and then last summer they were doing it. And then after I went to Washington D.C., I think there was a little bit of it, and then sometime August, September, October, right? Uh, that stuff ended, right? Because I was there and I didn't see you anywhere. Yeah, and I don't know about the J6s because I was only there one night, and I don't think I was anywhere near a prison. Isn't that a prison they're at? Yeah, so I can't verify that those people aren't actually there. Yeah, so it almost seemed like he started. Did he live stream after I left there too? Yeah. Where was he though? I mean, I was there a day and a half. Wasn't I posting stuff to YouTube at the same time too? Unless he didn't see what I was posting. Yeah, that's, I don't know. The whole thing is a little bit iffy. Boston police officers and Massachusetts state police troopers made dozens of arrests. I know. I guess I wouldn't say it's impossible that that happened because I wasn't there that long. Yeah. I definitely was not at an exact location when he was saying he was live streaming at the same location. That I was not. No, I wasn't doing that. But I don't know. That would be the weirdest thing. I was actually in the same fucking city, and for some reason, if they were blocking me, and he didn't even know I was there. Yeah, but whatever. It's almighty. So Jewish protesters. Yeah, like it is a little bit weird because of the whole Sylvia thing and then and the book never came and da da da. It's just I hate to say it, but it seems like they're depersonalized Nazis. I keep forgetting about the thing when he said something about, do you guys have a Connor? Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh. That sounds bad. And the unconditional military aid to Israel. That sounds bad. We can't. That's what the thermonuclear weapons are for. Well, because it's a whole entire thing that you don't want all your stuff disrupted. That's why they have you buy what's called the short hairs, as Al calls it. They really do. Um, yeah, the simple in terms of everything that's going on, it depends on what you're upset about. If you want like fuel shut off, it cannot happen. There was only one way for that to happen, and I explained it. Okay, and someone did a blockade about it. All right, so um, right, say that people go, there was never any way we could do that, Mary, because not enough housing here. Okay, I'm not sure if we know that or not, given the fact that they started bringing here people here from other parts of the world. They wouldn't stop breeding. They clearly gave a 19 or a 20-year-old a Section 8 when her mother lives in a house. Okay. But yet I am told that I'm supposed to stay here or the ground when I had 6 minors. So just that one thing, this is what I'm it does matter. Whenever you start going, but what the fuck does that have to do with us, or what does that have to do with now? You need to think. That's it. One example. They clearly were not doing the transition plan, is what I'm telling you. So any of the words that come out of these people's fucking mouths is nothing but a lie. Okay. Since I'm not in every fucking city in the phase out area talking to people that applied for housing, that are giving out housing, I'm not in every fucking shelter talking to the staff members. But in essence, I don't have to be because it's almighty. So I go to a place and what they're doing is indicative of what the fuck they're doing. That's the problem of why the transition plan didn't happen. Okay. Say that you said this, okay? Say that your excuse for refusing to approve Social Security, which has been going on for 13 years, especially people with a medical, that your excuse, say 12 years ago, 11 years ago, was that you were trying to control where people were going to live. That's why you didn't want a rent system where you gave us money and we paid rent, and that ended homelessness. Okay? It is that. Because everything that comes out of your fucking mouths is a lie. Say that you said, we're not going to give out a stipend, these Social Security, and then these homeless people pay a rent because we want to control where they're going to live. So we provide Section 8s or rooming houses. Okay? It's been 13 fucking years you're not doing that. You're fucking liars. You're basically trying to control where I live by giving me no fucking income at all or housing. So apparently, where I live is a fucking gravestone in a cemetery. That's where you think I'm supposed to live. All the words coming out of your fucking mouths are a lie. So when you're filled with this fucked up nonsense in your heads and you're filled with lies, you're not doing a transition plan. Not I need to take a poll everywhere on a fucking thing. Okay? Also, I explained the thing about sticking people in houses and then they also go back and forth to their fucking boyfriend's room in his house. I also went over keeping rooms empty because you want to keep making it appear that you have homeless people in a fucking shelter and that you need more money to buy up more real estate that you control. That's not even fucking housing, right? Everyone found that out in 2019. You house no one. Even your words out of your fucking mouth that is part of the shelter. It's not housing. That's why these people have no fucking rights. You're sick. You want to be able to enter their fucking rooms, check their rooms, check their fucking refrigerator because you're sick. Like you're still checking their fucking bags. And then you develop a favoritism system where some people you don't do that shit to and other people you do. Because you're fucking sick. You have no ability to simply distribute fucking housing at all. None. That is like I should before 2019, and then God sort of reminding me of a psychiatric condition that I obviously did not want to even contemplate that was going to happen here. And it clearly has. I would have never imagined that you beings would be that fucking sick with control. Oh, yeah, just you people don't want to end homelessness. You are sick fucking wackos, not you want to end homelessness. No one deserves to be homeless, but yet you think everybody in the fucking country should be homeless. That's a new catchphrase here. That is not housing. You say it yourselves. You're still considered homeless. It's part of the shelter. Okay? That's mental insanity. So you house fucking no one. I don't know what fucking families you've claimed you fucking housed when you caused a woman to lose all of her fucking children. I don't know what families you're telling people that you're fucking housing. So I can understand why people still are asking for the police to be dismissed so that you can cut these people's throats. Okay. Um, then what happens? Well, that is what I suggested that they do something about those people, find out how many people actually work for them. Okay, because then all those people that they put in housing, they don't have to account to those people anymore. I said that a while ago, and that didn't happen. Right? Just yeah, because you go, how are their bills and stuff going to get paid? Yeah, how are their bills and stuff getting paid? Did anybody even ask that? Okay, like, did the city of Quincy agree to not charge these people an electric bill? Why? See what I'm getting at? See how it becomes more and more sickening and the entire city should be euthanized? That is what I suggest happen. I'm still saying that. Why would it change? Was that an angry vent or a fact of life? I still say that you clear out 100,000 people, put them in a fucking grave, and then people like myself get fucking housing. People that are becoming too ill to drive get fucking housing. People that need to be closer to vital services get fucking housing. Okay, because those people have all been paying rent and fucking utility bills. Okay, like, just if beings that are like making up that I am fucking just homeless and destitute for no reason, they deserve to be kept the fuck alive? No. Right. How have these people been paying utility bills for all of that housing that they acquired? How are they doing that? As much as it sucks, yeah. Like, say that I know, because I wouldn't want it to happen to me, but it right now it's in theory not to do it, but say that completely all of the utilities for every single fucking rooming house and every house that those people put people in, every condo on the beach. They just didn't have any utilities. Would those people still refuse to stop controlling those people's fucking lives? I bet you they wouldn't. That's what I'm telling you. They're that sick. It's just like the hotel, probably. That was like the test. They wouldn't even give up a fucking hotel room. Like, that's not even checking the room, you know. It wasn't about checking the room. Nope. I believe the only reason they wanted to check the room is because I had food in there. That's the only reason they wanted to check the room. Like, profound insanity. Because they tried to trick me into bringing food in there to fucking steal it from me. Like, they were that sick. Yep. Because they would go, "Oh, we're not checking bags," and then all of a sudden the next day they're checking bags because they thought I'd bring food in my bag wasn't. God told me, and I don't do it anyways. So every time they did that, I never had anything on me. Oh yeah, so then you go a week or whatever where you're in a room not being bothered, and all of a sudden they want to do a room check, just like that Michelle chick said. Nah, you're not checking my room. I'm just gonna leave and then you can forage through all my fucking shit. Yeah, you're not getting into a hotel room with me. So it's kind of similar to the other thing. That chick actually didn't say she needs to check the room, by the way. The one at the rooming house. I opened the door for her both times. I didn't refuse to open the door to her. Right. Um, I don't even know if I had one of those eye things there. I don't remember, but I never refused to open the door to her. I opened the door both times. She didn't actually say she needed to come into the room. Right. The issue was, why are you doing this? She didn't even say she was checking to make sure there was no one in the room. She didn't say that. I didn't have anyone in the room with me. Nope. I didn't break any of their fucking rules, you know. Nope. That's why you just go, you people, you're gross. It's not even about criminality or whatever, just the fact that you're gross to me. I never broke any of their fucking rules. Nope. So you go, I opened the door to you both times you fucking knocked on it. Right? She didn't ask to enter the room, so that wasn't even an issue. She was asked why she was doing it, and she didn't have a fucking answer why she was doing it because she's deranged. She had a right to do it because it was after 9 o'clock at night, but she wouldn't even say that. She goes, substance. I don't use, and I was never told that you people came here for me to open a door. I open a door, and then that's how you know if I have fucking drugs in here. You didn't even ask to check the room. How would you know if I had fucking drugs and alcohol in here? I didn't say this, but they actually let them drink in the rooms. I don't even know if it's in their laws. You're not supposed to be doing it. I mean, that's all that fucking Kathy chick does is drink alcohol day and night. She's not going outside to do it. She drinks it right in her fucking room because we don't have bag checks here. Yeah, unlike the hotel where they check your bags. We don't have bag checks here. So why are you here? The only reason you're supposed to be here is if someone say I had a guest in my room? She didn't even fucking say that. So anyway, she was clearly fucking wrong, and they will never admit that they did something wrong. Ever in a day will they admit they did something wrong, and I explained it. And I'm sure that the cops, everybody that knows anything about it knows why. They did it on purpose. That's why they didn't ever admit they were wrong or apologize or put me back in a room. They completely did it purposely to get rid of me. Because as you could see, I didn't go back to the shelter. It's a thing they've been doing for a long time. When they don't like somebody at the shelter, they will put them in a room, and then you think they're in a room somewhere. They're not. They put them in a room, and then they harass them until they fucking leave. Or they say that they broke some sort of a rule or something, and then they can't go back to the fucking shelter. They're complete and total fucking psychopathic wackos. Yeah, it's just really highly unfortunate that people thought that people were running a fucking shelter through a church. And these people are insane. They have nothing to do with any fucking church. They don't even claim to have anything to do with the fucking church. So it's good that they had to take that name off of their fucking shelter. Because clearly for years they were trying to get donations. They were luring people there who thought it was a safe place to go when the people running the place themselves are sex offenders. Oh yeah, come here, Father Bill's place, Quincy. And they tell you that a priest started it and shit. Those people got nothing to do with fucking priests. So getting them to change it to be called something else was good. I don't know. Maybe the Yawkey Foundation would say that. We'll build you a building, but it's not going to be called Father Bill's place anymore. Right? You've got to completely disassociate yourself from a fucking Catholic church. Probably the fucking Vatican after 2012 when I showed up there. You didn't even, I reported all of it. They didn't even have a fucking Bible in the place. And didn't someone try to put like literature out and they go, oh, you can't put it there unless it's non-denominational something? Non-denominational, it says fucking Father Bill's place. That's a priest, right? It's not non-denominational. It's a fucking Catholic homeless shelter. I'm sure that those dudes had to listen to Catholic fucking teaching. It was run by a goddamn fucking priest, not it's non-denominational. You shouldn't have fucking taken over the place. You should have changed the name the second the guy fucking died, if that's what you were going to do. Absolutely disgusting. Get it? Right. You're not telling any other homeless person that that place has anything to do with any fucking church. So anyway, in terms of slicing these people's throats, um, yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm really not supposed to advocate for that. Um, my main concern is my species and maintaining peace for the rest of the extinction, the rest of the Passover, and making sure that I have food and water in my mouth until I die. That's my main concern because I have stated about 2,000 times, quote unquote, demands that insane monsters are in a dominant stance that aren't going to be met. And then you have other people that I feel are mentally insane, and they keep trying to make me the reason when it's not the fucking reason, but they're monstrously insane in their heads, and they've developed some sort of fixation, and they want me to be fucking destitute. Not I have to be kept like this. They just want me to be kept like this and have all my fucking communication shut off. Okay? It's a fucking 13-year lockdown as I wait for God to kill them. I'm going to bring my water over here. It's a 13-year lockdown as I wait for God to fucking kill them. Nobody else is on a fucking lockdown but the Virgin fucking Mother because these people are fucking deranged. Cars driving around, incomes flowing in and out, people in their own fucking housing, but yet the Virgin Mother stays destitute with no fucking communications as I wait for God to fucking kill them. Obviously, it's probably about at least an hour past the time because it's 9 o'clock where I relax and type on fucking Twitter. And because people are monstrously, ferociously fucking insane, I'm not even supposed to do that. Tomorrow's Friday. I have to do jog walks and then I'll probably take another walk, like the same thing I did today. And it's not anymore. It's because it was carb week, it would have actually made it less again. Right. So today was only the third day. So I've been going at least 4 days. Like I really want to make sure I'm going at least 4 days a week. So I think I'll probably take a walk tomorrow. And then Saturday, I usually don't. But when I was walking there, it was still a day because I could walk all the way to the food pantry and all the way back. So I was still getting a walk in, even though it was Saturday. But so I probably was only taking 1 day a week off, maybe 1 or 2 days a week off. That's usually what I do. It was getting to be too many days. Like even now, I take 3 days a week off. That was kind of starting to get to me. That might be too many days off. So we'll see. See what happens on Sunday. If I take Saturday off, then we'll see what happens Sunday. I really enjoy the jog walks, but I'm hoping that I don't damage my any of my joints from doing it. My ankle's been good after yesterday. So, yeah, I haven't been doing any jamming. Um, I think it was probably more a combination of doing that and then the long walk and being nuked. I'd say it was probably that. Today was yesterday and today was fine. So I know it sucks. It's just a weird thing I like to do. That's why you got to have a trampoline, maybe, and then you can jam. Probably, if I like, maybe people have some kind of like, not exactly foam, but even like that thick, 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 like it's like a carpet or something. They probably have stuff on their floor so they don't hurt themselves when they're jamming. Yeah, because it's concrete too. It's not even wood. When they're jamming. You gotta slam down. You gotta jump. You have to jump and like you want to just like, oh God, that dancer guy, right? What's his name? Matt something. Matt something. And then I looked it up because it was like it was before I even started doing this. It was like 14 years ago. So I was like, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Some of the stuff he does. I am definitely not knowledgeable about dance and stuff, but like, I guess the only way I thought to describe it when I don't know anything about dance, that's kind of what I was talking about. Like when I used to put that scene from White Nights, like Russian. I don't know if it's actually ballet, but that's what I was talking about. Not really the video I posted, but if you look him up, he has other videos, and that's like what he's doing. And they have like a whole, there's like a whole bunch of people where they try to revive dance. I think it's called Revive Dance, and they have like instructors and stuff. I couldn't find anything on the website to indicate if it's old, because sometimes websites go up and they just stay there, even when their people aren't doing that anymore. So I have no idea, but that's what I meant. That a person like that would understand exactly what I was talking about. And it's one of those things, I was talking about it on the walk. It's one of those things where I talk about something, and not only do people not go, that's a thing. Like if I was on the regular internet, obviously that would happen, where people would go, haha, like they'd laugh and go, yeah, that's a thing, like where professional dance is, da da da, something, right? Not only does that not happen because of all these shutoffs, they will literally say nothing, or then they will actually act like I'm fucking crazy, and none of that exists. That is what has been happening to me for 13 fucking years. Right? That's why I told you that Meganese thing. For me, that's why I keep saying it. You just go, clearly these people are batshit fucking insane. Uh, it can't even be that they shouldn't be doing this either, because that's called the fucking concentration camp. It's like a modern day fucking concentration camp, where you shut off everyone's fucking communications, segregate us in internet prisons, and then check and see if what we're saying matches up to each other, and then run tests. That's a fucking concentration camp because you're Nazis, you're mentally insane. Just, oh yeah, just Meganese says it all. Just, and then they will sit there telling you that you're fucking insane. And you just go, I don't know how to explain this to you. Okay, but you're extremely mentally ill. And whatever it is that God is doing with you, I know he's going to kill you. Like you're clearly fixated on me and doing that because you're so mentally insane. You're in a fucking cage. Okay? You cannot convince me that I'm fucking mentally ill. I don't know why you're doing that, but you cannot do it. You absolutely cannot do it, and I don't know why you're doing it. It's just wildly, it's not just insane, it's insane because it doesn't make any sense. Like, I can't even think of a psychological thing to say about it. It's just insane. So, I mean, I tried to conjure up, perhaps you think you're going to change actual reality by doing that. And then the other thing is probably more true, where your dementia is so bad that even just mean voice tones you're trying to get off on. Like you're an infant being disciplined by your fucking mother or something. Going, like apparently they can be sick like that, but still answer a phone at the fucking IRS, like I told you. They don't have to be in that condition to be doing it. It's fucking spooky. So, anyways, I know, I guess it depends if that was Washington, D.C., and these people are that grotesquely insane now running around trying to run a fucking government. But the running of the government is completely psychotic and demented, and you're not going to give me a fucking $3,200 come hell or high fucking water. But you'll still enjoy people calling you on a phone yelling at you. Talk about getting addicted to venting. It's like gross. Anyways, um, Yeah, come to find out, like I'm saying, you go, obviously, they would say that. Someone on earth would have said it. They would have went, "Oh yeah, here's this dude. Is this what you're talking about?" I guess that's actually a form of dance, what you're talking about. Because I was trying to help fucking drug addicts. Get it? I'm sure Revive Dance would fucking get it and go, "Yeah, we've been doing that for like 3 years." Yeah, like trying to explain it to fucking meth heads. Like, you people are all messed up. What you need is more activity, not less activity. Yeah, you just go stimulants. What the fuck? It's exactly what I said. They have no life within them, and they're trying to cause a life sensation. How about some muscle mass and some clenching and releasing? That's exactly what that dude is doing. He would probably be he'd be in way worse condition than any fucking meth head you've ever seen in your life if he wasn't doing that. I know that I tried to explain it to. It's like some of you people are probably dancers. You're athletes and dancers, something. It's just, I don't understand what you're doing, but yet I do understand what you're doing. Your brain isn't matching up to your bodily functions and stuff, and you just don't want to hear it. You need to walk. You need to walk, take up jogging, the karate stuff, even that karate stuff. You don't want to be a dancer and stuff. Well, then that's why they do that karate stuff, and then they get to yell. Ah, that's why they're doing it. Not what you're experiencing is new. People like that actually eat more food than you guys do. In case you didn't know that, if you weren't keeping up to date. I mean, lately it probably doesn't seem like that, but uh, if you didn't notice last night how it's a salad, but do you notice how big it is? Okay. So that's part of the reason why I don't eat a lot of salads because it's kind of too filling. Yeah. And it does have a lot of carbs, a lot of water, and it's very filling. There's no fat in that. I know. I got to make myself eat some almonds. But anyway, that's why I eat the peanuts like that because it has so much fat in it. I need the fat. So that's all muscle. Yes, that's all muscle. So I'm probably pretty hungry. That might be why I'm screaming like that. So I gotta eat. I don't know about tonight, but I'm definitely gonna start eating some more nuts. I'll probably get some sunflower seeds and get some flax seeds. But I have a certain diet for a reason. That's all muscle in those leggings. I pointed it out literally to that Brian Buchanan dude. I know you go, dude, this is not a good matchup for you. I know you go, leave the hospital. You're like, for what? I know it's just, who gives up all this? It's not a match. Who gives up all this? I don't get it, but I get it, but I don't get it. Like, I don't think every dude wants to be with me. But that dude was saying he wanted to marry me. I was his love of life. I know you just go, dude, that's not making any sense to your behaviors. That is not, I mean, a person walking 14 miles a day, that makes sense to a person's behaviors, not what you're doing. Yeah, just all you had to do was lay in a hospital bed and they're giving you drugs. You're not even going without drugs and you still made up an excuse to just died off. That's fucking crazy. I don't have to be hit in the head with the hammer that many times to realize that you don't want to be with me. Like, I don't think he literally ever did that to me, other than May 17th, and that's why I fucking left. Same thing in front of Hancock Liquors. That wasn't he actually dotting off on me, by the way. He was even still sitting in the same fucking place when I looped back around. But leaving a hospital like that, that's the first time he's ever done that since May 17th. No, there's definitely, that's why you just go, this is fucking crazy. I'm glad that God forced me to say that into the phone, right? Because you just go, I'm not going to keep being hurt like this. Right. This guy's at the point where he's trying to get me to have sex with him. And he has no caring for me whatsoever. So, no, the fuck I'd regret that for. Why would I regret having my heart put through a fucking meat grinder and losing my marketability? And what if he has something? I know you go, seriously, the dude's a prostitute? We could go have STD testing, and then we have to wait for the results. Between the results, what the fuck is he doing when he keeps starting off like that? Fuck no. Making up an excuse to be gone. A dude like that, making up an excuse to be gone for a fucking hour. He could be picking up crabs and head lice and HIV. And he has time to wash HIV off his dick when he made up an excuse to dot the fuck off? No. Nope. Listen to the guy in the video. Do not go out with a drug. He said, do not have sex with the drug addict. It's, in some respects, he could have kept going out with me for 6 months, doing exactly that, but not putting my hand on his dick. That's what I'm talking. You're literally serious that you're trying to have sex with me? No. Well, I never found the need to be that blunt and mean about it. Why do you think I got rid of that fucking gross Jim Morrison dude? Just, you're a nasty hoe. Fuck away from you. The second that you're lying about what you're doing, no. That's why he was lying, because he knew I wasn't going to have sex with him if he was having sex with other people. Hello, that's why everyone fucking hates you, douchebag Phil. That's why. You can't lie to people about that you're not monogamous because you want to have sex with that person. Talk about going on a campaign. That's why people went on a campaign against the dude, even though he didn't like it. That's why people go on a campaign again. It doesn't mean he gave us something. I didn't catch anything. I don't have anything. But people go on a campaign against people like that because it's so fucking shitty to do. I know you go, really? We're heartbroken? Oh, Brian broke your heart. That we can all see that. Okay, look, I don't know if you're a drug addict, okay, that's grandiose and has all these grandiose delusions about yourselves and your emotional effect on others. When people are trying to have sex with you or actually do, you're saying you're engaged to a fucking nun and you're trying to get me to go to a hotel and you're putting my hand on your dick and you're a prostitute, you're a drug addict, and you don't mention to me that you're doing that shit? Okay, right. Does that really seem like the person's heartbroken or they're fucking pissed? Hey, baby. What the fuck? I know. No, I don't listen to those anymore. I'm sure they're still there. but I don't listen to them. At first, it was funny. That's why people went to the library. And then after this much time, you go, yeah. Did you do like I do and go, are we sure that's his real name? Yeah, just there's got to be some other person named Brian on planet Earth, right? Because you just go, that can't be possibly like actually Jesus of Nazareth, right? Because I don't know unless Jesus of Nazareth isn't even a fucking human being. I don't know. We'll wait for God to explain it to us, I guess. I don't know. I kind of get that it probably is a human being. Like the person's mentally retarded, right? Like it might have been something where the person did do something fucked up, but they're like not even aware of it or something. Do you get what I'm saying? It's so sad because they're clearly mentally retarded. Yeah. But it kind of sounds to me like a truly innocent person that they murdered. Yeah. Because savages do that shit. Obviously, these people are fucking disgusting. Brute fucking disgusting animals. Yeah, like some of the people, like myself, because I was doing it too. Some of the people like wandering around fucking Albuquerque, New Mexico, just, well, I would say it like this. Hopefully everybody survived, even though, yeah. Um, just so that we understand why God's killing all these fucking people. Yeah, because and that he actually isn't letting them do it to us. Yeah, he actually isn't allowing it. That's why he's killing them all. Because apparently, if we would be worried that everyone was dying, or we'd feel bad for them. Apparently, we're not even supposed to feel bad for them. Like we don't do purposeful stuff to them, but we're not supposed to feel bad for them either, because we absolutely have to stop helping them. Right, like with the medicine and stuff, we have to stop helping them. So, like I said, if people keep trying to help them medically, they're going to lose their brain, including me. But I don't have a medical degree, so I'm not sure I can actually do that. Like the things that I did are natural things that they're not able to do. Like I think they already had the medication for polycystic liver disease, but they would try to make a medication out of what I'm doing. Like it's that weird. Not you. It's like the insulin. They made insulin instead of telling these people to control their diet and fucking walk. It's just inconceivable that anybody does that. It's so fucked up. Like nobody just changes their lifestyle. They take medication. They try to make medications out of buckwheat, rhubarb. I know, just they try to manufacture hormones when you explain to them about meditation and stuff. I know, just they probably made up enemies because someone explained a cleanse or something to them, which isn't exactly a cleanse, but I could see. I'm not sure. I would call that emptiness. I don't know about a cleanse. Um, I would call that emptiness. A cleanse to me is the process I went through. Sometimes people in a detox too would that would be sort of like a cleanse, but it has to do with not having all of their stuff they put in their food, right? Like it's a clean lifestyle and converting uh, to fat burning and stuff. That's what I would call a cleanse. And then obviously mentally you go through a whole process of clearing out tapes and getting rid of a mixed brain and all of bad teaching and stuff like God psychotherapy. But um, cleanses to me have to do with uh, sometimes maybe it has something to do with medicine, but when he has you eating certain foods and you're walking here or you're not drinking that much water that day and shit, he does all those things. But just be don't listen to me about not drinking the water, please. I know I get nervous because there's people that try to do things and then they think God is telling them something. If you are not a prophet, don't think God's telling you not to drink water. Please, God, don't do it. I can't even open this now. Let a doctor tell you not to drink any water. Okay? Sometimes people think they have a medical condition they don't have. Make sure you have some kind of a diagnosis, please. And don't photocopy it off of my Facebook page and say it's yours because I don't even think it has my name on it. Okay. I used to actually have the papers in my hands, and I don't know what the fuck happened to it between being kicked out of places. Yeah, she used to keep all my paperwork too, and that wasn't in it. Ugh. I gotta get up and use the bathroom right when I'm like full relax mode, of course. Oh, about the muscles. That's right. Because I was like, feel this right here? That's all muscle. I know you just go, what the? He doesn't even say anything either. Like, he's never had an actual girlfriend in his life, but he's clearly never gone out with anybody that was fit. Yeah, he's obviously never been with an athlete or even a bodybuilder, right? Any of it. Anybody that goes to the gym, nothing. Just, I don't think we even want to know what that X looks like, right? It's just, especially when someone goes, I'm really glad that I can admit that I don't like fat people. So that says it all. That says it all. Well, no one knows who she is, so right. And I wouldn't want to abuse a person who's clearly a victim of abuse. But when you grow up, it's sort of like him. When you grow up, right, whatever you're doing now, because so much time has gone by and you've been broken up from this dude, if that's what you want to call it, for now it's been 8 years. You've been broken up from this dude for 8 years. So you're not even that person anymore if you went through recovery. So if you're doing fucked up shit now, you can't keep blaming it on your abuse. Yeah, just that's why you go, Brian Buchanan, you can blame all this shit on that up until June 25th when you took off from fucking hospital before I got there. It doesn't matter. George tried to make up shit too. You know, some people, because of their insurance, Jude never said any of that when he called me, George. It's called denial because you know the guy's fucking scumbag too, but you just didn't want to believe that and you feel bad for me, which I appreciate. But yeah, that doesn't has no bearing on they somehow didn't allow him to call me and go, I'm actually he could have called me and said that, yeah, they're actually discharging me. Get it? Yeah, you just go, really? That they did not tell him to leave. Right. You would have to say that they wouldn't even let him use the phone. Okay. And then why are you not on the bench right outside the fucking hospital? That's not hospital property. That's where the bus stops, and the bus doesn't even work on Sundays. So it's not like someone came off the bus and said, "Get away from here." I would know that since I arrived there and couldn't take a fucking bus. I had to walk through Arnold Arboretum. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking all that. I know it was impossible anyway. In terms of a person's personal safety, like regardless of the person you thought was your boyfriend, if you remove that part of the equation, I was trying to bring him somewhere where he wouldn't be able to just take off. I totally wasn't even thinking about the area. That's why I didn't take him to a hospital in Plymouth because he said he had all kinds of friends there. And he should have just been taken to a hospital in Plymouth, right? Because he clearly just took off from there, walked right through Arnold Arboretum, right to Forest Hills, jumped on a train, and went right to fucking Mass Ave, I'm sure. Because it doesn't take a lot of time. And then he probably called Paul or he saw Paul on a fucking train. I don't know where Paul goes in the daytime, but he goes around places too. Yeah, I'm still pretty sure that's Paul's fucking cell phone number. And just if he was a prostitute in Boston or whatever, he knows exactly where people are. He may even know people's phone numbers in his fucking head that he called. You just go, it's really sort of uh, plain as day. Yeah, it's like a bunch of shelter people, right? Who go into a shelter at night and have no idea what this guy does for 18 hours. And I don't think they really had a lot of conversations with them. So, yeah, they're not outside people, obviously. They're shelter people, especially the fact that they're all in a line at the shelter. They're like me. They're in a line at the shelter at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They don't care about it's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, blah. They don't care about that. Right. I'm a regular homeless person. I don't even some people that use are not like Brian Buchanan and people that hang around Mass Ave or any of that shit. They're not outside people for a reason. Right. So, anyways, yeah, you just want to go and lay the fuck down because you just were forced at 7:30 in the morning to be outside all fucking day long, just sitting in a fucking chair. So by 4 o'clock, you're pretty much ready to go in and fucking lay down. Yep. That's the nature of homelessness. I know, just, I don't want to go into the shelter tonight. You don't go into the shelter any fucking night. Probably. You could probably get Jeremy into a fucking shelter. Probably. Any of those people. Derek went into the fucking shelter. I know, you just go. And then they did the same shit to him. I guess they're going to give me a voucher. Yeah, okay. He was probably laughing about it. He goes, yeah, I got a new girlfriend, and I guess they're going to give me a voucher. He was probably laughing about it. He's probably like, yeah, thanks for the trip down the Ave. Jeremy's hanging out with this chick and that chick now, because Jeremy told me. And they're going to give me a voucher, and I got a new girlfriend. He probably thought it was fucking humorous. It wouldn't, Brian doing that most certainly would not be funny. So yeah, that's why once people hear that, they're just like, dude, you are completely fucked up. No, we're not friends. Stay the fuck away from me. It's funny that Derek and Jeremy did that because we were not going out. Right. When you're just friends with a couple of dudes and they go, yeah, let's go take a walk down here because they know exactly what's going to happen. Patrick did that to me too. I was a little bit mad at Patrick, but not like wicked mad because he was acting like he was going to go out with me. Right. And he even goes, let's make our debut as a new couple. And then he left with that Christine chick. She totally showed right up and swooped him away. It was fucking weird. I was a little bit upset because he was acting like he was going to go out with me too. But Derek and Jeremy were not doing that. So that is actually humorous to me. Yeah. It's literally that easy. Jerry knows. I explained it to Jerry right as it was happening to him. I go, who's that? Oh, she'll be back. And she did. They completely turned their car around and came right back and picked him up and took off with them. I showed up there, right, from Dedham in like this dress that was like to my thighs that was completely skin tight. So the same ass, but a skin tight dress. Same ass, same abs, same tits, and a skin tight dress, right? Because I wasn't staying at the shelter. And then I had these black tights on. And of course, one of the tights on the leg has a hole in it. And I have my boots on that go all the way up to my like just below my knees. My hand took off because I went there looking for Sean. It was right before I went to Albuquerque, wasn't it? Yeah, it was right before I went to Albuquerque. I showed up there dressed like that, walking down the street with Jerry. Anyways, so yeah, I'm thinking about going to Albuquerque. I think I'm going to go to Albuquerque. Wait, was that when I got back from Albuquerque? No, it was when I got back from Albuquerque, wasn't it? It might have been when I got back from Albuquerque, but I know there was a discussion about Albuquerque and Sean. Yeah. Because he wasn't around. I didn't see Sean. Yeah, he wasn't around, but it's just the nature of some people, especially females, right? You just go, oh my God. Just like Lupus Mary said, oh yeah, he used to go out with Casey. That's why she started going out with that guy. And I'm just like, oh my God. Because to me, that's sickening and gross. But to them, it makes sense. You go, like you approved a dude for them. That's why I can't be around it. It's like it's gotten to the point now I can't even be around other species males. I just can't. Like as friends, yeah, I mean that if you're telling me that's what you're doing, why would I care about that? Yeah, I wouldn't care. I didn't care about what Jeremy and Derek were telling me. No, I'm not. I'm not weird like that. But like when you actually say that you're gonna go out with me, okay, like if you're supposed to be my boyfriend and you don't find that fucking gross and repugnant, like you would say the same thing as me, even to other dudes. You go, all due respect, just I just that is I just wouldn't don't do things because I don't like it. Like don't go now you're gonna be like me and think something's bad when you don't. Just I would never in a day go out with the female that was doing that. But yeah, that's I wouldn't even go out with the dude that wouldn't talk like that and mean it. Just, huh? Yeah, like I don't know. Say that you did have like an attractive friend or something, or some female that you talked to once was attractive. That shouldn't even matter when you're going out with someone anyway. The dude shouldn't really think other people are attractive when you're going out with them. But like, yeah, like he himself, like I said, should just be kind of disgusted with it. Like, um, one, I'm with somebody, so I'm not really looking for other people. I'm good with what I have. And two, does she know that you're even talking to me? You got something wrong with you. Yeah, you've got something wrong with you. That's no, nope. Yeah, like even when you break up, that's what I'm saying. Like a, a human man, I don't think would go out with anybody that you knew. Brian was talking about that, you know. He said that that person who, again, I don't really consider it an ex, but he said that she went out with someone he knew after they broke up. One, so what? Why do you care? Two, yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah, that is fucked up. Especially if she knew that you knew him, right? I mean, clearly, if you don't know every person a person knows, that could possibly happen. But what would be weird about it is the person not telling you that they knew the person you they knew your ex or something. I don't know everybody Brian Buchanan knows. Right. I don't know everybody Brian Buchanan knows. And I clearly didn't go out with anybody that he knows because I'm not going out with anyone. I haven't gone out with anyone since then. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it anyway. He clearly knows Jeremy, and I wouldn't go. It's not a, I don't think he thinks like that about me. That was like basically friends. So, but like just that example, no. Yeah, fortunately, none of his friends are that hot. I don't know if I'd call Jeremy hot, but he's not gross looking. No, I mean, he's definitely a viable male. He's definitely a viable male. I wouldn't even have been hanging out with them otherwise. You just go, okay, yeah, let's go down the thing. That's why. Like you contemplate it and then you go, no, because there's nothing there, and I wouldn't go out with someone that Brian knows. Yeah. There's too many people on the planet to be doing that. But um yeah, luckily none of his friends are like Michael Florian. Yeah. You obviously I met some of his friends. Yeah. No one knows me. I don't have any friends, so that wouldn't be the case with him. But if like anybody that ever met me once, You just go, how would you end up fucking that dude? You're absolutely disgusting. How would that ever happen? Yeah, how did I never mind in a year. That's worse than Jen and Joanne. I'm in the middle of going out with him and someone tells me that you're on a date with him while I'm gone. You people are absolutely repulsive. Probably. Someone like that Paul guy with the hat and the cane. That's why you have to watch out for psychos. If you know a person's a psycho, you shouldn't believe anything they fucking tell you. Yeah, because someone like that Paul guy with the hat and the cane, if say that Brian was like picked up and put in jail and nobody told me that, I know he would call him and tell him that I started going out with Jeremy. That's exactly what he would tell him. I just know how sick he is. When he ever said that I was coming on, I was all over him and kissing his face in the crypt. He probably thinks he's fucking Brian. He probably saw me and Brian together and thinks that's him. I'm not kidding you. Because I was just like, what the fuck? I couldn't believe what he was saying that. I'm like, you are so fucking insane. You're an absolutely fucking insane person. You're fucking disgusting. There isn't enough fucking booze on a planet that I'd be doing that. Oh, yeah. Did you go around telling anybody that? Because they'd probably fucking kill you. It doesn't even matter. They don't even have to know you. They just take one fucking look at you. They would probably presume that you fucking attacked me and raped me and fucking kill you. I know, just what? Who? And just fucking kill you right there in the spot. Which I wouldn't care about. Some people, I'm not a murderer, but sometimes you go good, just like Lupus Mary. You go, some people are deserving to be fucking killed. I gotta say, that's why I don't feel bad at certain things. You just go, dude, you are fucking gross and insane. Because he would purposely try to fuck up anything that has to do with Brian or me or anybody that seems happy who he met the week after I disappeared. Oh yeah, just he would totally do something fucked up like that. And you just go, how would she be he someone like Brian might actually believe that she's going out with Jeremy? Yeah, like he might actually believe something like that because he has insecurities like I was talking about that Ryan guy. I know you just go, someone who ever did something diabolical like that, you would hope that they got like a rotten dick first and then someone killed them. Yeah, like you'd hope he gets like gangrene of his fucking penis. Something that would really bother a dude and then someone killed him. Clearly he already looks like he has that going on in his fucking face. Like this dude's wicked gross. So anyways, you just go, whoa, what? That's what I'm saying. If he told the right person that bunch of nonsense, they'd probably fucking kill him. It's that bad. That I've said it before about other people where you go, what is this? No. That is someone being raped right there. I don't want to say their names again, but I just thought of an example of it. You go, what is this? No. And you're going around telling people that you had sex with this person? No, you're a rapist. So you need to just keep your mouth fucking closed. There is no way on God's green earth that that chick willingly had sex with you. None way. That is like nasty. And the fact that you keep telling people about it. I don't know how you didn't get arrested and charged with rape, but it's like if you could stop talking about it, that would be great. That is gross. Well, that's one of the horrible, terrible things that probably happens to people that have a wicked bad drug and alcohol problem. The number of times that's happened to them. Yeah, and then you just go, "Oh my god." And then a person goes around telling everybody that they may wake up the next morning and start telling people that they're going out with you. And you're just like, "Oh my god." I'm sure people have had to be in a shelter with people. Yep. And then you just go, how do you get away from them? That becomes a problem. You got to go to a different shelter, obviously. But anyway, like just in real life, you just go, oh my God. You got to, sometimes if you're not hanging around with the person, obviously it's a rape. Yeah. Just, okay. So he, he had sex with you. Are you a couple now? Like, is he going out with you? Then he didn't have sex with you, you raped him. I know you just go, you are nasty. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to say that right to someone's face? The only reason I don't is because they'll punch you right in the fucking face. That's why. I have no problem saying shit to people, but for I don't want to get punched in the fucking face. Or I guess basically screamed at too. You don't want to really be. Some of these chicks will scream and they probably spit, even if they don't hit you. Right? But you just go, what is this? Someone did that to the person I was talking about, but it was a guy. He totally just told them right to his face that he raped her. Right. And I think he goes, we talked about this already before. Right. Like, yeah, just it was like he kept reiterating it to him because he's a sex offender. And he was pissed, but he also wanted he it was almost like he was warning me when I already knew that he had problems. Right, and it was like basically trying to help him for the sake of reducing his impact on other people. Right, he kept reminding him that this was because the guy still kind of wouldn't accept it. He still wouldn't get it. He has an issue with plying people with drugs and alcohol and raping them. And he keeps trying to then act like people have sex with him. There's been more than one of them. Yeah. And then he's gotten a lot better. Like the way that he used to talk used to be like wicked, wicked, gross and bad. So it's funny when another sex offender comes to me and goes, I just can't stand hanging around with him anymore because he has such distorted thoughts. I just can't stand listening to him talk. I know I think it's funny, like when you're coming to the nun as a sex offender saying that obviously I've had an impact on these people. Well, I mean, he definitely handles it well. He seems to never get mad, right? Which is, yeah, he seems to really never get mad. And you go, maybe he was having a lot of trouble keeping friends before, and now people still talk to him and stuff, so he listens to the advice. But yeah, it's just when someone tells you, like a doctor or whatever tells you that you have distorted thoughts, yeah, you probably know it, and so you don't get angry, I guess, at people when they start asking you stuff or go, do you think maybe da da da? Yeah, like you probably become more accepting to it, where you're willing to question your own sort of thoughts if that's right or wrong. Yeah, should you ask a 24-year-old if he wants to take a shower with you? outside with your clothes on. It's a beach shower, not we'd be in the same shower. They have two shower heads. I'm pretty sure they have two. If not, then I didn't mean like at the same time. Yeah, like it's even kind of like that too. It like even the conversation did not actually mean we'd be at a shower at the same time. It's a place where people shower. Yeah, but I mean, just the whole wording is just. I think I said I'm walking down there. Was it the next day? I'm walking down there. If you want it, I think I said it. If you're interested, if you want to join me, he goes okay. But then, like the next day, but also Patrick was there. When I asked him, Patrick wasn't there. But when Patrick was there, I asked him. He goes, "No." And I go, "Oh, okay." I think I said, "Oh, are you sure?" Because I asked you the other day. And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Okay." And then I completely left him alone. And then, like, it was probably the next day, Karen shows up and she bought shampoo and stuff, shampoo, conditioner. And then we all walked down to the showers. I guess what I thought was funny about it is he must have told her. And she, well, I don't know if she probably was mad, but she didn't act like she was mad. She's probably used to it. Yeah, I mean, clearly, when your son is that attractive and he's an adult, I'm sure you must be used to it. It's probably not just friends of hers. She mentioned it the next year when she was at the bar. She goes, "Oh, yeah, that chick that I introduced you to." And then she goes, "Yeah, total drug addict." Right? Like, she's probably so used to people coming up to her and going, "Is that your son?" And like seeing if they can go out with him. I'm not kidding you. I mean, that's just, you can't even fault them for it. Right. Like you're at a bar, they say that, "Oh, this is my son, the blah blah blah," and you can hear them talking. Yeah, I mean, duh. You just go, and you don't see any female around. So obviously, she's friendly and talks to everybody. That's how Karen is. So of course, a single female might go, "Is he single?" Duh. That's what happens when you're attractive. I don't really think it's that weird. As long as you're not like using her for that purpose. Yeah, I mean, if you're at a bar and she says hi to everybody, I guess even if she doesn't say hi to you and you tell her right off the bat because you're clearly, her son's age and not her age. Yeah, you're not crazy like me. And then you go and you just tell her, you go, "Hi, yeah, I'm sorry to like seem like I overheard your conversation. Is that your son?" Right. Yeah, I don't know if that's really that weird. As long as the person's not like disgusting. Like she's got like pick marks all over and she's obviously high and shit. Yeah. Just a regular person. She found out, that's why she was telling him. Yeah, like yeah. Or he asked her to talk to her. Or he might have went, "Oh, who's that?" And so she went and talked to the person for him. Yeah, that might be, she may have got her to introduce to him, and then she found out by talking to her and other people that she's a drug addict. He has a sister too, so right, the sister could easily find out if some female's a drug addict. Nope, the hair isn't positive either. Some people probably don't like to hear that stuff because, right, they think that someone is out there having all these positive memories of them and they're actually not. Especially if you know that you were a fucking bastard. Um, I'm sure the person doesn't think fondly about anything that seemed like they were mad in love with at the time. I would think that that would be a person that's really dysfunctional and has no self love. Yeah, I mean, clearly, when a person does that, there can't be anything good about that person, and you forget about it. Yeah, I actually forgot about the hair thing until just now. It came to my mind. Yeah, I actually forgot all about it. Remember that? The greatest loss here. After 8 months, yeah, I actually forgot about that. You do. I don't like. I can't even really tell you a bunch of stuff I liked about Gross Jim Morrison at the time. I'd have to sit and see if I remembered. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's a person is broken up with you and 8 months go by. It's probably not like when someone dies, by the way. I'm sure when someone dies, you retain all that stuff to a degree if you want to. You probably remember it if you think about it, because then it's still a positive thing. It's a positive memory if the person is dead, right? So when you say that something happened and people died and you don't tell the people that they died, that's why you're so damned for doing it. So I guess people that think that they're psychological masterminds, like Al said, the kids are alive and well, right? Once you know that, you would go around doing that level of psychopathy, and it is what it is, and it's allowed until God finally kills you. That's what I would say about that because it seems like anything. It's like salt in the food, um, annoying music, um, uh, I don't know, like serving the same spaghetti dish every day because the person doesn't like it. It's always bad when you think like weird, bad things are funny, especially if you could get extremely sick with dementia and have extreme psychopathy and not listen to people when they keep telling you that you're sick. Um, you could probably start doing that. You could probably get to that level where that's an annoying, funny thing to do because now that you if you get to the level where you want to take a woman's children because you think that's her happiness, you want to take her house, her swimming pool, you want to stop her from being able to get underwear, you want to stop her from eating, you want to stop her from following her exercise routine. um, right, you want to keep bringing up children that are probably dead, and then you figure out every little thing you think you can say to her to upset her. Of course you would want to make her believe that a man that died broke up with her to destroy every happy memory she might have had in her mind about him. So people do some pretty extreme psychopathically insane things when they're psychopaths that are let loose, and then God is melting their brains, and eventually they die and they can't do that stuff anymore. Like No one on earth calls a phone, texts a phone, goes in a chat. It's not that the children are dead, it's that they're alive, but they don't want to talk to me. Right? That's why we did the 8 months. It's not that Brian Buchanan died, it's that he just took off. Who gives a fuck? The only thing that matters is that he ran and he ran far away from me. That's all that matters. It's not that the children are dead and you don't inform me of that. It's that they don't care about me. It's not that Brian Buchanan died and you don't inform me of that. It's that he doesn't care about me. It's not that you blocked me and everybody else. It's that there's no people on my channel. No one subscribes to me. It's not that you got horrifyingly sick and at times forget what you did. It's that you go into the thing so I don't feel alone. Even that statement in itself shows how mentally ill you are. Like I said, it vacillates back and forth because the point is that you're sadistically insane. So I'm just waiting for God to kill you. That's the point. Not I have to figure out labyrinth things and situations. It's pretty boxed in, right? Angela leaves messages, leaves comments on your videos sometimes. I thought that nobody was commenting. I thought I was in a psychosis. Yeah, just truly God has you completely fucked up. So that what you're actually trying to do, you can't do. That's why. It's kind of like that catcher in the rye when people become a certain level of mentally insane, but they don't realize how mentally insane they are. Like the brain matter wants to believe it's a mastermind of trickery and psychopathy when the brain is simply dying. And that's all that's taking place. So I guess it would have to decide now, since 6 children are dead and have been dead for some time, and it doesn't want Brian Buchanan to be off with somebody else for whatever reason. So it has to now decide to try to terrorize me by proving that it's terrorizing me. It's got to terrorize me by continuously pointing out that it's blocking me from seeing people. Not people don't care about me, but it's blocking people from talking to me talking to them. She probably types on the thing that the children are dead. And how dare you not fucking tell this woman that her children are fucking dead? How can you be that fucking insane? You depraved fucking criminals. Does the typing sound anything like that?